65. A moral dilemma. An unsettling silence hung around us as I walked through an empty hallway. It stretched endlessly in front of me, as if every step only made it longer and still longer again. Thin columns rose high above my head, and while elegant and delicate, they seemed now imposing, the beautiful carvings forgotten to my eyes. The marble was cold, and the world suddenly seemed to have grown darker, everything uncertain. Eamund and Pethard walked close beside me, their silence similar to mine. What did we do now? What secrets had been shared at the witness of Caer Dathel's cold stone walls? Why did we now have to face a civil war? It suddenly felt as if every passing maid, every guard bowing respectfully as we walked past, every noble that we encountered were watching us, waiting to act against us. And yet, the words that consumed me more than anything else and made my mind and heart feel twisted into complicated knots. I could still hear the low-hissed whisper inside of my mind. You are a fool. You should have died that day. The poisonous words felt colder than the marble around me, as if a chilled knife of hopelessness and failure stabbed into my chest. We reached the door to the private family sitting room. Silently, we entered the once comforting room that now just reminded us of our mother, dead for 3 years now, and a father who was currently arguing hard in a council room we could not enter. I could not place the emotions that nearly drove me to tears. Hurt at the harsh words and obvious rejection. There was a feeling of idiocy at hearing, all laid out in those few words, all my failures, fears, the opposition to my actions, my chosen life, and the looming destruction of the world. Tears pricked my eyes, and I was barely aware of Pethard, lost in his own thoughts, walking over to the tall windows. His deep blue eyes hard, cold, their expression one of a crown prince. No longer were they open and kind, or the ones of my dear brother. Eamund took my hand and squeezed it tightly, but he could not stop the feelings. I tried to keep my face hard and composed, but it was nearly impossible. Even his reassuring warm hand could not ease the tight, cold knot in my stomach or the lump in my throat. You have not done anything wrong, whispered Eamund in the still air of the sitting room. His grey eyes were soft, and one of his hands brushed my face. Dark shadows looked like bruises under his eyes. How do you know? I demanded, the sharpness in my voice making Pethard glance over at us. As my nerves reached their breaking point, my hands trembling slightly as the Lord's words hissed through my mind. Eamund did not move, liquid eyes staring into my own, and his face entirely serious. I raised my trembling hands to my face for a moment and closed my eyes. He stepped forward and embraced me tightly in his strong arms, the younger offering the older the comfort they needed for once. Forgive me, I breathed into his dark hair. Forgive me, brother. There is nothing to forgive, said Pethard as he added his own embrace and encircled us both. We have all done the same things. Zoe, cried the voice of a ranger to my left as our galloping horses took a sharp turn to the left in order to evade a tall tree. Before the ranger had finished saying my name, I had already drawn an arrow to my bow, not even looking as I released it, sending the projectile flying through the air to our right side. A high-pitched cry echoed through the rushing air, and I heard more sickening cries as other arrows were loosed. Adrenaline made me more alive, and my horse surged beneath me, sure-footed upon the forest floor. 7, I cried as I lowered my bow. Of course we counted our kills. I glanced to my left and saw one of my fellow rangers whose eyes sparkled with sharp awareness. The wind was cold and deafening as we galloped. The cries had stopped momentarily, but in the distance I could hear more running through the forest, and we were far from safety. An arrow flew past my left ear, but a ranger reacted before I did, and soon we were once more shooting to the sides at the enemies that were trying to keep up with us. The vegetation was becoming scarce around us, small creeks emerging from the rocks, and the stones becoming larger until they were boulders. I ducked as another arrow flew over my head, missing me by mere inches. But we were moving faster, and our arrows flew true. Suddenly, I heard a soft cry from the ranger that rode knee to knee with me. His name was Carlin, and I glanced over to see his body, sharply tensing as his face clenched with agony. The black shaft of an arrow protruded from his thigh, crimson blood already starting to ooze from the wound. I reached out one hand and gripped his shoulder tightly, trying to send some of my own strength into him to keep him steady until we could stop. He wavered only slightly in the saddle, but he managed to keep himself on the speeding horse. Behind us, the cries had stopped, and no longer could I sense our enemies around us. This had been a small group, and small patrol of 4 riders had come across them, killed most of them, but a few had escaped and had chased us. We brought our horses to a halt, 3 of us jumping down from our horses in quick, graceful moves. I hurried around to Carlin's side, and with the help of my other companions, managed to get him down to the ground. His eyes shut in obvious pain as his right foot touched the rocky ground. I took the reins of the horses and led them down the narrow path between the boulders that then led into a stone tunnel with a ceiling that was too low to ride through. In front, Carlin and the other 2 rangers helped him down. If we didn't have to leave and leave quickly, we would not have pushed him so, but we had no choice. If more huntsmen appeared then, we would be outnumbered. Light filtered through irregular openings above, where the rocks separated from each other in an infinite dance, making the light beams appear like golden lines in the darkness of the passage. There were more ways out of the passage. We hurried down, and the currents of air blew from different places, the breeze twirling around. We splashed through a shallow stream that flew through the mountain, and the water, deadly cold, made me shiver. The horses, nervous, tossed their heads, and we had to stop for a few minutes to let Carlin catch his breath. His face deadly pale, and soon he would not be able to continue as the pain became too much. I felt relief as a large opening appeared in front of us. The light of the sun filtering in, and I could make out thin lines of grey trees. We had come through a small mountain, and the settlement where we based was an easy ride away. If we hurried, we could get there before dark and into the safety of its thick walls. We stopped a short distance from the opening, and I tended to the horses while the other 2 rangers helped Carlin down. He remained silent, leaning against the stone, eyes closed as he caught his breath. It was time for the arrow to be removed, the bleeding staunched, and then he would have to ride with one of us to the settlement where one of the professional healers who resided there would complete the care it would need. I hated it when one of my men was injured, and while I could tend to basic injuries, I was not strong enough to pull an arrow out. So I had to leave it up to the others to give Carlin what he needed while I made sure our horses were fit to continue. They were under my command, my responsibility, and I had to keep their interests to heart. It could have been me who was hit by the arrow. Sometimes I wished it was me, even though the men I commanded were supposed to keep me safe. I was their princess, and they would die before I was captured or killed. But still, I tightened a loosened girth on the bay mare that belonged to Carlin. You would have thought by now it wouldn't affect me so, but it did. It would make me wince when Carlin's wife saw him later tonight, pale-faced and unable to ride on his own, and looked at me for some confirmation that this would be the last time she had her heart in her mouth. The last time she had to say farewell and spend the weeks glancing in the direction he had left for some sign of his safe return. It would make me grip my reins with tension when his lovely young daughter heard and came running to see if her father would live or join the dead in their silent resting place. But I could not give her that promise, and it made me hate myself. "Zoe," rang a voice. It came again, calling me out of my dreams and back to the waking world. Again it came, "Zoe." I forced my eyes open to find myself back in my small, dark tent. For a second I thought about struggling, and then my sleepy fog cleared, and I remembered where I was and who was gently shaking me. It was the middle of the night. Any sensible person should be asleep, but apparently Murtagh was not. The young man was leaning over me, and one hand was on my cheek, his eyes looking down at me anxiously. "What?" I asked as I shook my head and slowly sat up. His hand fell back, and I realized that he hadn't even bothered buckling on his sword. "You were troubled," he said softly, and I felt it with my mind. My dreams were dark, I admitted, so he had touched my mind and sensed the dark memories that I was remembering. That had clearly been enough for him to come, wake me, and save me from remembering any more than I already had. "Why are you here?" He shrugged, and I allowed him to pull me into an embrace. As we sat quietly, merely seeking the quietness of each other's company, I asked gently the question that had been eating at me since I had first seen Murtagh after landing with Aragon and Saphira. "What did happen, Murtagh? In Serda?" He looked at me, but there was no surprise in his eyes. He knew it was only a matter of time before I asked, and I half wondered if he, like me, had dreamed of other times that were better left untouched. Had he come searching for comfort, and felt my own silent distress when he reached out to see if I was awake? His eyes were dark, and he glanced away, the simple action hurting me as I suddenly wondered if I had asked too much. "I lost a friend," he said softly, and his arm around me tightened. "I lost a friend who I hadn't thought about for a long time. Her name was Vivian. I'd known her before it all started. She was a spy for Galbatorix, wasn't she?" I said as I raised my eyes to look into his very still face. "Yes," he said, "but it is because of her that we accomplished what we did." I read between the lines. Whatever she had done had cost her life, and Murtagh took the blame for putting her in that position. She must have given him names or troop placements, or maybe saved his life or identity, and the cost had been her life. Forever stuck in the climb of her life, a beautiful and brave girl. I sighed heavily and leaned into him, breathing in his scent as I tried to give him whatever comfort my presence could give. It was not enough, I knew, but I couldn't say anything for fear of making it worse. Some things just shouldn't be talked of. When people die for you or because of you, it's not something you forget. It isn't always something you can talk about because, well, maybe you have to experience it. I can't describe it. I just can't. It is something you have to experience. You can't read my words and understand in the very marrow of your bones. You can't even come close to capturing the moment, the small details your mind seizes on and remembers, or the kind of things one is thinking at that moment. "You would have liked her," whispered Murtagh. "I am sure I would have. I didn't tell anyone that I knew her as more than a spy, an enemy." Murtagh's arm was tight around me as if I might be ripped away at any second. "But she couldn't live if I did. One of us had to go." His words were choked with emotion. "Shush," I murmured as I drew back a little. I cupped his weary, pain-filled face in my hands and shook my head. "Enough. Let it go, Murtagh. Let it go." "But," he whispered. "Let it go," I whispered, and then, desperate to do something, I leaned forward and kissed him very gently on the lips. "Remember her, but do not despair over her." "I am going to lose you," he whispered the terrible truth, so softly I might have pretended I did not hear it, but I did, and he knew I did. "I will lose you just as I lost her." "Do not speak of it now," I said fiercely. I was hurting too much to think of that future parting or the bitter edge of this love. "Do not speak of it," I repeated, as if somehow I could banish it once more to the nightmarish dreams and haunting questions that flitted at the edge of my mind. "Not this night, Murtagh. Please do not speak of it this night." I had, as a child, delighted in games, took pleasure and pride in the skills I amassed through training. I was apt at my duties of ceremony and governing, which were neither light nor simple. Yet I had never given myself entirely to anything. All had come rather easily to me. The trial and tribulations were what one would have expected, and what I had been carefully prepared for. Through all of it I had strove for grace and collectedness. It had all been a game, but I had never played at love. There had not been time or the right set of circumstances to take me down that path. But I had been awoken, not by a game or dream, but by honor, danger, wisdom, by a quiet voice and a dark hand careless of its power, a sword with a hand and a half hilt. I threw it all away for him. Without caution, and with nothing held in reserve, I had taken that wild step forward, and so had he. Think of me just a few months ago, a weeping jelly of a girl who didn't have a foggy notion of who she really was. Think of me now, helping guiding an army through an unfamiliar world and the darkness of a war. The change is hard to capture in words. It's nearly impossible, and I struggle with it every single time I set myself to this story. Think of me now. I can't even hope to explain it. We didn't speak of anything for the rest of the night. We found comfort in the warmth of each other's embrace, and we didn't move until it was time to go about our duties. The sun had not yet risen above the horizon line, but we had much to do and little time to accomplish it. We didn't speak of that night for a long time or of the things that it had raised in both of our minds. Sometimes you just can't talk about things. It just hurts too much. Sometimes the fear wins and the coward rules. When Aragon told the tale much later in his life, he would try and explain exactly what he had been feeling the second his eyes landed on the man he had wished was dead since his agreement to come on this quest. He would try and explain the depth of the moral dilemma that had overwhelmed him, the untenable position it had placed him in, and the way it had contradicted both his honor and his sense of justice. But in the end, Murtagh would have the simplest way of describing it whenever the story came up, and Aragon started struggling to find appropriate words. There were 4 words, still conveying all the punchy irritation even after many centuries passed since they were originally spoken. You bloody, honorable idiot. Which, depending on the company, would be followed with a few lines of carefully crafted expletives that explained just how big of an idiot Aragon really was. Just how foolish he had been to open himself up to moral despair over Sloane, and how Murtagh would never let him forget it. Brothers are good for those sorts of things, but still, it was a rather good way of describing it. For had it been Murtagh or Zoe or even Bram who had pulled open the cell door, they would have not hesitated and killed the miserable man. They would have done it either by the sword or through magic. There wouldn't have been any hesitation or questioning of moral ground or feelings of loss for a home long left behind, because it wasn't any of them who stood in this place right then. It was he, Aragon, who stood there and found himself suddenly unable to do what many others would have done without hesitation. He couldn't bring himself to deliver Sloane, such a nasty fixture from his childhood, to a quiet death. The words of death would not come to his lips, nor would his sword be raised. The man was a pitiful sight, for he was emaciated. His hair was now white, and sores had formed where the manacles had chafed. His eyes had been pecked out by the Razak. His beloved daughter was about to be rescued by her love, a man Sloane despised, and said daughter hated. He was a hated man, a betrayer, and had anyone else been standing there, he would have faced justice and lost his life. Death would have been a kindness. A silent, peaceful death was more than many would say he deserved. But Aragon could not bring himself to deliver it. The man was gazing with his empty eye sockets in Aragon's direction, for he could hear the sounds of Roran's hammer. This death would save not only Katrina from needless pain, but Roran and the other villagers from reopening bitter hatred when it was not needed. They could not linger in the past like that. It would bring only discord and distraction when everyone's focus had to be on the war around them, on the sliver of a promise of peace that lay after, and not on the wrongs of the past. "What do you want?" asked Sloane. He turned his head from side to side in an attempt to hear better, for now he had no eyes on which to rely. "I already told you everything I know." Zoe had told him to follow his heart. She had looked at him with those deep blue-grey eyes that contained so much knowledge in their clear depths. Her voice had rang clear though his mind since that moment. "Follow your heart. It will not lead you astray. But what if I do not know what it is saying? Just remember that sometimes, by killing someone, you are doing them a favor. Sometimes it is selfishness that stays our hand when we should act." He trusted Zoe. She spoke from experience, and she was the kind who made a choice and stuck to it. Maybe, in this gigantic universe, that was the only way to live. Was that only way to make any sense of this uncaring world where true impartiality was impossible? By making a choice, despite how much you might hate it, or even if you didn't know the outcome, but making it anyways. He didn't have time to think of such thoughts. They were kind of thing he had time for after this blasted war determined if he was allowed to go free or die, or be a prisoner to a mad king. Even now Roran was breaking Katrina's cell door open and reassuring himself that she was still herself, that he had not come too late or that experiences had shattered her love for him. As they spoke, Zoe and the others were waiting for him at the Varden as they moved towards another battle. Saphira was waiting for him outside, and no doubt, Empire soldiers would be here soon looking for him. The world seemed to be centering around him and his actions, a burden so heavy he was not sure he could bear to carry it. Make up your mind. One or the other. The clock was ticking, and he could not ask anyone else to do this for him. Sloane had been a risk he had taken by coming. One way or the other he had to choose, and choose now. There was not a third path or an easy way out, not even a way to give the choice to Sloane. He looked back and saw Roran stepping into Katrina's cell. His time was growing short, and so, desperate for some sort of solution, he lifted his hand and whispered, "Slither." Sloane's manacles rattled as he went limp, falling into a profound sleep. As soon as he was sure the spell had taken hold, Aragon closed and locked the cell door again. He knew why it was so hard for him to do it. Sloane was everything a person could despise in another, and everything Aragon did not want to become. If Sloane could not change, then could anyone who reached such a level. If he ever did, if he became a monster like him, then would it also be death he faced? Would someone stand before him and pass judgment just as he was forced to do with Sloane? How is this helping anything? Demanded Sapphira of him. Wait until we are together again. You don't have a plan. You are being an idiot. Maybe I am creating one right now. I am part of you, she reminded him, and I know exactly what you are thinking. You don't have a plan. You aren't even sure how to make one. Give me a minute, and I will come up with one. You are acting like a blind fool, she said flatly. He deserves death. Iragan moved over to Katrina's cell and looked inside. His cousin was already with his beloved who, while looking distinctly worse for wear, had never looked happier than she did right then. Her eyes were like lamps, shining with such wonder and tender love that she was fairer than any elf to Iragan's eyes. The two were embracing so tightly that Iragan wondered how they were ever going to untangle themselves. He had never seen such open affection, and that it was between Katrina and his cousin was both strangely embarrassing and touching. Murmuring in the ancient language, he murmured a spell under his breath, and the manacles slid off Katrina's wrists and ankles. Neither Katrina nor Roran seemed to notice, until Roran gently helped her up. Katrina was unsteady upon her feet, but the injuries that Iragan saw were all things that time and rest would repair. Had he had more energy to spare, he might have healed them then and there, but he sensed that would do nothing to soothe Katrina's snapped nerves, even if he had the extra power. Magic was not something she might remember with any fondness, and she had a villager of Carvahal's suspicious attitude towards it and its users. "It is you," murmured the young woman as she gazed up into Roran's face. The young man was looking down at her with a mix of tender love and pain as he took in the state of her. "Of course," he said gently. "I had to come back for you." It was only then, as Katrina stepped forward, that her gaze shifted from Roran to him. Her reaction was one Iragan was all too familiar with from previous meetings between him and the other villagers. Her eyes went wide, and she studied him with puzzlement and open wonder. For even bloodied from the fight and changed by the dragons, he still bore faint traces of the boy he had once been. "It is good to see you again, Katrina," he said with a warm smile. Stepping forward, he gently lifted her dirty, bloody hand and kissed it gently as if they were a lord and lady meeting at a ball. The effort at manners both distracting her a little from studying him too long and making her feel, he hoped, a little more like herself, like someone deserving of courtesy. "Iragan," she asked with wide eyes. "Is that really you?" "Yes," he said, and then, with growing urgency, he turned to Roran. "We must hurry, cousin. Sapphira awaits us." "Sapphira?" asked Katrina as she clung tightly to her love. "Iragan is a rider," explained Roran, "and Sapphira is his dragon." The revelation was clearly too much for the emotionally and physically worn Katrina, who just nodded tiredly. Before anything more could be said, Iragan stepped forward and gently rested his hands on Katrina's thin shoulders. She flinched at his touch, and Iragan felt a pang of sadness once, long ago. She would not have flinched, and she would not look at him with such clear awe. Gently, in his softest voice, he explained, "I have to make sure that you are enchanted with any traps or have been forced you to swear things and can't remember it. It won't take long at all, nor will it hurt." "Not now," snapped Roran, and in the past, his cousin's clear anger at his words would have made him back down or change his mind or course of action. Not any more, those days were long gone. And now, Iragan had to assert his command as rider, the command he had accepted and learned to bear. "We do it now," said Iragan in the voice that demanded attention and results. His gaze was calm as he met Roran's furious scowl and forced his cousin to come to terms with the command. He had allowed his cousin the freedom to set the plan in motion, working quietly behind the scenes so that Roran could truly take the victory for himself. But now, with too many things at stake, he had neither the time nor the energy to continue his quiet handling. His cousin, scowling, backed down, but Iragan knew that, somehow, he would have to make it up to him. He was quick about his task. Looking into Katrina's eyes, he put to use the training he had been given by Oramis for detecting the work of another spellcaster. For a few long minutes, he just stared into Katrina's glistening blue eyes and mouthed the phrases in the ancient language, searching for any signs that her memory had been tampered with. Stepping back, Iragan nodded. "It is finished." Roran, who had been pacing anxiously, stopped and smiled at his love. "You are free of any spells. Where is my father?" asked Katrina suddenly as Iragan stepped away and she was once more wrapped tightly in Roran's embrace. He was alive. Iragan was, for a brief moment, left floundering for an answer. What could he say? That her father was still alive and through this allows both his cousin and her to continue under Sloane's shadow. He wanted them free of Sloane, free to start a life away from the terrible controversy which had led Katrina to this place. He is dead, said Iragan gently, and we must go. Come. But, whispered Katrina, and her eyes shimmered with tears. I never. She looked back at the rows of cells, and she looked ready to go back, search them, for the father she still cared for. Iragan had a soldier's pity for her, and for his cousin right then. Come, he said with every ounce of command he could muster. They followed, barely aware of anything but each other, while Iragan took the lead as they hurried back through the jumble of tunnels toward the cavern where they had landed. The Weir light bounced along above them, and Katrina, too weak from her long imprisonment, was half carried by Roran. As they hurried through the passages, he heard Roran and Katrina exchanging a few brief words and phrases. I didn't think, whispered Roran. The others are safe. You never think, Katrina interrupted. I love you, you acted, Iragan said from the front. That was enough. He wondered at the trust and open affection they showed for each other. Was that something he could have with Arya? The idea was strange and made his heart lurch slightly. All he really knew of love these past few weeks had been Roran's fierce devotion and the quiet, still growing love between Zoe and Murtagh. Those two were not nearly so open, but then they both had duties and a war to think of, just as he and Arya did. Stop thinking of love, snapped Saphira in his mind. We don't have long. They were about 10 yards from the main cavern and could just begin to see by the faint glow ahead of them. Iragan extinguished the weirlight. A few feet later, Katrina slowed, then pressed herself against the side of the tunnel and covered her face. I can't. It's too bright. My eyes hurt. Roran quickly moved in front of her, casting her in his shadow. His cousin's face was full of tender concern as he tried to soothe the love of his heart. When was the last time you were outside? I don't know. A hint of panic crept into her voice. I don't know, not since they brought me here. She began to cry, her tears the first true reaction she had shown towards her long, cruel captivity. Iragan felt his impatience growing as he glanced forward. He did not want to be stuck here while Katrina let go of her tears and Roran held her. Part of him was glad she was waking up enough to show such emotion, but another part, the warrior part, had no wish to linger. When they were safely gone from this place, then she would have the time, and Roran, to come to terms with all of it. He hated how he was about to treat her, and part of him was worried about Roran's reaction, but he didn't let himself think on it too hard. Experience and Zoe had taught him that, sometimes, one had to set aside what others might think, even if those people were your family, and do what needed to be done. He would make it up later. He seemed to have to make up many things later. Ignoring the soft reassurances that Roran was whispering in her hair or the gleaming tears that streaked down the young woman's face, Iragan stepped in front of Katrina and said very firmly, Katrina, I need you to be strong right now, so you will close your eyes and open them slowly so that your eyes can adjust. You are not going blind. Roran was looking at him with clear disapproval, his eyes speaking the words, Why are you being so hard? But Iragan ignored it as they advanced once more into the sunny, blood-spattered main cavern, which stank worse than before, owing to the noxious fumes that drifted from the body of the Lethablaca, even as Saphira appeared from within the depths of the lancet opening opposite them. Seeing her, Katrina gasped and clung to Roran, digging her fingers into his arms. Unable to keep the smile from his face at the sight of the blue dragon, Iragan turned to Katrina and said, Let me introduce you to Saphira. I am her rider, and it is an honor like no other, he added through their bond. What are you planning to be spilling such compliments? She demanded even as Katrina managed to drop a weak imitation of a respectful curtsy. I do have a plan, he responded. Have you found anything? I searched the Lethablaca's nest, but all I found was bones, and more bones, including several that smelled of fresh meat. The Razak must have eaten the slaves last night. I wish we could have rescued them. I know, but we cannot protect everyone in this war. Too true. Gesturing at Saphira, Iragan said, Go on, climb onto her. I'll join you in a moment. Katrina hesitated and then glanced at Roran, who nodded and murmured, It's all right. Saphira brought us here. Together, the couple skirted the corpse of the Lethablaka as they went over to Saphira, who crouched flat upon her belly so that they could mount her. Cupping his hands to form a step, Roran lifted Katrina high enough to pull herself over the upper part of Saphira's left foreleg. From there Katrina clambered the looped leg straps of the saddle, as if a ladder, until she sat perched upon the crest of Saphira's shoulders. Like a mountain goat leaping from one ledge to another, Roran duplicated her ascent. Crossing the cave after them, Iragan examined Saphira, assessing the severity of her various scrapes, gashes, tears, bruises, and stab wounds. To do so, he relied upon what she herself felt, in addition to what he could see. "For goodness sake," said Saphira, "save your attentions until we have made camp. I'm really beginning to wonder about what you are planning. That is unwise, and you know it. You're bleeding inside. Unless I stop it now, you may suffer complications I can't heal, and then we'll never get back to the Varden. Don't argue. You can't change my mind, and I won't take a minute. I know why you are doing this, so you know what I think." "Of course I know," he replied. "We are bonded." As it turned out, Iragan required several minutes to restore Saphira to her former health. Her injuries were severe enough that in order to complete his spells, he had to empty the belt of Balath the Wise of energy, and after that, draw upon Saphira's own vast reserves of strength. Whenever he shifted from a larger wound to a smaller one, she protested that he was being foolish and would he please leave off, but he ignored her complaints, much to her growing displeasure. Afterward, Iragan slumped, tired from the magic and the fighting. Flicking a finger toward the places where the Lethablaka had skewered her with their beaks, he said, "You should have Arya or another elf inspect my handiwork on those. I did my best, but I may have missed something." "I appreciate your concern for my welfare," she replied, "but this is hardly the place for soft-hearted demonstrations." "You know what I am going to do," said Iragan as he gazed up into her deep, far-seeing eyes. "We're too close for you not to know of my plan." "Yes," she said sadly, and he felt her distress even though she kept in check for his sake. It tore at his heart. "And I agree with the plan even though it goes against every instinct inside of me." "Come on," called Roran. "Hurry up." "You will explain to the others." "Zoe will already know," said the dragon softly. "She warned me and gave me hope that, while I hate this separation, it will end well if you keep your wits about you. She will help me reassure them, but only your safe return can completely assuage their justified fears. I shall come back, and I will travel so fleetly that I will not be far behind you." He made the promise in the ancient language. "Never fear that. It tears at my heart." "It does the same to me," and for a brief moment they allowed themselves to completely join together. It was the best goodbye they could have asked for, and the promise of return was a small comfort. They both knew why this had to be done, if only for Iragan's sake, and while they hated it, neither made this parting more difficult than it already was. "Iragan!" snapped Roran from above him, breaking the silent, deep moment between dragon and rider. "Listen!" shouted Iragan. "Think what might be in Helgrind. Scrolls, potions, information about the Empire's activities, things that can help us. The Razak may even have eggs of theirs stored here. If they do, I have to destroy them before Galbatorix can claim them for his own." "How will you get out of the Empire?" demanded Roran. His cousin looked ready to dismount and lift the rider up with him. "I'll run. After I deal with Sloane, and after I regain enough energy to run safely and at the needed speed." "Oh, Roran, you really have no idea everything I am about to do, and it is better you don't. Better that nothing of what really lurks in this mountain reaches you and the woman you love ever again. But still, in the end you really do not know anything of what is being played at in this game. One day I might just have to tell you." From his place on a saddle, Roran said, "Iragan, come on, don't be daft. You're too important to risk." Rider and dragon exchanged one deeper, understanding look. They knew each other so well words were useless to a pair who needed only one look to convey so much that no single sentence could ever hope to capture. Then, a combination of noise and motion obscured the rest of his sentence as Saphira launched herself out of the cave. In the clear sky beyond, her scales sparkled like a multitude of brilliant blue diamonds. She was, Iragan thought, magnificent, proud, noble, and more beautiful than any other living creature. No stag or lion could compete with the majesty of a dragon in flight. His dragon, his partner unto death, separated them. She said, "A week. That is how long I shall wait. Then I shall return for you, Iragan, and I will bring Zoe and Arya with me." I shall be there in 2 days, he told her, 3 at the most. I love you, little one. And I love you even more, Sapphira, Brightscales, and Flametongue. Eragon stood there until she dwindled from sight, and he could no longer touch her mind. Then, his heart heavy as lead, he squared his shoulders and turned away from the sun and all things bright and living, and once more descended into the tunnels of shadow. He didn't have long. Thank you to those who reviewed Favorite Followed and read this story. Review replies. Spoiler. Yes, well, I can't just give my readers the cookies right away. Suspense helps make the final moment just that much better. Glad you enjoyed the Roarin' Path. Hope you enjoy this chapter, and hope your own story is going awesome. Live laugh play music. Thanks. I thought the Roarin' Path was a good idea, so I am glad that other people liked it too. Happy reading to you. General the Dinkton. I looked back and realized there wasn't a line break to show the change. Sorry about that. From what I read, there is only 2 Razak, or at least only 2 in the original fight scene in the book. Thank you for the review. Ray, I am glad you liked my other story. That one is a pile of fun to write when I actually find time for it. I think you are right about the Dratingu, but my ancient language is about 0. Thank you for pointing it out, and I will keep it in mind. It's those little details that make such a difference. Hope you like this chapter, and thank you for the review and support. Nymtherial, glad you liked the Roarin'. I am glad now that I braved it and wrote the dratted thing. It was so hard. Anyhow, you got more ZM in this chapter, and Thorn will be soon, I promise. Islinger 90. I am aware of that, but I just couldn't resist the scene with Orin and Zoe. She will have to balance the 2 sides, the public and the very real concern of staying undetected. I do think that, in a large army, there are many captains and people who help organize, still deserving of respect, but also easy to overlook, because there are so many other people all doing the same thing. I am not sure about the Sapphira/Thorn. I really like the idea of sticking to canon with that one, but this story writes itself to some extent, and I think it might be the same for that love pairing. Thank you for the review, and I hope you enjoy this chapter. 66. Chapter 68. It was one of those moments in one's life where one looks back and sees all the things one did, examines it all again and again, and still comes up with the same answer. It can be a most annoying exercise, and one that can try the patience of even the most even-tempered. For Eragon, the situation he found himself in and his solution to Sloane was one of those moments. Years later, it would become a topic of moral debate for those who enjoyed such kind of win-lose or lose-win or whatever it was kind of topics. Later on, Eragon would see the mistakes he had made, the things that would have gone easier if he had taken just a few more seconds to think on them. There were also some things he never told Brahm about, such as his near overuse of power while escaping the mountain, and a few other incidents that happened along the way. Some things he only told Sapphira, such as the bruise that Sloane gave him as he ran with the man slung across his shoulder, or the wrenching pain in his heart that not having her by his side caused. But at the time, all Eragon could think was 2 steps ahead, not all the way to the end. He was weary, sore both physically and from the loss of Sapphira's presence. There was part of him that just wanted to kill the man and be done with it, but another part that protested loudly whenever he thought too hard on it. The internal debate he was waging between the 2 sides was giving him a pounding headache, and the sight of a small group of soldiers leaving the city, Dras Leona, did nothing to make him feel any better. He had gotten Sloane out of the cell, still lost in his enchanted sleep, and made it out of Helgrand. On his way out of the hollowed-out spire of rock, he would often lower the man to floor so that he could explore a chamber or byway. His explorations leading him to discover many evil instruments, including 4 metal flasks of seether oil, which he promptly destroyed so that no one else could use the flesh-eating acid to further their malicious plans. And then he had lowered himself and Sloane with magic to the ground. The effort of that spell had been quite draining, and he had nearly crashed them into the side of the mountain a few times. Accustomed as he was to flying with Sapphira, the sight of nothing but thin air underneath his feet still caused him unease. At least with Sapphira, he was not relying on his own magic to hold him up, and at least with her, he had the comfort of her large blue body between him and the ground. He made it to the bottom, took note of a cloud of dust and flashing metal which told him Empire soldiers were on their way, and then began his run. The entire effort of propelling both his own body and Sloane down the mountain had nearly killed him, and had it not been for a large desert bush within easy reach, he might have not had the strength to resist the black oblivion of death. Definitely something Brahm didn't need to know. It had taken more than the one shrub to regain enough vitality to continue, and the sour taste of the destruction he had wrought stayed with him even as he turned east and began his run away from Helgrind and the soldiers who had finally arrived at the base of the stone. Through the rest of the day he had picked up a steady, effortless stride that he could maintain for many hours. Above him, the sun gleamed gold and white. Before him, trackless wilderness extended for many leagues before lapping against the outbuildings of some village. And in his heart, a new joy and hope flared as he put the leagues between him and the Empire. As he ran through the open, wild land, he had felt as if the world stretched out before him like a bright jewel he had never really looked at before. His own little inner world lost amid all the other universes where he, Eragon, was just a little speck. To the dome of the sky, so far and just a thin hazy blue line that beckoned him onwards, he felt free. Free of the Razak as he ran onwards into the future. Free of his duty to his dead uncle, his cousin who, after this day, could no longer say that the dragon rider had not listened to him and come when he was asked for. He had long since lost his taste for revenge when it came to the foul black creatures, but now he was free of their shadow and the dark tie that they had created between him and Carvahall. With the freedom came relief. When he thought of his old home now, he did not have to think of his oath to destroy the Razak or the way he had left it because of them. He was just free. The wonder of the emotion made him feel lighter than he had in weeks. He had never before realized how heavy that oath had been or how it had niggled at him until now. Now, at long last, he could shake off the last vestiges of the confused, frightened, and desperate boy he had been when the creatures had killed his uncle. He could truly accept his new identity, the identity crafted by his own deeds, the training, the friendships, the wars, the people who had briefly touched his life, and the knowledge of just what he was in this world. It was like the little things that had niggled him and made him feel uncomfortable, caught between two worlds, had finally settled into place. The only thing he was not free of was the heavy weight of Sloane, and for all the joy he found in running or the relief to have his oaths to Roran and his old life fulfilled, the man was no small burden, nor was the problem he posed. His heart may fly free with new energy and hope, but he was still weighed down, both literally and figuratively, by burdens that were not easy to carry. But still, the rider had run on light feet. He was unwavering in his set course. His heart could not stop from whispering as he ran onwards, "I am coming, Saphira. At long last, I am really coming with you." But as the sky darkened and the first stars emerged, he could go no further, and the time came to decide the fate of the man who, indirectly, had first set Eragon on the path out of Carvahall and led him, not only to this place, but all the other places and people. The rider settled on the first relatively hidden campsite he could find, a small hollow, not far from a deep pool of fresh water, and made a small fire. But all the while, he could not stop looking at his charge that still slept, his fingers slowly opening and closing in response to some dream in his enchanted slumber. A wind whistled across the empty land, and like candles being lit, stars were flickering into existence across the inky dome of the night sky. Eragon felt very alone out in that wild, untouched land. He felt like a small little dot with his even smaller fire, and he longed for Saphira's warm presence to give him comfort. He forced the thoughts away, and the biting pain that came with any, even the smallest mention, of his partner of heart and mind. There were priorities he had to meet, and top of the list was his need for food. Like any seasoned warrior, he traveled with a small pack of provisions, no matter what his plans were or where he was going. The rider had stuffed the small bag into the bottom of his quiver, and now he was quite glad he had taken the extra time to prepare for any eventuality. He supposed that in the end, he had always known that if Sloane was alive, the answer was not as simple as killing the man. Now he drew the bag out and drew out one of the fruit and nut bars that he had brought from Du Weldenvarden. The bar was a creation of the elves, for when they had need of a food that did not go bad, and could travel easily. It was surprisingly filling, and the rider attacked it with a voracious appetite. Battling the Razak, the numerous spells he had been forced to use, and even worse, the long run from Helgrand had made him hungrier than he had been for a long, long time. But after another of the elves' bars, the rider found himself staring once more at Sloane, who lay on the opposite side of the fire. Fruit and nut bars may satisfy him, but they would be far from anything the butcher would want to eat. Besides, Iragan was reluctant to use any more of his meager supplies, which meant that he would have to get the man some meat, or by Sloane's and any normal villager's standard, some real food. The idea was repulsive to Iragan, but necessary, and he killed a rodent and placed it on the fire to cook with a mix of revulsion and grim purpose. He had got himself into this mess, and this was one of the prices of his actions. Besides, it wasn't as if he was the one actually eating the meat. He just had to kill the creature, gut, skin, and then cook them. Throughout the entire process, he could not stop from grimacing in revulsion, and occasionally he would shoot the sleeping man a dark glare. Why, part of him demanded, did Sloane have to be worth so much bloody trouble? Why couldn't he, a rider, deliver justice to the man and be done with it? But because he could barely take his eyes away from the sleeping man, Iragan found himself studying Sloane like he had rarely done before. The butcher, while painfully thin and worn, still had some of his hard, lean muscles, and his skin was now wrinkled and seemed, to the rider, several sizes too big. His hands, however, were the most interesting part of the man. They were scarred from the many decades the butcher had spent wielding knives. The finger-nails, once so meticulously kept, were now ragged and blackened with filth. He needed to do something with the man, and he needed to do it right now. To let him just go was a risky plan. Unless Iragan took him to the nearest village and found some kindly soul who would be willing to care for the man. There was usually someone, even in the smallest of villages, who would take pity on someone so obviously and deeply affected by the war sweeping across the land. Sloane, even without his eyes, would be of some use, and he may very well thrive in this second chance. Besides, this was a remote part of the world, and it was doubtful that any rumors of a pretty blonde girl married to a farmer in a distant mountain valley would reach Sloane's ears. If any rumor did, however, it would be about the cousin of the dragon rider, and most likely be about Roran's skill as a fighter or his connection to Iragan. If Katrina was mentioned, Iragan doubted it would with any great detail. From the extensive maps he had looked over in Tranchim, he remembered that there were a few small outposts in this wide expanse of land. Small little dots on the maps with names, and because the maps had come from trading merchants like Jowd, there had been carefully detailed roads to and from these little outposts. Sloane might, just might, try to track Roran and Katrina down, but how far could a blind, elderly man get? All the way to Palancar Valley. To make doubly sure that Sloane would not want to either seek out word of his daughter or his old home, Iragan could lessen the man's desire. Oramis had taught him how during those long afternoons spent increasing his understanding, and thereby his power. Even now, at this ebb of his strength, he could still enter Sloane's weak mind, and for lack of a better word, change a few things. This was the closest thing to a real plan the rider had had for the last few hours, and it came as something of a relief. Yes, it was maybe not the kind of justice that some would serve out to the man. The deaths of innocents like Brid, the watchman, because of Sloane's actions, had seemed particularly cruel to Iragan, but Brid's family would not know of Sloane's fate, just as Katrina and Roran would not. Iragan would not be Sloane's executioner, nor would he try to determine a punishment suitable for the man when he knew so little of what could be called fair justice. Already Sloane had paid both with his own eyes and, even more importantly, with his beloved Dot. Fate had a way of evening out the justice on its own, and Iragan would have to trust to that. Rising to his feet, Iragan walked over to Sloane, whispered in the man's ear, "Wagner." With a jolt, Sloane woke, scrabbling at the ground with his sinewy, roughened hands. The remnants of his eyelids quivered as, by instinct, the butcher tried to lift them and look at his surroundings. Instead, he remained trapped in his own personal night. Not giving the man any chance to wonder at the sudden change in his surroundings, Iragan thrust the cooked meat toward Sloane, who, although he could not see it, surely must have smelled the food. "This is for you." "Where am I?" asked Sloane. With trembling hands, he began to explore the rocks and plants in front of him. He touched his torn wrists and ankles and appeared confused to discover that his fetters were gone. He ignored the food in his desperation for answers. The elves, and also the riders in days gone by, called this place Mernatha. The dwarves refer to it as Wergeddon, and humans as the Grey Heath. If that does not answer your question, then perhaps it will if I say we are a number of leagues southeast of Helgrind, where you were imprisoned. Sloane mouthed the word Helgrind. You rescued me. He seemed desperate to know he was truly out of his prison. I did. Despite the fact that it will land me in a great deal of trouble with my father, my brother, my best friends, and my commander. So yes, Sloane, I did rescue you, and it is far more than you deserve. What about? Leave your questions. Eat this first. He adopted a harsher tone, and the effect was immediate. The man cringed and reached with fumbling fingers for cooked meat. Releasing it with no small sense of relief, Iragan retreated to his place next to the rock oven and scooped handfuls of dirt onto the coals, blotting out the glow so that it would not betray their presence in the unlikely event that anyone else was in the vicinity. After an initial, tentative lick to determine what it was Iragan had given him, Sloane dug his teeth into the meat and ripped a thick gobbet from the carcass. With each bite, he crammed as much flesh into his mouth as he could and only chewed once or twice before swallowing and repeating the process. He stripped each bone clean with the efficiency of a man who possessed an intimate understanding of how animals were constructed and what was the quickest way to disassemble them. The bones he dropped into a neat pile on his left. As the final morsel of meat vanished down Sloane's gullet, Iragan let out a shuddering breath. He had found the sight of Sloane eating gag-inducing. The man let out a long, satisfied sigh as he straightened his back, drew his hand across his lips, tucked his long hair behind his ears, and said, "Thank you, strange sir, for your hospitality. It has been so long since I had a proper meal. I think I prize your food even above my own freedom. If I may ask, do you know of my daughter, Katrina, and what has happened to her? She was imprisoned with me in Helgrind." His voice contained a complex mixture of emotions: respect, fear, and submission in the presence of an unknown authority, hope and trepidation as to his daughter's fate, and determination as unyielding as the mountains of the spine. "I know nothing of your daughter," said Iragan gently. "You were the only one I found in Helgrind." Sloane let out a long, sad sigh, and his mouth was pressed in a thin line as if he was trying to contain his flood of emotions. His hands, clasped tightly in his lap, were trembling with the effort the man was exerting to keep himself together. The rider continued, "I cannot take you with me very far, but there is a village not too far from this place, and perhaps someone there would take you." "But this is not my home," said the butcher, and his voice was raw with pain, "and I do not want to live in this cruel world that has taken all I have. And you had no hand in that. You betrayed all you knew, Sloane, and it is your fault that the world is so bleak to you. You betrayed me, and now, because you cannot see my face, you treat me like a great lord, and not the orphan boy you used to scorn. I did not save your life for you to say you want to end it," snapped Iragan, and his voice lowered dangerously even as he struggled to resist the urge to point out what was so obvious to him about Sloane's actions and the results they had caused. But he didn't. What was the point? He just said coldly, "My path is not one you can accompany me on. So you will take me to a village?" asked Sloane, and his voice shook only slightly. "Who would have me? I am old and blind, of no use as a butcher like I once was." "Then you shall have to find another pastime," said Iragan. "Your hands still have skill from handling knives, and there are always children to mind. This is a land at war, and I am needed elsewhere." "You are a rebel." "Yes," said Iragan with a small chuckle. "I suppose that is what you and many others would call me. But I prefer to think of it as a freedom fighter." The rider was slightly surprised. Was he actually trading words, polite ones, between him and a man he had once barely been able to sit in the same room with? Sloane had tormented him with jibes, insulted both him and his family, and then, in a final act, had betrayed all those he had been connected with. It was time to end this and send Sloane on his way. The dark landscape around them seemed immense beyond reckoning to Iragan, and he felt as if the entire hidden expanse was converging upon really was time to end this before Iragan found himself treading any more unstable moral ground. Stretching out his mind, Iragan slipped into Sloane's open consciousness with delicate ease. Navigating through the man's mind was an almost enlightening experience. As he slid through memories, he found himself coming to understand the man even as he tampered with Sloane's emotions, not only towards his daughter, but his old home. There was the butcher's overriding love for Katrina, obsessive, selfish, and generally unhealthy as it was, although it had once been something wholesome, his hate and fear of the spine, which were the offspring of his grief for his late wife, Ismira, who had fallen to her death among those cloud-rending peaks, his estrangement from the remaining branches of his family, his pride in his work. Through this tangled web of Sloane's past, he did what he could to make sure that Sloane would never again want to return to Palancar Valley, even if he was offered the chance. He forced Sloane to see his old home not only as a treasure trove of painful, brutal memories, but a place he had never liked anyways. He gave Sloane a new reason for his imprisonment at the hands of the Empire that, when he gave it to someone, would not make them instantly think him an escaped convict. It didn't take long. He was quick about his work after all the practice he had with Oramis. When he finished, Iragan withdrew from Sloane's mind and said, "Slither." The man, just like he had in the cell, crumpled to the ground in an enchanted sleep. But Iragan still had a little more magic casting to do. Panting swiftly in the ancient language, he laid a compulsion upon Sloane to travel south a few miles, until he reached the nearest village that was conveniently placed beside one of the few small rivers that cut through this land. Deepening the spell, he gave Sloane a kind of glamour or kind of air that would, hopefully, increase the chance of some kindly soul take pity on him and protect him from unprovoked attacks. At last, he created his final enchantment so that Sloane would wake at dawn and be on his way. The spells fed on Sloane's own energy supplies, and Iragan was confident that they were small enough not to weaken the man to the point of death. He had done all he could, and the rest was up to Sloane and fate. Iragan wanted nothing more to do with Sloane, and nothing more to do with that dark chapter in his life when the Razak had swept away not only his old home, but his identity. He had struggled, forged a new one, and become a wiser person because of it, but he was glad it was over, glad that he no longer had that tie. At long last, as midnight approached, Iragan was able to lay himself out on the ground. He used his quiver as a sort of pillow, and as he closed his eyes, he mumbled a spell that would rouse him before dawn. With not a little relief, he allowed himself to drift into the soothing embrace of his waking rest. There are duties one has an ambassador that make it a rather annoying job. Standing before a scrying mirror in Arya Drottning's tent, preparing to speak to the Queen of Du Weldenvarden, when you are tired and feeling overwhelmed by all the things you still have to do, can all make one wish they did not have such responsibilities. But I did. Not you, dear reader, but me, the one and only. Your guide to this charming, violent world, and of course, your friend, and should you ever have need of me, your ever-willing ally. You see, reader, I am the ambassador, and I would never dream of ignoring my duties just because I was tired or part of me was thinking of a certain conversation with Murtagh that made my heart feel rather bruised. Instead, I forced myself to dress in a clean tunic and to pull my hair back into regulation neatness. During the preparation for the meeting, I had nursed a cup of Angela's delicious, but who knows what it was made of tea. It had given me something akin to a caffeine kick, and for a little while at least, I felt clear-eyed and ready enough to meet the energy demands this meeting would take. Arya had done the same, minus the tea, both of us aware of the importance of appearances. We were both seated, neat piles of scrolls stacked around us, a few open missives that would need to be read to the Queen from Orin and Naswada, and our weapons within easy reach. We looked cool, calm, and prepared. Oh, how I wanted to go to bed. Arya performed the spell with efficient ease, and the mirror shimmered as an image bloomed across its reflective surface to show the inside of a commander's tent. Table with neatly stacked bits of paper and scrolls was at one end, and seated in two of the chairs was Islanzardi and Lord Deithda. No matter if the command tent is mortal or elvish, there are certain similarities. It serves both as a staging ground and a storeroom for all those various, important documents that need signatures or reviewing. The two elves, one a queen and the other an advisor, were clearly in the midst of some sort of meeting. but they stopped the second they felt the weight of our eyes. "Daughter," said the queen, rising from her chair, clearly relieved to see Arya once more. She was dressed in fine armor that had clearly just been tested by the heat of battle, or at least some sort of combat. So the elves had begun to fight, and finally engage the Empire. The queen's dark hair was braided back, and her crown was abandoned on the table. Not that she really needed such ornamentation to make one immediately recognize that she was royalty. She carried herself with such grace, power, and obvious authority. A blood-red cape was cast over a chair, and the queen's naked sword was lying on the table, the hilt within easy reach. "Lady Zoe," she said, with a brief nod to me. I inclined my head and spoke the formal greeting in the ancient language. Lord Deithter added his own, more formal greetings before making his excuses and retiring. The blasted elf clearly wanted to leave Arya and me to deal with the queen while he went out, and did whatever he had to do. Maybe it was because I was tired, but Deithter's leaving hit a bit of a nerve. "Has the fighting begun?" asked Arya, as she took in the two elves' bloody armor and the unsheathed sword. "A small skirmish," said the queen. "We are still massing along the western edge of Du Weldenvarden. For now, we will prepare to kill and be killed while we are close to the trees we love so much." Her gaze fell on me, and I remembered the meetings I had been a part of during my time in Du Weldenvarden when these plans were hammered out. None of these things were new to me, and it was not as if she was asking for my opinion or her daughter's. Continuing, the queen directed her next words to me. "We are a scattered race, and do not march in rank and file like others do, on account of the damage it inflicts upon the land, and so it takes time for us to assemble from the distant reaches of the forest." "I am glad," I said with polite ease, "that we are able to speak with you again, your majesty. Now that the elves were out of the wards that prevented anyone from scrying the forest, we were finally able to contact them in this manner, instead of by contacting a runner who then sent the message on to the queen. It was a lengthy process. I am certain that both of you," said the queen, "have much to tell me." Her deep, guarded eyes were fixed on her daughter. Arya gave her report to her mother. The elf princess's report was succinct and contained very little new information that the queen had not already heard since the last time Arya had contacted her right after the Battle of the Burning Plains. It was a quick summary of the Varden's movements and the departure of the dwarves for their mountains. "Iragan and Saphira have not yet returned?" asked the queen with a faint, dark frown. "No," said Arya, "but we expect them back any day." Before the queen could launch into another one of her irritated tirades on how irresponsible Iragan was being by going with Roran, I gently suggested I read the official message from Naswada on the Varden's next move. After listening to the missive, the queen gave us a reply which contained both the elves' next move and their estimated timing. With my official business done, I left the queen to speak privately with her daughter. I emerged from the tent back and looked up at the sparkling night sky as I breathed a small sigh of relief to have my ambassador duties back. Murtagh was waiting for me, and the second the flap fell back into place, he wrapped his arms around me and drew me into the shadow of his own tent that was directly across from Arya's. We had all been grouped together with Iragan, my own, Brahm's larger one, and Arya all within a few feet of each other. "How was it?" he asked gently. "Fine," I said with a shrug. "She is still sore over Iragan. She has every right to be," replied Murtagh, "and she isn't the only one." I sighed and leaned my head against his chest. His arms were tight around me, secure and comforting as I allowed myself to relax for the first time that day. I would miss this embrace, but I couldn't and wouldn't think of that now, reader. She informed me that the spell casters for Iragan are won their way. "Ah," said Murtagh, "and I have received some rather disturbing intelligence from an operative in Gilead." I raised my eyes to meet Murtagh's gaze. "What kind of intelligence?" "I'm not sure what to make of it," he said. "I left it with Brahm to mull over and will tell Naswada early tomorrow morning. It was something about warriors and magic, and to be ready for anything, absolutely anything. They are a rather inexperienced agent who hasn't yet mastered the code." "Lucky for your spies, then," I murmured softly, "even if they could use some more experience." It was true. Murtagh's ever-growing network of intelligence gatherers had not only made it easier to plan our next move, but anticipate strikes before they occurred. "Come on," said Murtagh. "You haven't eaten anything and you look dead on your feet." One look, I quipped tiredly, from the Queen of Do Weldenvarden has that effect. The clock, my reader, is ticking. Even in those brief moments of quiet conversation between Murtagh and I, part of me was always aware of it. Tomorrow, I think, will be the best time for what I know must be done. Naswada will be occupied with the tribe and her brutal trial of willpower, while Arya will be free enough to be present for the momentous occasion before running off after Eragon. The elvish spell casters already on their way would also be here soon and provide another welcome layer of protection. When Eragon did return, it would be to once more take flight with Saphira, and with any luck, they would also have 2 more passengers. You agree? My plan is a good one. I am glad. I hope you are right, and this does not blow up in my face like a bomb I forgot to turn off. Then tomorrow will be soon enough for changing the course of history. Tomorrow, when my mind is clear of weariness and my heat less troubled, we can both see if the gamble I took by bringing the red dragon egg here was actually worth it. I hope it is. I hope for Murtagh that it is, and because, in the end, I really don't have a chance in hell of knowing if I made the right choice until it is all behind me, until the entire tapestry that has been woven is stretched out and we can see, at long last, if all the sacrifices and choices were made either in vain or because they were just destined for success. What do you mean? Asked the man in a dangerously low voice. Do you mean to say you failed, or that you succeeded? The pale-faced, wide-eyed, but struggling for calm magician managed to stutter out, "Well, no, but if we could just—" His hands were clasped before him, his knuckles white with the effort of keeping them from shaking too hard. The other man, who was standing looking out a window in his large, dark study, did not bother looking around. His clothes were of fine make and cut, simple but elegant. A sword, pale white like a bleached bone, rested on the polished wood desk. "So you failed," he said coldly, and in the same low burr that was so much more dangerous sounding than any battle cry. It was a beautiful voice when the man wanted it to be. It could be poisonous in its honeyed tones or soothing like a summer breeze. He loved to hear his own voice. He knew how beautiful and mesmerizing it could be, almost like a snake charmer before a cobra, and he had always been the charmer, the one with the dangerous power. The magician had the sense to say nothing. He bent his head as he waited for the king's verdict. Many others had stood in this position before, and none, he knew all too well, ever walked back out that study door either in one piece or alive. Part of him absently wondered if the red flowers on the finely woven carpet were red from the blood of those who had died in this room. Would his blood color another of the woven flowers red? "Why did you fail?" asked the king suddenly. For king he was, and the crown upon his head only made it that much more apparent. For a second the magician stumbled around for a reply. Then, gathering what remained of his shredded confidence, he managed to say, "Someone was able to end the spell by circumventing our wards and the guards set on the trunk." The king said nothing for a long moment. "What happened to this person?" "We believe that returned to the Varden," said the magician haltingly. "We do not know anything about them." Galbatorix spun on one booted heel to face the cowering, shivering excuse for a magician who had been in charge of the king's plan to capture the Sapphire Rider and Dragon. He was not a man used to giving second chances, but he was sick of finding replacements for the position of head spellcaster in his court. Let this failure serve as a warning to the man. "Go," snapped the king, "and find me my answers. I want to know where that trunk is and who closed it. Come back when you know." The magician wasted no more time. He was gone in a brief few seconds, and the door was closed hurriedly behind him. It was not slammed. The fool knew better than to let that happen, but closed carefully and as softly as possible. The king turned back to the window that provided a wide view of the empire's capital city. He was growing sick of the foolish little enchanters that he had to work with. They made too many mistakes, groveled to try and earn favor, and in general, failed do anything right. What Galbatorix wanted was a rider. He wanted another Morzan, and he had nearly had one in Murtagh, but the dratted boy had run off, and no news about either his location or if he was still alive had reached the king. The king tapped a finger on the window sill. How he would like to know who his opponent was. There was someone else besides the brave woman, Naswada, and the infuriatingly difficult-to-kill Brahm. Someone more, someone of unique power and perception, was acting behind the scenes and meeting the king at every turn. The same person who had stolen the red egg. He wondered, and he wished he knew. The few spies planted in the Varden told him of a young woman who acted a sort of counselor for Naswada, but the king had discarded her. She was young, and according to his scattered sources, not gifted with any magic. No, that was not the one. No power, no experience, and most likely just some sort of companion for Naswada, who had been lifted to a commanding position for some silly, nonsensical reason. There were a few others, but he had quickly dismissed them all. The only one of sufficient power and skill was the elf ambassador, who Durza had failed to get anything useful out of. But then again, the king felt it was not the elf's touch behind these maneuvers. Leaving the window, the king walked to the door. Good things came to those who waited. And he would wait. He would let all his weapons settle into place, wait for the right moment, and then he would act. He was, after all, the king. Hello, I have a few things I want to mention. First, I have been doing some revisions. Nothing major or anything, but I feel that some of my earlier chapters that I wrote a year or more ago don't reflect the growth and change in my style. So far only chapters 19, 20, and 21 have been changed, but if you want, go take a peek at them and tell me what you think. I am planning on slowly going through and make revisions, mostly just adding depth or conversations, maybe doing a bit of foreshadowing act. But if you don't want to read them again, you really won't miss out on anything. Second, Thorn. Well, Zoe gave you when Thorn will be appearing, and I promise it will be next chapter. Sorry, but you'll have to keep the faith. Third, cover art. I actually managed to settle on an image after going through I don't know how many of sunsets, sunrises, crowns, stars, movie stars, swords, doors, castles, and on and on and on. Hope everyone likes it. I am glad I finally found something to use. This image is from the movie King Arthur, and while I have never watched it, I thought this Guinevere reminded me a little of Zoe. Fourth, Happy Remembrance Day. Hope everyone has a lovely week, and thank you for the comments, likes, and reads. Review replies. Chasranwiz. Nice to see you again. Glad you enjoyed this chapter, and I hope you like this one. Whiteleaf 12. Thank you. I am so glad you like this story and my own little fantasy about what could happen if a girl ended up in the inheritance cycle. Hope you enjoy the rest of the story, and thank you for the review. Ray. I don't plan to. Thank you. Nympherial. It took a lot of quality time on Google Images lol, but I did find one, and I am so glad you like it. Hope you can live for the next chapter and Thorn. I am sorry I am pushing you to the limits, but never fear, he will show up. Eventually. I'll know it will be next chapter. Big thank you and happy reading. Elemental Dragon Slayer, or I am glad you liked my fluffy little bit of romance. It was fun to write, I must say. Z and M. Is it me, or does that sound either like a weird drink combo or a candy bar? Huh. Well, thank you. Hope you like this chapter. Live, laugh, play music. Haha, glad I kept you on your toes. I like that scene too. It will be fun to write. Thank you for the review and hope you like this chapter. General the Dinkterton. Yes. Well, I hope to pick up the pace in the next chapter. So thank you for the review and happy reading. Have an awesome one. Spoiler. Thank you. Hope you like this chapter. Happy writing and reading. 67, Chapter 69. Murtagh left me at the entrance to my tent and vanished off to do something. But before I could enter my own little tent, I glanced over towards Brahms. The elder man was sitting out in front of his tent, whittling away at some piece of wood in his hands. It felt wrong to leave him sitting out there alone, and despite my weariness and the dull ache that my meeting with Islanzardi had left me with, I moved over and sat down beside the storyteller. Everything was quiet around us, and the starry night sky stretched out above the army camp. My upbringing had made me sensitive to moods disguised by courtesy or by reserve. I knew my companion's heart was troubled, and it was not hard to know why it was. His thoughts turned to the son, who was far away and alone in dangerous land. The piece of wood in his hands was looking suspiciously like a dragon, but it was not a dragon roaring or a dragon in flight. It was a dragon at a peace. I wondered suddenly if it was a carved memory of the first Saphira. Quietly I asked, "If I sing, will it disturb your thoughts?" He replied with an effort at joking, "That depends on the singing." So I sat with my back against the pole of the tent and sang as best I could. My voice was as high and sweet as when the music master of the Hall of Cerdathel had trained it years ago, striking the harmonies on his tall harp. I sang the Lament for the White Enchanter, a song about a fallen enchanter who had stood for long years against evil, against the shadow. It had been created by his love, Elfan, when she heard of his death far away from her. It was not sung often or lightly, but my young voice, strong, sure, and sad between the red sky and the dark ground, and the tears came to the older man's eyes, sang it as if I was Elfan and knew all her grief and all her wasted love. Her despair had been great, and her pain as deep as the oceans that stretched to the horizon. I was silent for a while after that song. Then I began to sing lesser, lighter tunes, softly, beguiling the great monotony of windless air and failing light, as night came on in all its shadowy glory. But then I fell silent. There were many more songs, many thousands more, but I could not summon the voice or heart to sing them with the justice they deserved. I was weary. I was weary and alone and afraid. The doom of everything seemed to hit me then, the wild unknown of my choices, and my endless fears about them. The weight of my doomed love for Murtagh, and the homesickness that was always there lurking behind a thin veil of shaky hope that everything would work out. "You sang the first song," said Bram, "as if you knew all the grief it contained, and you made me know it too. You sang as if you knew all of great courage and despair and love." "Perhaps I do," I murmured, "but that is not my favorite tale." The blue dark of night around us made me feel as if it was only Brahm and I. Where had Murtagh gone? Where had everyone suddenly gone? "What is?" "The tale of Tiareth," I said, "for he might have ruled all of Prydain, but chose not to, and went on alone and died alone, fighting on a nameless shore in a land far away." We sat for a while, each of us following our own thoughts, and then Brahm asked, "Why?" "Because he could have had everything, but he chose the harder path. It saved Prydain, but it cost him everything. He saved my home, but the price was high, very high. He died alone and away from all he loved." "Do you think you shall share his fate?" asked the man. The question might have rattled me if I had not already thought long on my fate, and at that present moment I able to think clearly with neither worry nor fear clouding my thoughts. I had long ago decided that the truth was always preferable even if the truth hurt and made you feel black with despair. "Perhaps I shall die in this land," I replied. "I do not know." "You know everything," said the man with a faint note of bitterness. But I sensed that the bitterness was not directed at me, but at the great scheme that had brought me here, and with me dangerous, powerful knowledge that I had used, yes, I had, and it had changed many things. I sighed at his words, for I felt no hurt at them. He had a right to feel as he did, and I could not blame for how he was feeling right then. Brahm, despite all things he might be, was also a father, and I knew too many fathers who had sent their son off to never see them come off. Shaking my head, I said, "Iragan will come back." "To leave again," said Brahm. "That is the fate of a father, I suppose, to watch their child leave and to hope that they will return." He sent me half-smile. "I am sure your parents must be worried sick over you." "My parents are dead," I said without meeting his gaze, for the words caused my eyes to water, and I did not want the man to see the glimmer of my unshed tears. "But they would have known exactly how you felt after sending off 2 sons and a daughter in the dangerous unknown of battle. I know how you feel to some extent, because I watched my brothers leave me behind too." I spread my hands out before me, gazing at them. They seemed small, weak to my eyes right then, and it was hard to imagine that these hands could do anything useful. I guess they could. I guess they could hold a weapon and a pen and wrap a wound, but they didn't seem that way now. "You never said the man, and his voice lowered, the notes of the words hanging for a moment before fading. I shrugged. "There hasn't been time, and I don't like to linger on such dark memories when there is such darkness around me." I took out my little black rock, my little light, and watched the object sparkle and glow gently in the palm of my hand. I have always sought the light, because I always thought if I could find the light, I could find the hope. Reaching out, I took Brahm's weathered, scarred hand and dropped the small stone into his palm. "Maybe you should do the same." Brahm turned the small stone over in his hand and gazed down at the faintly glowing stone I had placed in his hand. "What is it?" he asked. His eyes never left the stone, his face seeming to lose some of its worry and pain. "My light," I said with a faint smile as I gazed down at the small stone. "I will see you tomorrow, Brahm." He went to give me the stone back as I rose from my seat beside him, but I shook my head. "I'll get it back tomorrow," I said with wave of my hand. "I don't need it right now, but you do. You need to remember there is always another storm brewing on the horizon, but there is no point worrying everything away until it actually gets here. I am sorry, Brahm. I am sorry that nothing you ever wanted quite ever worked out, and I don't know how you have kept going. I am sorry about Aragon and about Selina, but this is all I can do for you. Those were my unspoken words, and I know he read them in my eyes. My mask had faded, and I wore my emotions and my thoughts on my sleeve. But Brahm said nothing. He just nodded good night, and I turned away. I left him to sit and look at the stars with my little stone shining out a faint light. Aragon ran. He ran like he had never run before. Each one of his footfalls was rhythmic, but light upon the ground as he set his eyes on the horizon towards the flight path taken by Sapphira and back to the Varden. He had woken early, eaten a little and drunk before picking up his run. Sloane had left before the rider had woken, and Aragon had seen his trail, meandering, but heading in the correct direction. The rider hoped that Sloane would find some purpose, some sort of redemption after his acts against Carvajal and his own daughter. As Aragon's boots descended, he heard brittle stalks of grass snap like twigs and glimpsed puffs of dirt rising from the cracked soil. He guessed it had been at least a month since it last rained in this part of Alagaesia. The dry air leached the moisture from his breath, leaving his throat raw. No matter how much he drank, he could not compensate for the amount of water the sun and the wind stole from him. His sword had been fastened to his quiver, so it did not bounce against his hip, and his distinctive ears had been hidden beneath a strip of fabric he had ripped from his undershirt. Helgrind was far behind him. Also far behind him were Galbatorix's patrols, containing both soldiers and magicians, which swarmed across the land and had forced him to hide for some of that morning in order to avoid them. They were searching for him, but they did not find him. Besides, the brief rests helped him gather a little of the strength that he had spent this past week, first in battle, and then in travel, and then, as if one wasn't enough, in another battle. The events of the past week had pushed him to the limits of his physical and emotional endurance, but now he could run. He could really run because there was no living creature, except for the occasional snake, for miles and miles around him, and part of him loved it. It was the part that longed for a bit of time alone. These past months had been the definition of intense, and since Sapphira hatched, he had never been truly alone. Always she had been there, her thoughts and emotions a constant. There had been his traveling companions, and as much as he loved Zoe, Brahm, and Murtagh, he had not realized how it felt to be alone for a while. There was only him and the steady, soft pound of his feet upon the ground. In the rhythm of the exercise, in the wide blue sky and the desert landscape, he lost himself. He lost the warrior and the rider. They were behind him for now. For these hours of running, it was just him, whoever he was, out in this landscape that seemed barren but hid so much life. It was some time later, the hours passing uncounted, when he sensed the soldiers. His mind, just extended enough to give him a little warning, sensed the feeling their consciousness a few miles away, but drawing closer. The sudden contact and rippling sense of fear that coursed through him made him immediately slow his pace and leave his silent, contemplative state which he had entered during his run. He realized that he had followed the road into a draw with high sides to it and a small stream which bubbled up from some underground source. Thick, leafy trees grew along the stream, and it was in their shadows that Aragon hid. Undergrowth was scarce, and he pressed himself as close as he could to the ground, and hoped that he was hidden enough by the shadow and grass that grew in the moisture grown beneath the welcome shade of the trees. A pair of birds, startled by his entrance into their shaded grove alongside the thin stream, spiraled upwards with a few surprised cries. But the rider ignored them and waited for the Empire soldiers he had felt to appear. They did a few minutes later. A group of 6 soldiers mounted on chargers emerged from the other side of the ravine and rode down the track at a slow trot. They reined in their horses a few feet from where he was hiding and began to speak in loud, rough voices among themselves. All of them wore the distinctive mark of the Empire, and they all seemed both weary of their fruitless hunting and too hot to care if the item of their search was anywhere near them. Aragon struggled to remain in control of his breathing as he pressed himself flat against the ground. His heart was beating fast and hard in his chest as he examined the men and their ruddy-cheeked, yellow-bearded captain. For a brief minute, the rider wished he had his armor, but he had slipped it into Sapphira's saddle bags without her noticing while he healed her various injuries. He hadn't needed it, or thought he would, but now it seemed his decision not to carry it was foolish. In a feather-soft whisper, Eragon began to whisper a complex spell in the ancient language. The words rolled off his tongue in an unbroken stream as the magic rose within him and began to act. He would take no chances. The captain, his face as red as an overripe tomato, said, "I don't know why they bother sending us off to do this job." As he spoke, the man climbed down from his red bay charger and walked towards the cluster of trees that Eragon was hidden in. His armor was simple, a helmet, tapered shield, and a leather brigandine, all of which indicated that he was nothing more than a mounted footman. As for arms, he bore a spear in his right hand and a battered-looking longsword on his left hip. "Does anyone want me to refill their water skin?" asked the man. A few passed him their depleted water skin, and the others urged their horses over to the thin but clear stream of water. The man was kneeling just a few feet away from the thicket that Eragon was hiding in. Once the water skins were full, and the horses satisfied, the group of men moved back to the road. They would have seen the rider had it not been for a little bit of magic. The thicket was not dense, and Eragon was hardly dressed in clothes that would blend in. But they did not see him. As the men returned to the road, a man said in a disgusted voice, "What does that bastard Breathen expect of us? We've hardly gotten a wink of sleep these past 2 days." Another, his face older than the others, and his bearing one of someone to whom this situation was nothing new or unexpected, replied, "The king is desperate to find this person. To be honest, I'd rather not find whoever it is we're searching for. It's not that I'm faint-hearted, but anyone who gives Galbatorix pause is best avoided by the likes of us." "I almost want to shake their hand," said the leader of the group. "It must take a great deal of work to become important enough you make the king of the empire angry with you." That resulted in some chuckles and nods before the soldiers turned their horses to the north and continued down the road at a good trot. As the sound of the horses faded, Eragon ended the spell, then rubbed his eyes with his fists and rested his hands on his knees. A long, low laugh escaped him, and he shook his head, amused by how outlandish his predicament was compared with his upbringing in Palancar Valley. He almost wondered if he did ever see those men again, if he would get the chance to tell them he was the person they wanted to shake hands with. The spell he had used contained 2 parts. The first bent rays of light around his body, so he appeared invisible, and the second hopefully prevented other spellweavers from detecting his use of magic. The spell's main drawbacks were that it could not conceal footprints. Therefore one had to remain stone, still while using it, and it often failed to completely eliminate a person's shadow, but that it had succeeded made the rider feel rather satisfied with himself. The men and their horses had been within a few feet from him, and had they reached out, they would have touched him or seen the faint impressions of his elvish boots in the softer soil around the stream. Washing some of the dirt from his face, and taking a few long, cool sips of the water, Eragon turned once more to the road. He still had a great deal more running to do, and now he would be entering more populated country, which would make things difficult. The rider hoped he could find another, less traveled road, but if he could not, then he would take to the wilderness and run through it rather than risk confrontation and capture on the road. But he was getting closer, and as he ran, he was remembering. He was remembering things like the flocks of starlings which had gathered together after winter. There was the sound of ice cracking as the sun began to warm it, and the first green shoots of living things as the snow receded. He remembered Garrow telling him how to measure time by the movement of the sun, and like a vague foreshadowing of what was to come. He remembered listening with wide eyes to Brahm's stories of riders and dragons. He had not known, how could he have, that a dragon egg would fall out of the sky and then hatch for him. As he ran alone and cut off from all those that he knew, Eragon felt as if the weaving of his past had finally come together, and he could see all of it even as he stepped into the next part of his life. Because no matter how alone he might feel right then, his bond with Saphira was still with him. Each step that he took back to her made the weak flicker of it grow a little stronger and little brighter. A tune that he had heard during one of their brief stops in a small village when it had just been him, Brahm, Zoe, and Saphira, came to him suddenly. It had been sung by a young girl to her very small brother as she walked with him. The rider had only heard a little of the song, forgotten it for a long time, and now suddenly remembered it as he ran through the countryside. He didn't know how the girl had come upon the song, for what reason his mind had hung onto the words, or why he decided to sing it, but he did. The words ran through his head and came up with their own soft tune. Here it comes. It's a light, a beautiful light, over the horizon into our eyes, oh. My, how beautiful, oh, my, how beautiful. Sometimes it may seem dark, but the absence of the light is a necessary part, just know. You're never alone, you can always come back. Every road is a slippery slope. But there is always a hand that you can hold on to. Looking deeper through the telescope, you can see that your home's inside of you, just know. That wherever you go, know you're never alone. Naswada leaned back against her chair. She had rarely felt this weak in all of her life, and considering what she had done, it really wasn't surprising. The curly head of Angela, the herbalist, was bent over the deep wounds that Naswada had inflicted upon herself during the trial of long knives. While the wounds were gruesome and the practice cringeworthy, Naswada had seen no other way out of the trap that Fadawar, the leader of the nomadic tribes, had set for her. In the end, the young woman had won only by the narrowest of margins. She would have lost. She knew it, and it frightened her more than holding a knife above her own arm and making one cut after another ever would or, more importantly, had. It was because of Brahm that she had found the strength to go on. The older man had secretly lent her a little of his strength when she had faltered, and the Varden had nearly been handed over to Fadawar and his tribesmen. He had told that he believed in her, that he, with all his knowledge and experience, believed in her strength of will and her right to be the Varden's leader. Fadawar and his tribesmen may be her father's people, but Naswada shook her head. Her thoughts were drifting as the pain slowly but surely settled into an energy-sapping dull throb that made her head hurt and left a sour taste in her mouth. It was lucky that Angela and her werecat shadow were close at hand. The herbalist had materialized almost immediately after the ceremony and was now able to stitch, bathe, and bandage the wounds with all the skill of one who knew exactly what she was doing. Brahm had left her with a brief, barely heard statement about needing to see Lady Zoe, and Jormungandr had also reluctantly departed after Angela insisted she be allowed to treat Naswada without his hovering. Faraka, her handmaiden, had also left on some errand or another, though why. Naswada gasped as Angela yanked a bandage tightly around her arm, and the sudden increase in pressure against her wounds sent a wave of pain all the way to shoulder. The lady of the Varden wanted to be sick, and Jormungandr's earlier words of the same as your father, always ignoring caution when it comes to your own safety, rang through her head as well as Faraka's. You gave us quite a fright there. I'm almost done, said Angela. The herbalist was looking at her with astute eyes that no doubt could see through any half-hearted facade of pretend well-being Naswada could try to conjure. Orin is furious with me, murmured Naswada, in an effort to distract herself from the pain and hold her rapidly fraying composure together. The trial was over, but the recovery seemed far worse than the actual cutting. I should not have said what I said to him, Angela. After the ceremony had ended and Naswada was declared the winner, Orin had made his anger with her quite apparent. Drained of her usual quiet tact and graceful maneuvering that went into maintaining her friendly relations with the king of Surda, Naswada had said some rather unfortunate, if terribly blunt, words, and the king had been quite, and very rightly, annoyed with her. The lady could only hope that, at some point, she could mollify him and that he would understand the condition she had been in after the trial. The trial of long knives was not just physically grueling, but mentally. Never, not even during battle or when she faced those she feared, had Naswada ever had to exercise the discipline, determination, and ruthlessness that she had utilized that day, and it had to be directed at her own body, not to any enemy she could feel hatred towards. Perhaps, part of her wondered, it was a good test of leadership in a brutal sort of way. She had learned something about herself and had realized, not for the first time, that the support of those around you was sometimes more central than you ever thought. Well, said the herbalist practically, mollifying the king of Surda can wait for another day. She neatly tied the white bandage and began to stir together some sort of herbal concoction that she would slather over the recently stitched cuts on Naswada's other arm. But before you do that, you need to go to bed. It's already almost evening, and you have earned some rest. She continued under her breath with an irritated sort of frown on her face. Normally, this is when the healer asks her patient how she is, and the patient lies through her teeth and says, "Oh, not too bad." And the healer says, "Good, good. Be cheery and you'll make a fine recovery." I think it's obvious, however, you're not about to start running around and leading charges against the Empire. Far from it. It was true, thought the lady as she looked around her command tent and ignored Angela's irritated tirade that Naswada suspected she was not supposed to have heard. The sun's fading red rays were filtering in through the walls of the tent, and another day was coming to the end. She knew that there had been some positives to her acceptance of the trial. It had increased her standing in front of her men, earned the tribesmen's loyalty, and further strengthened her command. However, Orin would need pacifying, and so would dear old Jormungandr. It was lucky that Angela was around. No magic could be used to heal the wounds, and the herbalist's skill with medicinal plants could not have come at a better time. It seemed that Naswada was using up a great deal of luck these past few days. "Barzul," muttered Angela as she finished with Naswada's other arm. "Only men would think of cutting themselves to determine who the pack leader is. Idiots." It hurt to laugh, but Naswada could not help herself. "Indeed," she said after her fit subsided. But her amusement quickly faded, and she wondered out loud, and with a note of despair in her voice, why couldn't this be easier? Out of the corner of her eye, Naswada saw Salimbum jump onto the table and extend a large, shaggy paw to snap a piece of bread off an uneaten plate of food and nibbled on the morsel, his white fangs flashing. The black tassels on his oversized ears quivered as he swiveled his ears from side to side, listening to metal-clad warriors walking past the red pavilion. Angela stopped her mixing of some other herbal mixture and raised her clear, deep eyes to look at the lady sitting very still in the chair. "Nothing worth having is easy to gain," said the herbalist. It was an old adage that the lady of the Varden had heard too many times in the past few years. "But this," whispered Naswada, and she looked down at the tight white bandages around her arms. She had long ago sworn to whatever it took to keep the Varden alive and to secure the downfall of the king, but there were moments when the doubt crept in, and the entire foundation on which she had built her life seemed suddenly shaky and all too willing to crumble into nothing. "But this is one step," finished the herbalist. "Your mood would not be so black if you hadn't had to confront those barbaric, power-hungry, gold-loving tribesmen who have the nerve to try and claim your leadership through some long-forgotten family relationship." "You are ever practical," said Naswada as she shifted slightly upon her high-backed chair. "There is so much to do." There were people to reassure, word of her trial would be spreading around the camp, and her men would need to see she was no worse for wear or too weak to control them all. Then there was Aragon, Saphira, the red dragon egg, and all the other pressing urgent things that she had to deal with now. Her heart rate began to increase, as, automatically, she searched for a piece of paper and quill so she could begin to make a list. "And there is always so much to do," said the herbalist, as she firmly pressed Naswada back into the chair with one hand. "But the only way to accomplish any of it is to make sure you are ready to set out and do it." "And," said the woman sharply, "you are not currently in any condition to do anything." "But Angela," said Naswada, even as her arms gave another painfully mind-numbing throb. Perhaps she should not have moved, but by the gods. She could not afford to just sit here and do nothing when she was a leader of a rebel army and planning a long campaign into enemy territory that was ruled by a mad king. "Do not but me," said the herbalist with unwavering firmness. "You haven't seen yourself in a mirror, and I can assure you it isn't a pretty sight." With a flourish and a sweep of her colorful sleeves, the herbalist raised a small mug in front of Naswada. "Drink this." Her words contained a note of sharp command that, in Naswada's befuddled state, sounded like an order coming from an old, irritable captain who no one would dare disobey. "And then go to bed." As Naswada drank the herbal tea, and Faraka reappeared to help her towards her small, cornered-off bed that was hidden at the back of the tent, Angela offering her a supportive arm to lean on, for, to the young leader's annoyance, she felt weak and drained. Before the herbalist left, she murmured in Naswada's ear, "I can assure you that your act today will not be forgotten either by your men or your enemies." "That could be good or bad," said Naswada with a rueful note in her voice. for I could not do this again any time soon. It had never been something she thought she would ever do, to begin with. "Oh, my word," said the herbalist. "Between all the healing I do for you, Zoe and Iragan, I will be run ragged. Next time, my dear girl, do try to find another solution. I wonder how many other stories like this one are lying around. They are the only testament to fights that have happened without you even being aware of them. These pages written in journals, on the back of music sheets, on thick stationery, old bills, and whatever other materials can be found, are all that remain sometimes. Are they buried in filing cabinets and steamer trunks and bookcases as we, the writers, disappear, as we vanish into the deep black of an endless night and the thick fog of the past? One can only stay in the daylight, the blessed sunshine, for so long, and then the blackness of darkness comes and the thick fog. We vanish, like candles going out into the night. Everyone has a last reader. Are you that reader? Are you the last person who will pick this up, rifle through it, and follow me along like a silent shadow? I think I can take some pride in touching your life, however briefly. I touched you. I reached you across this endless expanse of imagination, time, space, fear, and illusions. We have all gathered, those who know, in this tent. Naswada had to endure her terrible ordeal with the trial of the long knives, so, I suppose, not all of us are here. Iragan and Saphira are also not, but they will be back soon, and with any luck, all of this will settle together just as I hope it will. The egg is heavy and faintly warm. I remember looking down at the carefully wrapped object as it sat, alone, in a dusty trunk in a deserted house that was haunted by memories better forgot. This little dragon, safely encased by rock-hard shell, had been to so many places and through so many hands. The tent that hides us from view is enchanted, protected by as many wards as I can possibly imagine and create in an effort to keep this moment completely secret. As I sit here with a red dragon egg in my hands, what I want to capture, to trap here for eternity in enduring amber, is how exciting it is to be here at last. How terribly exciting it is to finally make it to this moment in time. Me about to hand this egg over to Murtagh and watch, hoping and wishing for it to hatch and let the long-trapped dragon out into the world. I want to capture the hot air that smelled of men, horses, and dust, the smells of an army on the move. I want to capture the way the tent rustled faintly and how Murtagh, even kneeling, could have easily reached up a hand and touched the top of my small little brown bit of tent. Brahm, the reason so many things had happened, sitting quietly on a camp bed, and Arya standing very still behind me. All of were gathered here, and I want to capture it. I want you to know that all of us are here. We have all struggled to make it here, and we are. Because, dear reader, we are about to alter so many things, and my hands are slightly shaking as I hold the heavy, smooth, faintly warm dragon egg. Here I am. I, Zoe of Angard and Lur, who has scorned fate with all of her reckless actions, is about to it again. It is exhilarating and terrifying all at once. Suddenly eager to have it gone, I press the egg into Murtagh's waiting hands, and I can't bring myself to look away from it. Of course it might hatch for him, but not for weeks like Saphira had for Iragan. It might not hatch at all, but somehow I don't think any of that is right. Some things may have changed, but this I think is still the same. His hands take it, steady around its awkward shape as though it is natural for him to hold it. It had better be. You see, I wanted a dragon for Murtagh not just for the obvious and practical reasons, but for another one. I mentioned it to you briefly. Did you pick up on it? Because maybe if Murtagh has Thorn then, when I leave, he will not be alone and he will have someone to share his thoughts and heart with. You see, I was terribly selfish when I allowed myself to fall in love with this boy of another world in which I cannot stay. I was so freaking selfish not to push him away, make him learn to love Naswada like he did in the books, and I don't want to think of my heart right now. I have been selfish enough in this situation. I want to be honest. I want the truth and only the truth now. What is supposed to happen? Asked Murtagh. He raised his eyes to Brahm and then to Arya. They were just looking at the egg, staring at it as if by sheer willpower they could make it hatch. Maybe it worked and maybe it didn't. Maybe the combined willpower, hope, and desperation reached the tiny life within the egg and told it to wake and fight free of its prison, for it was time to fly with its partner of heart and soul. Because Murtagh got his answer. We all got an answer, to be honest. It was the one I had been hoping for ever since I had first saved this egg, and prayed for as elf after elf paraded past the stone. When Islandsrudi and her counselors had argued passionately against me, and my arguments for taking it to the Varden, and she had demanded in private meetings that I explain who I thought the egg would hatch for. I had fought with words as if they were swords and arrows to get this egg here, and in the rescue of it, nearly paid with my life. A small sound suddenly cut through the brief silence before the man or elf could reply. I stiffened, and it took all my willpower to remain totally still. The sound echoed again, a faint tapping as if someone was gently knocking a hammer against a rock, as if there was something within that brightly polished egg, and it wanted to get out. Again. It came again. The tapping intensified, and sudden cracks appeared in the ruby-red egg with its black veining as the baby dragon inside redoubled its efforts to break free. A small chip of egg fell away, and then another and another. A small bird-like cheep, adorably cute and totally undragon-like, came from the egg, and then a large chunk of the top fell away. It fell to the ground hard and bright red like a shining ruby of the dwarves. A small red head poked out of it this opening and let out another small cry before struggling to break away the last of its shell. It was all angles and bones, blood red in color with tiny white spikes and needle-like little teeth. It was so ugly that it was cute, and I couldn't help but smile as the small thing kept fighting valiantly to remove the sticky membrane and shattered remnants of eggshell. The little dragon was bird-like, its wings and body so fragile and delicate that one wanted to scoop it up and cuddle it until it stopped crying. I was holding my breath. We were all holding our breaths. It flopped forward, crying piteously as it searched for the person it had just hatched for. I could sense its thoughts, and they were desperate as if the tiny creature was crying out, "Where are you? Where are you? I know you are here, but where are you? I need you. Help me. Find me." Murtagh looked as if he was walking through a dream. His face was a mixture of shock, wonder, and total astonishment as he slowly stretched out one hand to the tiny creature. He almost seemed to be obeying some command, an instinct that made him forget the world and stretch out that hand knowing, as he did so, what it would mean the second he touched the small body of the dragon. His hand was scarred and calloused and strong. They were hands that could wield a sword and comfort me when I felt the world caving in on top of me, and now they would bear the mark of a rider. Now those hands would run across smooth red scales and itch behind an eye ridge or fix a saddle upon that back before taking flight into the wild blue sky. Murtagh's right hand was very close to the little dragon's head now. The little thing was crying even more piteously now, and it was turning his head from side to side. Soon, I thought, you and this little red dragon will be as inseparable as Iragan and Saphira. This little one won't be so small, and you won't be quite so alone in that armored mind of yours, Murtagh. You will have someone more, someone who understands every little bit of you and knows exactly how to comfort you and keep you safe. And I can take comfort in that. I can, even though I wish this was all different. I will take comfort. There will be no doubt in my heart anymore. The dragon suddenly raised its head, snapping it up, and Murtagh's hand, just an inch above the tiny head, came into contact with the little red dragon, and the world changed. The song that Iragan sings is a modified version of 93 Million Miles by Jason Mraz. If you are wondering about all the singing in this chapter, I will just say that I love music, and I love it when people sing, so I guess that works into my writing too. Also, I love to listen to music when I am sad or when I am running, so I thought, why not? Sorry if it seems a bit overdone. Also, I am sorry this took forever. I had a bad case of writer's block, so I wrote a little for my other story before coming back to this one. Review replies, Ray, so glad you do. Thank you, Lisleys. I am glad you like the new narrating. I like to write like that too. Thank you for the review. Nymtherial, never fear, that was my plan actually, and it will help keep things original too. I am a little freaked out at the thought of the Mercy Dragon Rider scene because, well, I am just not sure how I will interpret it. It's been a while since I actually went over that scene. Oh, and Thorn. Yes, he just hatched, and I couldn't resist leaving it at the world changed. I really couldn't. Thank you for the awesome review. Chris, good to hear from you. I am glad that you have got all your family stuff cleared up. So glad you like the new chapters. Not sure about adding another arc. Maybe. I just might so that the Z&M romance gets rather complicated. Thank you and happy reading to you. Live, laugh, play music. Suo happy people didn't kill me for that change. But I really hated the canon one and wanted my own version. Thank you for the review. Spoiler. Thank you and good luck with your own writing. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Writing Galby scenes gives me a chance to unleash my inner evil villain writing side. It's very fun, Z and M. It also reminds me of D and M or deep and meaningful conversations. Thank you for the review. Hope you like the fact Thorn has finally shown up. It took a while. 68, Chapter 70. What had he expected? He didn't really know. All he had known was that, if the egg did hatch, then out would come a dragon, and then he would become its rider. Eragon had told him of how he had become Saphira's rider, and so he had some sort of warning, some sort of idea of what he was getting himself into taking that egg in his hands from Zoe's warm, slim ones, which had held the thing as if she couldn't wait to get rid of it. But that didn't really prepare him for what happened next. What could prepare someone for this sort of thing? And his hand had hurt. It had been a blazing, ice-hot pain that raced through his body and bound him for the rest of his life to the little red dragon currently curled in his arms like a spiky cat. Looking down on the small dragon, he wondered what name he should give it. Everyone had left him soon after the hatching to resume their duties and maintain a facade of normality. Nothing had happened if one looked to Zoe or Arya or Brahm. There was Naswada to check on, papers to be signed, people to be organized, and weapons to be readied for the coming battles. It was growing dark outside, and the red light of the sunset made the little dragon's scales glow with reddish warmth. But Murtagh's life was no longer anywhere close to normal, even to his own version of normal, and there was no facade that he could hide behind after this. When Eragon and Saphira returned, he would be whisked away to Do Weldenvarden, where this little dragon would have a few weeks to grow and learn before they would once more return. Zoe seemed to have it all worked out, and Murtagh trusted her ability to navigate the politics and the coming battles so that he and Thorn would have a little time. Not much, but a little. Running a hand over the smooth, dry scales, Murtagh gazed down at the small, bony body of the sleeping dragonling. He needed a name. Somehow Murtagh knew that it was a he, and this little one needed a good name. A name that would roll off the tongue, could last through centuries of life. With a good deal of luck, they would have centuries, and be easy to remember. For this dragon would be remembered. This little thing with ivory spikes as long as little needles, and who had burrowed its little nose into Murtagh's tunic, as if he was all it ever needed to feel happy and content after its first meal. Yes, this little dragonling would be remembered. He would be remembered for his role besides Murtagh in this battle, for being the red dragon of a son of the Forsworn, and for being second free dragon to hatch after the fall. He would be remembered for generations in stories no matter if they won or fell into slavery or death. Such stories as this one would endure, and out of all the things to happen, he was suddenly one of those stories, and it amazed him even as it frightened him. But what name? What name could capture this little dragon's spirit, his uniqueness, his red scales, and all the things that would come? Murtagh had discarded all the names he remembered from stories, and all the other words in the ancient language that might have worked. None of them suited the destiny that awaited this dragon, and is still unwilling, still fighting to get to safe ground, and still desperately reluctant rider. An image suddenly formed in Murtagh's mind as he gazed down at the red hue of the dragon. He was standing in his mother's rose garden. The heavy blooms filled the air with their heady perfume, and their green stems were covered in long, sharp-tipped thorns. Stepping forward, he lightly touched one of the gently curved thorns and winced as the sharp thing cut into his hand. Murtagh's blood dyed it a bright red. There was something about the color of this little dragonling that reminded him of his blood staining that thorn. For he thought with a grim sense of amusement, wouldn't this little dragon one day be a thorn in the side of the king? Wouldn't he grow into something as sharp and dangerous as a thorn? Maybe a little larger than the one that had pricked his finger in that rose garden so long ago, but the meaning was still the same. He could feel the dragon's presence, feel how it worked its way into his soul, his heart, and his mind. Seemed to grow stronger each second he held the little thing, each second he looked at it, each second he felt that tendril of thought that now connected them to each other. The little thing let out a small snort and raised its head. Its deep eyes looked up at him with a strange kind of understanding, as if it knew exactly what he had been thinking. It probably did, even though it didn't yet understand the language Murtagh spoke, could read his emotions, and see the thoughts that whirled around the young man's mind. "What do you think?" he murmured to it. "Could you be a thorn?" He tried the word again. "Thorn, is that who you are?" The dragonling was looking at him with confusion. It didn't yet understand such words, and so Murtagh reached out, and towards that mind that was now linked with his own. He asked the question with feelings, trying to help the little thing understand, and as soon as the dragon did, Murtagh felt the warm rush of pleasure the little one felt at the question, at the suggestion. It squeaked and stretched out its neck so that its small, triangular head was eye level with Murtagh. It was excited, it liked the name it seemed, and the bond, still growing, seemed stronger somehow. Reaching out a hand, Murtagh gently stroked the head and felt a smile grow across his face as the dragon began to hum and closed its eyes in pleasure. "Thorn, you are Thorn." He whispered the words and felt them settle into place as he smiled into the curious eyes of the little dragon. "You named him," came a soft voice from the tent entrance. Murtagh glanced up and felt his smile widen as he saw Zoe. She looked weary and worn by too many cares, but that look seemed to lift a little as she smiled softly at the curious dragonling who was looking at her intensely from the protection of Murtagh's lap. "Yes," he said, "his name is Thorn." A strange, sad smile grew across the girl's face as she sat down heavily on the bed. "Does he like it?" She had clearly been busy writing something or other, for her fingers were speckled with dried ink. Her sleeves were rolled up, and she had abandoned her weapons at the front entrance where they hung from a peg on the support pole. They glinted silver and bright, elegant in their simplicity, and so fitting for their young bearer. "Yes," said Murtagh, looking at the dragonling once more. "I think he does." Thorn was gazing with complete focus at the young woman sitting on the camp bed. Zoe did not seem to mind the unwavering gaze, and she returned it with easy steadiness. "Hello, Thorn," she murmured with a faint smile before setting her small stone on the folding stool so that it sent out a bright, clear light before she began to sort through some papers. All the while Thorn looked at her, and Murtagh did too, quietly studying the shadows that played across her face, and merely enjoying the peaceful quietness that had settled upon the small space, even after the wild, tumultuous events of the day. "What will happen to my responsibilities when I am gone?" asked Murtagh after a few minutes as he gave voice to some of the worries that had been troubling him these past hours. "What ones?" asked Zoe distantly as she frowned at a piece of paper before placing it back in the pile and drawing another one out. "My spies," he said quietly as he absently stroked the soft scales of Thorn. "My spy network in general. The Varden needs it, and I cannot manage it or gather any intelligence if I am long gone to the forest of the elves." Zoe glanced at him before shrugging. "I was going to. I have already passed many of my duties on to those who I feel are ready for the responsibilities. They seem to think I am bestowing some sort of honor upon them." Her voice rose with amusement, and he couldn't resist smiling a little too. He raised an eyebrow. "You've been preparing for this." "Of course," she said with a faint scowl in his direction, as if she found the question so obvious she didn't know why he bothered asking it. "I will be able to take on your duties if you can figure a way of discreetly passing them over. That is, I have also already contacted Islanzudi, and she has sent word of your impending arrival back to Elismura. She and Arya are currently speaking. I am sure I can find some way," he said, and then, softer, "I wish I didn't have to go." What awaited him in the forest of the elves? What person did the Queen of Du Weldenvarden inform of his impending arrival? But Zoe, he knew, would not tell him, and he would not push for answers when she was so clearly only holding on by a thread. That night, he knew, was no time to pester her with things she could not speak of because of powerful oaths. Zoe set the paper down and looked at him. For a brief minute, he saw clearly into her eyes and saw that she did not want him to go. He saw open worry and desperation, everything that he could not help but feel despite the wondrous gift that Thorn was. "I know," she murmured, and Murtagh could not help himself even as he saw her pull her mask back on so that those emotions were once more hidden because, of course, she did not want to lay them on him. Placing Thorn on the ground, he moved over and sat down beside the young woman. Gently wrapping an arm around her, he pulled her close, and she rested her head against his shoulder. The little dragon, affronted by being plopped on the ground, scrambled his way over to Murtagh and huffed his indignation at them. Zoe chuckled, and Murtagh felt his own worry and dark thoughts lift a little at the hilarious sight before him. "Thorn," said Zoe, and she shook her head. "Oh, Thorn, you will be something." The young woman stretched out a hand, and the dragon hesitantly touched it with the tip of his snout. "Do you like his name?" asked Murtagh softly, as the dragon allowed Zoe to itch above its eyes. It had begun to hum and lean into her fingers as if it had never been wary of her just a few minutes before. "I wondered," she said after a long moment, "if you would choose the same name that you choose in the version of this story I know. I could not be sure, and I was surprised that you had. That is all." Zoe rarely spoke of that version of history. If she did, it was with such purposeful vagueness that Murtagh had long ago decided he hated asking her about it because her statements were so confusing that trying to untangle them made his head hurt. "Where is Eragon?" asked the young man as he pulled Zoe a little closer against his chest and tried to ignore the intense gaze of the Dronganling, who seemed none too impressed with the current situation. "Still coming," said the girl. "I told you that he would choose another path than Saphira. Should be back tomorrow morning at the latest." Why, what other path could he have taken? There were only so many ways back to the Varden, and they were limited to dragon back or overland. What was his younger brother playing at? What could be so important to pull the rider down a path away from his beloved Saphira and the duties he was all too aware of? "A path that was right for his heart," she answered with a small chuckle. "You have to ask him to explain, for I do not actually know any of the details." "But," he began, but Zoe stopped him. "Murtagh," she said with a faint smile, "enough questions." Removing her hand from the small dragon, she placed it on the side of his face and drew him in for a kiss that effectively silenced him. The dragonling made his disappointment at the sudden lack of attention known. Papers were forgotten in a jumbled heap, and the world kept moving, kept spinning on its string with only gravity to hold them down. But they were completely oblivious to it, just them. Zoe and Murtagh. They both knew they didn't have much more time, and things were already changing as they both found their love on unstable, untested ground. So they clung to the few moments they did have left together and took as much comfort from them as they could. Just them. It was the next morning. The sun had just risen over the horizon, and I was on a mission, for I sought out someone I had long wanted to meet. He did not know me, but I knew rather a lot about him and his courageous act that had not only secured Saphira's egg, but set this entire adventure, including my arrival, in motion. Jowd. The one and only. Speaking of Helen, I also wished to meet her. She had always struck me as a rather remarkable woman and a brave one. Imagining defying your father to marry someone, and then finding out the man you loved was not only a spy for a rebel group, but at the very heart of one of the king's greatest losses. I don't think I would have handled it all by choosing to stick with said husband, sail through dangerous waters, arrive during a battle, and then, as if she was still a lady in term, try and start a new life. If she was having a hard time staying cheerful or maintaining her equilibrium, then it should be pointed out all she had done. Jowd really should count his blessings when it came to Helen. I found their tent where it was listed on the map that showed where each individual group of men was organized. I had been the creator of this map and the first to enforce, discreetly through Naswada, a set order to the Varden's camp. This way one did not have to spend hours searching for someone to give a message to. One could get the map that was neatly folded on Nasudada's desk and find out. I stopped before the tent I was looking for, and after brushing a stray lock of hair back into place, I knocked on the support pole. Doors don't exist in army camps, and for those still wanting to adhere to the rules set out by simple good manners, one has to make do support posts and all. It was Helen who swept aside the fabric door. She was a lovely-looking woman, and clearly someone used to the finer things in life. Her hair was dark and her face refined, while her forehead was a little too high and her nose rather too sharp to make her any kind of great beauty. There was something about her clear, intelligent eyes and straight posture that caught one's eye. "Can I help you?" she asked. Her accent was different than any I had yet heard, and she clearly didn't know who I was. What a relief, reader, not to be recognized. "I wish to see Jowd," I explained. My name is Zoe, and I assist Lady Naswada in the organizing of supplies and troops. Her eyes sparked a little in sudden recognition. Please come in. Jowd is here. I followed her inside. The tent was simple, exactly like mine, and all the others that were equipped with the basics and nothing more. A man, Jowd, was sitting on the neatly made bed reading a very thick brick of a book. He glanced up and then hurriedly stood up when he saw me. My lady, he said with perfect manners and a graceful bow, to what do we owe the pleasure? I smiled and said, I wish to finally meet you, Jowd. Before they could offer refreshments or a seat, I said, but I have little time and, I turned to Helen, a question for you, lady. A question? She asked in surprise. She stood very straight and her hands were neatly folded before her. Every inch a well-brought-up lady not used to the rough and tumble of an army camp. Could you run a company, a trading company? Of course, said Helen with a brief nod. I know all the tricks of the business well. My father ensured that. Jowd was glancing between us, a curious look on his face as he tried to understand the conversation occurring between us two women. Then I have a proposal for you, I said, a wide smile. As you might already know, I deal quite a bit with the supplies and organizing of the troops. Recently, it has come to my attention that the Varden and its allies are in need of supplies from a reliable, I stressed the word, source. Looking between Jowd and Helen, I continued, here is your startup loan. From an inner pocket, I pulled a leather bag that chinked as coins rubbed together. It was the same bag of money that I had first been given when I ended up in this world. Over my time in Alagaesia, I had added to it, and now it was more than enough, at least I hoped, for a resourceful woman like Helen and her equally resourceful husband to forge something new. I cannot, she began, but I interrupted before she could continue. It is because of your husband's efforts that we are able to challenge the Empire. This is the least I could do to repay that debt. Jowd was staring at me in open shock that I found faintly amusing. In a sisterly gesture, desperate to ease the ties between us, I rested one hand on Helen's shoulder and continued with a small smile. Besides, I have no use for those coins, and I wish you to find happiness. These days are dark, and if you did succeed, then it shall be a good story to think of. But, said Helen. Jowd interrupted her. He was gazing at me with suddenly clear, understanding eyes. Thank you, Lady Zoe. Your generosity will forever be remembered by us. I wish you the best success, I said, and I took one of Helen's hands and squeezed it tightly. And I hope that you both can find happiness after your many sacrifices for our cause. I must go, I said, with a quick look towards the entrance flap, but I am sure we will see each other again. I left before they could shower me with any more gratitude. I could not help but smile slightly as I walked away and through the tents as the sun began to move away from the rim of the eastern horizon. I want a feel-good story. I want a story that inspires others because you worked hard with only your ingenuity, determination, your courage, selflessness, and not because of magic or any great skill of arms. I think you, Helen, can give me that. What did they call it on Earth? An American dream story. I want an American dream story, even though it sounds so funny to say it like that, or in this world when Earth is so far away. Lady, came a breathless voice from behind me. Lady Zoe. I sighed and turned to see the flushed face of a messenger boy running towards me as I prepared for myself from some summons either to a council meeting or, with any luck, to a return gathering for a certain dragon. What? I asked as he came to a sliding stop before me and tried to catch his breath. Lady Naswada requires your presence, he said in between panting gasps and a respectful bob of his head. Sapphira! I waited no longer. With a quick nod to the boy, I began to run through the tents, ignoring the looks, questioning words and honorifics that followed my hurried dash through the Varden. Sapphira was coming back, and I wondered, not for the last time, how many passengers she carried. Had Eragon remained behind to deal with Sloane? There was only one way to find out, actually get to Sapphira and find out the true story. I found a pale Naswada with Angela to right, Brahm to her left, Jormungandr just behind, and her guards clustered a few respectful feet away, standing in the clear early morning light on the edge of the camp. She looked rather worse for wear after her trial with the tribesmen, but she still stood straight, tall and many were the admiring looks cast her way by the men. If she had done nothing else, the young woman had proved that she was devoted to cause, brave and gifted with more than the usual determination. "Zoe," said the lady as I stopped beside her, "I heard of yesterday's event." I nodded, but did not glance her way. My eyes were fixed on the horizon, and then, suddenly, caught sight of the glittering shape of Sapphira swooping towards as she dropped from the higher altitudes. Light from the sun still illuminated her, cloaking her in a blue halo. She appeared like a cluster of stars, falling from the heavens that burned even brighter through their fall from the high, unreachable heavens. The sight made me smile a little, and I could not help but imagine a red shape beside her. From the expressions of awe and relief, the sight of the dragoness was just as welcome for them as it was for me. The warrior who had brought word of Sapphira's arrival, a thin man with a large, untrimmed beard, bowed and then pointed. "My lady, as you can see, I spoke the truth." Naswada gifted him with a warm, unguarded smile as she said, "Yes, you did well. You must have exceedingly sharp eyes to have spotted Sapphira earlier. What is your name?" "Fletcher, son of Hardin, my lady." "You have my thanks, Fletcher. You may return to your post now." With another bow, the man trotted off toward the edge of the camp. Sapphira flew as fast as any hawk or falcon, but she was still a number of miles away from the camp, and it took her almost 10 minutes to traverse the remaining distance. In that time, a massive crowd of warriors gathered around the clearing, humans, dwarves, and even a contingent of grey-skinned Urgles, led by Nar Gajvag, who spat at the men closest to them. Also in the congregation were King Orin and his courtiers, who positioned themselves opposite Naswada. Narheim, the dwarf ambassador who acted as the dwarven representative since the departure of the dwarves for Farthendua, the other members of the Council of Elders, and Arya. The elf nodded to me once as she came up to stand close to Naswada. The two exchanged greetings, and Arya commented on the startlingly white bandages that were wrapped tightly about Naswada's arms. I ignored them, settling instead on keeping my chin up and my gaze focused on the swiftly flying dragon as my thoughts sped from worry for Thorn to worry for Aragon, and all those blasted choices I juggled like a clown in a circus. I stretched out my mind as far as it would go, desperately trying to determine just how many passengers there were on Sapphira's back, and while the connection was almost too faint to tell, I realized two things very suddenly. Aragon was not there, and that we needed to get all of these men gone before Sapphira landed. Stepping closer to Naswada, as if to say something polite and conversational, I whispered urgently, "Aragon is not on Sapphira." The woman's eyes widened as she struggled to control her composure, and I hurried on. "He is not there." "How do you know?" she demanded, even as she pretended to smile. "Never mind that," I hissed. "Get these men gone from here." I would realize much later that I had rather overstepped both the bounds of friendship and command with that hissed order. But old habits are hard to break, as are lessons in command, and I would never make a very good foot solider or quiet lady in waiting. The woman gave me a rather hard, annoyed look before she straightened and clapped her hands. "Yermandur," she said clearly. Yermandur, who was almost a dozen yards away, came running, shoving aside those who got in his way. He was experienced enough to know when an emergency was at hand. "My lady, clear the field. Get everyone away from here before Sapphira lands, including Orin and Narheim and Gajvag," she grimaced. "No, but allow no one else to remain. Hurry." As Yermandur began shouting orders, Arya, Brahm, and Angela converged upon us both. They appeared as alarmed as Naswada, but I only felt a strange kind of calm relief settle over my mind as Arya said, "Sapphira would not be so calm if Aragon was hurt or dead." "Where is he then?" demanded Naswada. "What trouble has he got himself into now?" A raucous commotion filled the clearing as Yermandur and his men directed the onlookers back to their tents, laying about them with swagger sticks whenever the reluctant warriors lingered or protested. Several scuffles broke out, but the captains under Yermandur quickly overwhelmed the culprits so as to prevent the violence from taking root and spreading. Fortunately, the Urgles, at the word of their war chief, Gajvag, left without incident, although Gajvag himself advanced toward Naswada, as did King Orin and the dwarf Narheim. I ignored the gazes of Arya, Angela, and Brahm that were resting on me as Naswada spoke to the rather irate commanders and gestured towards Sapphira. "What is happening?" asked Era softly as she stood very close to me. "Aragon chose another path," I said calmly, and in such a low voice that even I barely heard it, and Sapphira took another. But he is alive, queried the ever-anxious father in a soft whisper. He'd better be. I looked up as a torrent of air rushed across the open clearing where we had all gathered. Sapphira swooped to the ground, raking her wings to slow herself before alighting upon her rear legs. She dropped to all fours, and a dull boom resounded across the camp. Unbuckling themselves from her saddle, Roran and Katrina quickly dismounted. Naswada moved forward first. Her gaze was fixed on what had to be Katrina, the girl who I had heard rather a lot about both in the written record on Earth and from those who knew her, had a lovely, sweet face. She was no elven beauty, and she was clearly rather ill after her long imprisonment, but there was still something eye-catching to her. If one saw her in a crowd, one would quickly pick her out and be drawn in by her even now with a dress so worn that it was unrecognizable and her too thin body. Her hair, a coppery blonde, had regained some of its luster these past few days, and her eyes were clear, forceful, and very determined. It made me smile a little to see it now in real life. She and Roran seemed to be well matched for each other both in spirit and in temperament. She neither flinched nor quailed at all the gazes that focused in on her but remained standing, very still and straight, beside Roran. Roran bowed first to Naswada and then, swiveling on one foot, to King Orin as if he were a well-trained courtier. "My lady," he said, his face grave. "Your Majesty, if I may, this is my betrothed, Katrina." She curtsied to them both. Since when had Roran learned such words? I wondered if Aragon had a hand in this. For his cousin seemed more at ease with his position in the world of war, men, politics, touchy kings, equally touchy war leaders, and even touchier elves. "Welcome to the Varden, Katrina," said Naswada. "We have all heard your name here on account of Roran's uncommon devotion. Songs of his love for you already spread across the land." "You are most welcome," added Orin. "Most welcome indeed." The king's eyes never left Katrina. In fact, every man present, including the dwarf, was focused in on the young woman who bore their weighty, discerning looks as gracefully as one could. Such, I suppose, is the price one pays when one's lover risks more than the usual life and limb to rescue her from a terrible imprisonment. Such sacrifices in the name of love have long attracted attention and made those involved into objects of wonder, inspiration, and fascination to those who have never experienced such depth of feeling for someone else. Katrina, a weary look to her face, just smiled and said a small, "Thank you." A faint tinge of red colored her overly pale cheeks, but her eyes glinted with pride, as if she knew how remarkable Roran was, and delighted in having captured his heart of all the women in Alagaesia. He was hers, and that was all the status or treasure she desired. This love was beautiful even to my eyes, for I treat love with all the shy curiosity of a first-timer in junior high school who is equally afraid of its beauty and its ability to snap like an angry dragon. However, such love as stood before me is remarkable to behold, and even more special when the two lovers are, in their own way, so incredible. Few, I think, could have survived what Katrina has. Even fewer would kill, destroy cities, commandeer a ship, argue, fight, face the wrath of the sea, and then made up with a hated sibling just to rescue their beloved. It really should be made into a story of its own, and I really haven't done it enough justice. "Roran," I greeted with well-oiled politeness, "and Katrina." I smiled at the young woman. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Lady Zoe," said the young man, and his young lady love nodded to me in greeting, and I saw her eyes look over me with open curiosity as she took in my strange apparel and even stranger weapons. "Where is he?" asked Brahm as he walked up to Sapphira and rubbed above her eye ridges with skillful, worried fingers. The dragon's left eye sparkled with blue fire as she let out a long, weary sigh that ruffled the leaves on the trees. The dragon sniffed twice, and her long crimson tongue darted out of her mouth. I waited, barely able to stand the questions that I so wanted answered. "I smell blood," said Sapphira, as she broadcasted her thoughts so all present could hear them. Her words rumbled with a dragon's anger, and she was clearly not only angry about the smell of blood, but something else. "Who has hurt you, Naswada? Name them, and I shall tear them from neck to groin and bring you their heads for trophies. There's no need for you to tear anyone apart. Not yet, at least. I wielded the knife myself. However, this is the wrong time to delve into the matter. Right now, all I care about is Iragan's whereabouts. Iragan, said Saphira, decided to remain in the Empire. Brahm was the first to speak. Why? His voice cracked like a whip through the suddenly still, stunned air. How could you allow him to stay? Asked Naswada with an almost accusatory note in her voice that did not escape the dragon. Small tongues of fire rippled in Saphira's nostrils as she snorted. Iragan made his own choice. I could not stop him. He insists upon doing what he thinks is right. I could shake him like a hatchling, but I'm proud of him. Fear not, he can take care of himself. So far, no misfortune has befallen him. I would know if he was hurt. Arya spoke. And why did he make this choice, Saphira? Iragan, said the dragon, had things he needed to do, and I could remain with him. She turned her head to look at me. He wanted me to tell you that he followed your advice in the only way he could, and will return as soon as he can. The matters were personal, and I agreed, reluctantly, that they needed to be dealt with a certain way. Blast it! Exclaimed King Orin in a rare display of public emotion and annoyance. Iragan could not have picked a worse time to set off on his own. We have to get him back. Angela laughed, and I jumped, for I had briefly forgotten about the herbalist. She was knitting a sock using 5 bone needles, which clicked and clacked and scraped against each other with a steady, if peculiar, rhythm as she watched the play of words before her. How? He'll be traveling during the day, and Saphira daren't fly around searching for him when the sun's up and anyone might spot her and alert Galbatorix. Yes, but he's our rider. We cannot sit by idly while he remains in the midst of our enemies. The king was clearly struggling to keep himself under control, and so clearly was Brahm and Naswada, though Brahm had different reasons to be worrying, and they were far more honest and true than the two leaders. If anything, it was Saphira who had the most reason to fly after her rider, but she did not. The dragoness weathered the enforced separation and the pain it must cause her. I agree, said Narheim. However it is done, we must ensure his safe return. Stepping forward, her eyes glittering with determination, Arya asked, Saphira, where exactly was Iragan when you last touched his mind? In the entrance to Helgrind. And have you any idea what path he intended to follow? He did not yet know himself. The elf readjusted her quiver and looked at me with hard, demanding eyes. A word, Zoe. We stepped a few feet away from the others, and I tried to ignore the looks and frowns that were directed towards us. I turned my gaze to the elf, and she gripped my arm tightly, knowing all the while what she was going to ask. Is it right? Hissed Arya as her grip on my arm tightened. Should I search for him? I met her burning gaze with one that was just as intense, and I hoped she understood, for I was growing weary of this game of waiting for the right moment and hoping I had found it. They needed to make their own choices, and I could not always give them answers. What does your heart say? I demanded of her. Does it tell you to go or stay? Her eyes widened ever so slightly, as if she knew all the meanings I meant by that statement. Did Iragan mean enough to her, not Iragan the rider, but Iragan the person, for Arya to risk enemy territory? What lengths would she go to for him? Not the lengths demanded by alliances, blood oaths and debts long owed, and steeped in pain and vengeance. Not because she was a bloody princess, and he was a terribly important and terribly difficult to replace dragon rider. No, I meant something quite different, and she knew it. Would she go the lengths demanded by friendship, and oh yes, by love? Because I wanted her to finally start opening up that prison she kept her feelings and heart in. Because Iragan needed someone who he could trust deeply and know, without a shred of worry or doubt, was there for him. And I could not be that person. I would leave. She would not. This was Arya, and this was Iragan. You know what I mean. It says go, she said in a voice that sounded strangled, confused and completely different from the one I was used to her having. Her eyes, so guarded and protected, were briefly cleared of their perfect mask, and I suddenly felt like the one who was centuries old, and not merely a few scant years. Then go, I said, and she spared Brahm one deep, understanding look before she bounded forward. She was gone as fast and light as the wind itself. Slowing down was no longer an option for Iragan. Behind him were the vicious dreams which had woken him a few hours after he had set himself down to rest. Memories of swords swinging towards him, fire, blood, arrows, screams. He pushed himself harder. His mind still felt like a tempest, a whirlwind of flashing blades and severed limbs. For a moment, he could have imagined the battlefield of the burning plains or Farthen Dur around him, instead of the empty expanse of peaceful wilderness. It had been so real. So terrifyingly real that he had wondered if some strange magic had pulled him back through time and space. He did not think he could bear to go back to. He didn't think he could bear to slow down. There was no Saphira to reassure him, to speak to him of the light and hope. There was only the impartial stars, the black sky, and the endless landscape which had once felt so inviting, but now only seemed to isolate him even more. He knew what was wrong. Oramis had spoken of it to him, gently trying to prepare his student for the inevitable moment when he had to confront these memories. Zoe had spoken on more than one occasion with the air and words of someone to whom the experience was still endlessly painful. They had told him that it wasn't a bad thing, but it was hard, and it was the heavy personal price that every warrior paid. Because somehow a person had to struggle to hold on to their humanity, the last shreds of innocence, and it was in dreams that the mind could truly face everything. What had Zoe once said? They were like dreams. Only well, they were so real, and it was like reliving the entire thing. It was like breaking your heart over and over and over. Because you could do nothing to rescue anyone, your hands are tied. A bitter half-laugh had escaped her then. You could feel each injury, each loss, and each moment as if it lasted forever. When did you wake? When someone woke me, or when my mind could no longer bear to remember any longer. And his dreams, they had been exactly like that. So he ran. He ran, and he tried to run towards hope, light, and the promise that he would be all right. Because somehow he knew that only once he reached Saphira would he find any true comfort. His mind seemed treacherous to him that night, and he had nothing to ease the emotions or the memories, except for the constant demand of running across uneven land. Perhaps in the endless rhythm of running, he could forget for a little while. But it seemed a little like a fool's hope. He would never forget some things like the burning pain of Durza's sword, the blurred faces of enemies, and all the other blood-stained, pain-tinged fragments of battle. Maybe, part of his hoped, if he kept running like this, he would reach the day, and the bright sunlight of morning would burn his worries and fears away. When day did come, he stopped only briefly for water and a short rest before he continued on. The road was becoming increasingly busy, until it seemed to Aragon as if a new group was always appearing over a hill. Most were refugees, although soldiers and merchants made their way too. Aragon avoided all those he could, and tried to short-cut through the empty lands around to make time. However, unfamiliar with land, he made a wrong calculation and was forced to spend the night in the village of Eastcroft, 20 miles north of Melian. He had intended to abandon the road long before he arrived at Eastcroft and find a sheltered hollow or cave where he might rest until morn, but he had come upon the village while in the company of 3 men-at-arms. Leaving then, less than an hour from the safety of Eastcroft's walls and gates and the comfort of a warm bed, would have inspired even the slowest dullard to ask why he was trying to avoid the village. So Aragon set his teeth and silently rehearsed the stories he had concocted to explain his trip. The simplest, barest, most ordinary story he could manage to think up along with the most ordinary name he could remember from his time traveling the roads of the Empire. The bloated sun was 2 fingers above the horizon when Aragon first beheld Eastcroft, a medium-sized village enclosed by a tall palisade. It was almost dark by the time he finally arrived at the village and entered through the gate. Behind him, he heard a sentry ask the men-at-arms if anyone else had been close behind them on the road. "Not that I could tell." "That's good enough for me," replied the sentry. "If there are laggards, they'll have to wait until tomorrow to get in." To another man on the opposite side of the gate, he shouted, "Close it up." Together they pushed the 15-foot-tall iron-bound doors shut and barred them with 4 oak beams as thick as Aragon's chest. They must expect a siege, thought Aragon, and then smiled at his own blindness. Well, who wouldn't expect trouble in these times? Did these simple folk and rough, pretend warriors worry that a rider might swoop down on his shining blue dragon and burn them all to cinders? Unfortunately, he knew that was probably exactly what they worried might happen. As he began to move through the small town, Aragon thought back to the early days when he had been traveling with Brahm and Zoe. Only a few months ago, he would have worried about being trapped in Eastcroft, but now he was confident he could scale the fortifications barehanded, and if he concealed himself with magic, escape unnoticed in the gloom of night. He chose to stay, however, for he was tired, and casting a spell might attract the attention of nearby magicians, if there were any. Anyone and everyone was his enemy now, and his greatest protection lay in pretending to be as ordinary as mud. Before he took more than a few steps down the muddy lane that led to the town square, a watchman accosted him, thrusting a lantern toward his face. "Hold there. You've not been to Eastcroft before, have you?" "This is my first visit," said Iragan, and he might have been speaking of the weather for all the relaxed, nonchalant, and wide-eyed innocence he put on display for the man. The stubby watchman bobbed his head and gazed at him with dull, suspicious eyes. "And have you family or friends here to welcome you?" "No, I don't. In fact, I have sent my cousin off on the back of my dragon towards my rebel family and friends. If you only knew who I really was, dear man, you would not be standing here and talking to me like I was just one more irritating refugee. What brings you to Eastcroft, then?" The man's breath smelled of alcohol and his teeth were stained. This was clearly not one of Galbatorix's more promising soldiers, and this town not one of the more important staging points either. "Nothing. I'm traveling south to fetch my sister's family and bring them back to Drasleona." Iragan's story seemed to have no effect on the watchman. "Perhaps he doesn't believe me," Iragan speculated as he schooled his features into one of complete, blank honesty. "Or perhaps he's heard so many accounts like mine, they've ceased to matter to him. Then you want the Wayfarer's house, by the main well. Go there and you will find food and lodging. And while you stay here in Eastcroft, let me warn you, we don't tolerate murder, thievery, or lechery in these parts. We have sturdy stocks and gallows, and they have had their share of tenants. My meaning is clear." "Yes, sir." "Then go, and be you of good fortune. But wait, what is your name, stranger?" "Bergen." With that, the watchman strode away, returning to his evening rounds. Iragan waited until the combined mass of several houses concealed the lantern the watchman carried before wandering over to the message board mounted to the left of the gates to satisfy his curiosity. For nailed over a half-dozen posters of various criminals were two sheets of parchment almost 3 feet long. One depicted Iragan, one depicted Roran, and both labeled them traitors to the crown. They held a kind of fascination for the writer who had, at one point in his life, never imagined he would be the person to whom a reward of an earldom was offered. But the pictures were disappointing. They showed him as still as he had been before the blood oath celebration, and the writer had to admit he had looked very young back then and very easy to find, capture and then get a reward for. Things, he was pleased to say, had changed rather drastically since then. He no longer had that wide-eye look, and of course there were changes that ran deeper than the eye could see. Moving on, he slipped through the village until he located the Wayfarer's house. The common room had a low ceiling with tar-stained timbers. Yellow tallow candles provided a soft, flickering light and thickened the air with intersecting layers of smoke. Sand and rushes covered the floor, and the mixture crunched underneath Iragan's soft boots. To his left were tables and chairs and a large fireplace where an urchin turned a pig on a spit. Opposite this was a long bar, a fortress with raised drawbridges that protected casks of lager, ale, and stout from the horde of thirsty men who assailed it from all sides. He winced at the level of noise, and his nose wrinkled at the smell of ale, unwashed bodies, vomit, and who knew what else that the place reeked of. A good 60 people filled the room, crowding it to an uncomfortable level. The roar of conversation would have been startling enough to Iragan after his time on the road, but with his sensitive hearing, he felt as if he stood in the middle of a pounding waterfall. It was hard for him to concentrate upon any one voice. As soon as he caught hold of a word or a phrase, it was swept away by another utterance. Off in one corner, a trio of minstrels was singing and playing a comic version of Sweet Ethrido Doth, which did nothing to improve the clamour. Wincing at the barrage of noise, Iragan wormed his way through the crowd until he reached the bar. He wanted to talk with the serving woman, but she was so busy, 5 minutes passed before she looked at him and asked, "Your pleasure?" Strands of hair hung over her sweaty face. "Have you a room to let, or a corner where I could spend the night?" "I wouldn't know. The mistress of the house is the one you should speak to about that. She'll be down directly," said the serving woman, and flicked a hand at a rank of gloomy stairs before vanishing off in the smoky air that was crowded with the hulking bodies of farmers, bosomy women, and haughty-looking soldiers. The men in Red Empire tunics were louder than anyone else. They laughed and shouted and banged on tabletops with their armored fists while they quaffed beer and groped any maid foolish enough to walk by them. Now the minstrels were singing. So with her hair a-flying, sweet Ethrida doth ran to Lord Edel and cried, "Free my lover, else a witch shall turn you into a woolly goat." Lord Edel, he laughed and said, "No witch shall turn me into a woolly goat." And he could barely contain his wide smirk as he laughed inwardly both with pleasure and amazement. It was not at the terribly out-of-tune music that massacred a song he had once heard so beautifully sung in the fair city of Elismera, or the all-too-familiar sight of a crowded tavern in a town too similar to his childhood one. She was here. He had felt her the second he walked through the door. It was a feeling very familiar and strangely welcome after the solitude these past days. He could not help but openly wonder at it, as well as the disguise she chose to conceal herself with. The rider did not bother to look around for her, but waited patiently for the landlady to appear. No doubt, he thought, she would have felt him and know that he was waiting for her in a more private place. She, he knew well enough, did not need him to help her out of the crowded common room. The landlady was a red-faced, busy person who directed him to a room and took his coin with a wide smile and wish for a good rest. The room she told him to take was lit with one lamp that cast more shadows than it did actual light. The chamber contained the same paneling as the hallway, and the chestnut-colored wood absorbed most of the light that struck it and made the room seem small and heavy, as if a great weight pressed inward. Aside from the table, the only other piece of furniture was a narrow bed with a single blanket thrown over the ticking. A small bag of supplies rested on the mattress. There were no traps, squeaky floorboards, listening holes, or any other such things after a thorough search that the rider did without even thinking. With a small sigh of relief, he took off the band of cloth that hid his ears and settled into a chair to wait, smiling as he did so, for the knock he was sure would come. It did, a few minutes later, and the door opened to reveal the face that he had become unreasonable fond of. Yes, he thought, she had altered the shape of her eyes so they were round and cat-like, but it was still Arya. It was still Arya, and he was so glad to see her that he did away with courtesy and rose from his chair to embrace her. To his utmost surprise, she returned the embrace, and while they broke apart quickly, it still made a small tingle of warmth race through his drained muscles and wearied heart. "Arya," he said, and then, automatically, he touched the closed door and sealed it against any unwelcome listening ears with a few words of power. "Eragon," said the elf as she took off her cloak and cast it over the bed. Her green dress fell in folds around her slim figure, and she looked strangely different to his eyes in such a garment. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Looking for you." Surprised, he glanced at her, and she raised a curved eyebrow. Unable to keep back a weary sigh, he said, "Why did you come looking for me? Saphira said you stayed behind because of personal matters she would not speak of. Zoe would only say you had a different path from her. Is that the truth? It's the summary of the truth. And what is the whole truth? What are the details?" Eragon knew that nothing less would satisfy her. "Promise me that you won't share what I'm about to tell you with anyone unless I give you permission." "I promise," she said in the ancient language. Then he told her about finding Sloane, why he decided not to bring him back to the Varden, the chance he had given Sloane to redeem himself, at least partially. Eragon finished by saying, "Whatever happens, Roran and Katrina can never learn that Sloane is still alive. If they do, there'll be no end of trouble." Arya sat on the edge of the bed and for a long while stared at the lamp and its jumping flame. "Then you should have killed him. Maybe in the eyes of some," said the rider. "But it was not the right way for me. I walk a different path. Just because you find your task distasteful is no reason to shirk it. You are a coward." Eragon bridled at her accusation. "Was I? Anyone with a knife could have killed Sloane. I suppose it depends on what your definition of a coward is." He was tired, and the accusation was not something he could bear to hear after the dreams, the endless questions he had asked himself about Sloane and his own deep desire to once more see Saphira. There was nothing in him that night that would be able to argue his position with any eloquence. Physically, but not morally. "I didn't kill him because I thought it was wrong." Eragon frowned with concentration as he searched for the words to explain himself. "I wasn't afraid, not that. Not after going into battle. It was something else. I will kill in war, but I won't take it upon myself to decide who lives and who dies. I don't have the experience or the wisdom. Every man has a line he won't cross, Arya, and I found mine when I looked upon Sloane. Even if I had Galbatorix as my captive, I would not kill him. I would take him to Naswada and King Orin, and if they condemned him to death, then I would happily lop off his head, but not before. Call it weakness if you will, but that is how I am made, and I won't apologize for it. So Zoe was right, said the elf as she rubbed her temples. You follow your heart, and it takes you down difficult, twisted roads. I will serve the people as best I can. I've never aspired to lead. Alagaesia does not need another tyrant king. Zoe showed me, he said with a faint shrug, what it means to be a ruler, and I am not that. I am a rider. And that, decided the young rider, was quite enough for him without adding a crown and scepter. Let it be. Neither of us is about to change our opinions, and we have more pressing concerns than arguing about justice and morality. The elf turned her gaze to the window and the few stars that were visible through the panes of glass. Tapping the arm of the chair, he asked, "You didn't have to come looking for me, you know. I was fine." "Of course I did." He let the topic go and asked another question. "How did you find me?" "I guessed which route you would take from Helgrind. Luckily for me, my guess placed me 40 miles west of here, and that was close enough for me to locate you by listening to the whispers of the land." "Ah," he said, and left another subject alone, for he was finding it hard to keep the weariness back suddenly. The chair was far more comfortable than the ground had been, and he had sunk deeply into it, his muscles welcoming the chance to relax after the strenuous few days of travel. "Why did you come to Eastcroft, though?" "It would have been safer to stay outside the village. Circumstances forced me here, as I assume they did you." He met her deep green gaze. "You did not come here willingly, no." "No," she said, and then she said suddenly and with little warning or preamble, "The egg hatched." Weariness was suddenly forgotten as adrenaline surged through him. The egg that he had barely thought about these past few days. It had hatched. "What?" he demanded, and it was only through force of will that he kept his voice low. "The dragon hatched," said the elf, and she appeared suddenly tense. "It hatched for Murtagh." Iragan was left reeling. "Murtagh," he whispered, and he couldn't help but see the symmetry. Their family was one destined for dragons, it seemed, and his brother could not be a more capable warrior or more ready for the task. "I suppose it is oddly fitting," he managed after a few minutes of stunned contemplation. "What now?" He was looking to her, unable to fully grasp the meaning of this sudden change in events and trying, desperately, to piece together some sort of plan. The elf shrugged. "The dragonling needs to get to Ellismere, which will occur when you return to the Varden. Zoe has it all planned out, as usual." There was a strange note of anger in the elf's voice at the mention of the young woman, and the rider wisely chose not to pursue it at that moment. Arya, he could tell, was weary, even if that was difficult to tell on her smooth, softly glowing face. "We must get back even quicker now," said the rider as he rolled his stiff shoulders, and felt that strange mix of elation, worry, and wonder that the news of the new dragon brought him. He was too tired to really think on it now, but it was game-changing, and he was suddenly very uncertain of what the future would hold, not that he had really ever been certain. "Tomorrow, before the sun rises, we shall slip out of Eastcroft, and no one shall be the wiser." Arya met his gaze, and he managed a faint smile that, to his surprise, she returned with one of her own. It seemed, he thought as he lay in front of the door while Arya took their bed, that this day was full of amazing surprises. A dragon was newly hatched into the world, and its rider was Murtagh's son of Morzin and his half-brother. Along with that was this strange, oddly fortuitous meeting between him and the elvish princess, who he counted as a dear friend. And behind all of these various moves on the chessboard was a single person who seemed to be operating 3 steps ahead of them all. One of these days, he decided, as he slipped into the welcome arms of his waking dreams, he really had to get Zoe to tell him just how she had managed it, and how she had kept her wits about her even as the world went to war, and the game became one of terrible stakes upon which the fates of billions hung. But long before they ever got to that point, he would go straight to Saphira and curl up with her in front of a campfire. He would once more take comfort in her warm, soothing presence, and with such thoughts in his mind, his dreams were more peaceful that night. "Just know that wherever you go, you can always come home. I'll be there soon. Oh yes, Saphira, I will be back soon, and we will take to skies once more. Just you. Just me. Soon. Yes, I am screwing around with the timeline in this story. I really didn't think it was very realistic that Naswada was up and about after the grueling trial of the long knives. So I waved my magic wand and changed things around a bit. Hope that clears up any confusion people have about that. Also no Tenga. Why? I thought that was a weird bit of extra that was added in the original, so I didn't keep it because I felt it didn't add to my own story and I wasn't sure how to make it original. Of course. Thank you for the reviews, likes, favorites, and reads. You guys are awesome. Review replies. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Glad you liked the chapter. Haha, I guess that makes two posh old twats. It is all very heartwarming and fluffy, isn't it? I can't wait for a good battle scene. I think everyone has a evil villain writing side. You just have to unleash it. Lal, thank you for the review and happy writing to you. Live, laugh, play music. He did hatch. I know it is so omgy even for me. Thank you for the review. Spoiler, hope your story is doing well. I do understand what you are trying to say about Thorn, and I have kept his name from the books merely because I think it suits him, and it makes things simpler when I start messing around with canon. He will have a very different personality, just as Murtagh has a different feel in my story. I hope to have many scenes with them as they spend a little time in Elismera and start to grow a connection with each other. Thank you for the review, and I hope you are feeling inspired and energized with your own work of art. Chris, those meetings are coming up. That will be next chapter. As for the knife, Zoe has it. She just hasn't come to the point in her life when she needs to use it. That chapter is coming up and will involve some rather 7 James Bond type stuff. So excited for it, actually. I think Zoe will come to her true name a little later in the series. Remember, she's still finding her balance in her past, and she can only find her true name when she fully grasps that. But I do think I will have her find it, and it will probably play some important role in the final part of this story. Thank you for the review, and it is wonderful to have you back and commenting. Hope you like this chapter too. General Dying Titan, thank you for the review. Guest, I'm sorry, but could you explain what you are trying to say about Zoe? I am sorry, I just don't know what up is. Thank you for reading and commenting. 69, Chapter 71. Roran, came a voice from behind the young man. He spun and saw Brahm, who was looking at him with inscrutable eyes. Naswada wishes to speak with you. The older man was dressed simply, but his sword hung at his side, and his face, while familiar, seemed set, and there was an air around of him of a commander well used to his position. Gone was any sign of the grumpy old storyteller, and in his place, a wise old warrior who had seen all there was to see and had little patience, this man, thought Roran as he straightened from his task of building defenses for the Varden, was his uncle. This man was Iragan's father, and no doubt was rather angry with Roran for what had happened with the Razak. But the man made no sign if that was how he was feeling as he gestured for Roran to walk beside him. His words were just as clipped as they had been back in Carvahall, and his sentences just as short. "How is Katrina?" asked Brahm as they walked. Roran shrugged and thought back to his pale, still too thin betrothed who was staying with Horst and Elaine until they could arrange a wedding. "She is growing stronger," he said, and a familiar feeling of anger rose within him. How he wished that she had never suffered so. If he could go back and change things, then he would do it all differently and be more ready for treachery. Brahm looked at him with those deep, piercing eyes. "Just as your experiences have made you stronger," said the man as if he could read Roran's thoughts, which he probably could. "So have Katrina's experiences made her stronger." The young man suddenly found himself unable to meet Brahm's gaze, and he turned his eyes away. "I suppose," he said reluctantly, but he still wished. He would always wish he knew before and was able to prepare for it. Iragan probably wished the same as did Brahm and all the rest of these noble, death-risking heroes that Roran suddenly found himself among. Perhaps they, like him, wished they could have had a little warning and a little more time to prepare. "When you speak to Naswada," said the man beside him abruptly, "watch what you say." "Why?" asked Roran with a rising sense of wariness. More politics. He was beginning to hate this world of words that sounded like one thing but meant another. This was not who he was. "She wishes to determine how best to put you to use," said the man, and his voice was so low that Roran had to step closer to him to catch the words. So be careful. What is that supposed to mean? He asked, confused, and knowing they were getting very close to Naswada's command tent, and he needed more answers from this confusing old warrior. Exactly what it sounds like, boy, said Brahm, who came to a sudden stop and gestured with one wide sweep of his arm towards the large, heavily guarded tent that flew the pennant of two swords beneath a black shield. Don't say anything you will regret. He left then, and Roran was left to explain his reason for seeing the Lady of the Varden to her collection of scowling guards, and then, fighting hard to adopt a blank face, he entered the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Roran was alarmed to see that most of the furniture was broken and overturned. The only pieces that seemed unharmed were a mirror mounted on a pole and the grand chair in which Naswada was sitting. Ignoring their surroundings, he bowed to her before standing straight and still as he met her firm gaze. Naswada's features and bearing were so different from those of the women Roran had grown up with. He was not sure how to act before her, and only knew he had to be courteous and close-tongued, but not how. She appeared strange and imperious, with her embroidered dress, and the gold chains in her hair and her dusky skin, which at the moment had a reddish cast, due to the color of the fabric walls. In stark contrast to the rest of her apparel, linen bandages encased her forearms, a testament to her courage during the trial of the long knives. Her feet had been a topic of constant discussion among the Varden ever since Roran had returned with Katrina. It was the one aspect of her he felt as if he understood, for he too would make any sacrifice in order to protect those he cared about. But he did not understand the rest of her. Roran, she said in that rhythmic voice, which drew the syllables of his name in a way he had never heard before. Automatically and unconsciously, he rested a hand on the head of his hammer and waited while she inspected him. My position rarely allows me the luxury of clear, direct speech, Roran, but I will be blunt with you today. You seem to be a man who appreciates candor, and we have much to discuss in a small amount of time. But why, he wondered inwardly, had Brahm warned him against speaking frankly? He wondered once more what this exotic woman was actually saying, and he found himself automatically tensing as if he was once more on the battlefield. In a low voice, as devoid of emotion as he could make it, he merely said, "Thank you, my lady." The woman rose from her high-backed chair and began to pace in front of him. Her footsteps were quick, almost rushed, upon the carpeted floor. To be blunt, then, you have presented me with two difficulties, neither of which I can easily resolve. He frowned, and his mind instantly sprang into action as he imagined the sort of difficulties she might be speaking of. What sort of difficulties? He asked warily. She paused briefly in her pacing and met his gaze. There is one of character and one of politics. Your deeds in Palancar Valley and during your flight thence with your fellow villagers are nigh on incredible. They tell me that you have a daring mind and that you are skilled at combat, strategy, and inspiring people to follow you with unquestioning loyalty. He remained silent. Perhaps if he said as little as possible, then he would avoid a potentially dangerous sentence. Where was his silver-tongued cousin? He had sudden need of his cousin's weighty presence, and even weightier words to which even this commander could not challenge, no matter if she had survived the trial of long knives. A smile touched her lips as she waited for him to speak and found he did not. You possess valuable talents, Roran, and the Varden could use you. I assume you wish to be of service. I do. Which he did. They all had to be of service in a time such as this. He just wasn't going to say how he thought he could be of use, at least not yet. As you know, Galbatorix has divided his army and sent troops south to reinforce the city of Arruffs, west toward Feinster and north toward Bellatona. He hopes to drag out this fight, to bleed us dry through slow attrition. Yermundur and I cannot be in a dozen locations at once. We need captains whom we can trust to deal with the myriad conflicts springing up around us. In this, you could prove your worth to us. But her voice faded. He couldn't stop himself. But you do not yet know if you can rely upon me. She stopped directly in front of him. Her white bandaged arms were neatly folded in front of her. Indeed. Protecting one's friends and family stiffens a person's spine, but I wonder how you will fare without them. Will your nerve hold? And while you can lead, can you also obey orders? I cast no aspersions on your character, Roran, but the fate of Alagaesia is at stake, and I cannot risk putting someone incompetent in charge of my men. This war does not forgive such errors, nor would it be fair to the men already with the Varden to place you over them without just cause. You must earn your responsibilities with us. I understand. Do you? She asked, and he heard a faint note of challenge to her voice. Suddenly he could not restrain himself. Why was she doing this? And in a voice that was lined with steel he snapped, I have done many things just as hard as the things you have done, lady. Do not think to lecture me on sacrifice or duty or responsibility. He instantly regretted his words, but it was too late to take them back, and Brahm's warning echoed through his mind with savage, self-directed anger. What was he? Really just another commoner, and he had just spoken rudely to a superior. Why did he have to lose his control here of all places? He knew why. She was insinuating that his triumphs had not been fought for as hard as they had been, and that he had not yet learned what true sacrifice and determination was. Naswada did not appear angry, however, but she did appear amused, and there was a flicker of something like satisfaction in those eyes that he wondered at. You are an independent person, Roran Stronghammer. Turning away from him, she began to pace again. I cannot just place you on the battlefield, however, Roran. You and Iragan are practically brothers, and that complicates things immeasurably. As I'm sure you are aware, Iragan is the keystone of our hopes. It is important, then, to shelter him from distractions, so he may concentrate upon the task before him. If I send you into battle, and you die as a result, grief and anger might very well unbalance him. I've seen it happen before. Moreover, I must take great care with whom I allow you to serve, for there are those who will seek to influence you because of your relation to Iragan. So now you have a fair idea of the scope of my concerns. What have you to say about them? He met her gaze and shrugged. I only wish to see the Empire destroyed so that my kith and kin can return to our home and live in peace. My cousin, he paused and said simply, shall not be harmed through me. Would you go to war for the Varden? I already have gone to war for the Varden. I went to war without you asking me to. I went to war and killed for your side without you ever dragging me into a tent and making me play a game that I would rather destroy. True enough, she said with a faint smile and a nod of her head. Suddenly, understanding dawned in Roran as he met those eyes. She found him a threat. He was a threat to her, and he suddenly felt as if this entire meeting was explained. It was more than his blood ties to Iragan, but his ability to convince his village to follow him and his determination to see them to safety. He wasn't sure what it was, why he suddenly realized this important fact, but he did, and it made him feel better. This was why Brahm had come and found him instead of a simple runner boy, and why he had warned him. He was a threat to Naswada of the Varden. Forcing this down, he shrugged once more and tried to stay as blank as his cousin could at the drop of a hat. What do you want of me, lady? Will you let me serve or not? And if so, how do you want my services best used? She was silent for a long moment, her face turned away from him as she seemed to consider his words. Finally she spoke. Here is my offer. This morning my magicians detected a patrol of 23 of Galbatorix's soldiers due east. I am sending out a contingent under the command of Martland Redbeard, the Earl of Thun, to destroy them and to do some scouting besides. If you are agreeable, you will serve under Martland. You will listen to and obey him and hopefully learn from him. He, in turn, will watch you and report to me whether he believes you are suitable for advancement. Martland is very experienced, and I have every confidence in his opinion. Does this strike you as fair, Roran Stronghammer? It was agreeable for the most part. Gathering himself, he asked, It does. Only when would I leave and how long would I be gone? You would leave today and return within a fortnight. Then I must ask, could you wait and send me on a different expedition in a few days? I would like to be here when Iragan returns. He hoped she would not ask the true reason why, and just accept. Your concern for your cousin is admirable, but events move apace, and we cannot delay. As soon as I know Iragan's fate, I will have one of Duvranga Gata contact you with the tidings, whether they be good or ill. Roran rubbed his thumb along the sharp edges of his hammer as he tried to compose a reply that would convince Naswada to change her mind, and yet would not betray the secret he held. At last he abandoned the task as impossible and resigned himself to revealing the truth. He was desperate to escape this tent, to escape this commander who was so wary of him and yet so commanding. You're right. I am worried about Eragon, but of all people he can fend for himself. Seeing him safe and sound isn't why I want to stay. Why then? Because Katrina and I wish to be married, and we would like Eragon to perform the ceremony. There was a cascade of sharp clicks as Naswada tapped her fingernails against the jeweled hilt of the dagger she wore openly at her side. If you believe I will allow you to loll about when you could be helping the Varden, just so you and Katrina can enjoy your wedding night a few days earlier, then you are sorely mistaken. He barely contained a wince and then forced it away. He was Roran. She was wary of him, and he would not be cowed by this lady, even if he was going to offer his services in her army. He hated her games and hated the way he was being forced to play them. She could have him and his loyalty, but not instantly with a snap of her fingers. It is a matter of some urgency, Lady Nightstalker. He ground out the words with open frustration despite his best attempts to restrain it. Inwardly, he winced at his rudeness. Naswada's fingers paused in midair and her eyes narrowed. How urgent! The sooner we are wed, the better it will be for Katrina's honor. If you understand me at all, know that I would never ask favors for myself. Light shifted on Naswada's skin as she tilted her head. He was suddenly aware that he was a few inches taller than her, but he did not feel tall in her presence but short. I see. Why Eragon? Why do you want him to perform the ceremony? Why not someone else? An elder from your village, perhaps? He shrugged. Eragon is my cousin and I care for him, and because he is a rider. Katrina lost nearly everything on my account. Her home, her father, and her dowry. I cannot replace those things, but I at least want to give her a wedding worth remembering. Naswada held her peace for so long that Roran began to wonder if she expected him to leave. However, he did nothing, just stood there still and silent as she considered his words. Then it would indeed be an honor to have a dragon rider marry you, but it would be a sorry day if Katrina had to accept your hand without a proper dowry. The dwarves furnished me with many presents of gold and jewelry when I lived in Trondheim. Some I have already sold to fund the Varden, but what I have left would still keep a woman clothed in mink and satin for many years to come. They shall be Katrina's, if you are amenable. Roran was startled, and his eyes narrowed immediately at her words. Why was she being so generous? To buy his loyalty seemed the most probable, but how could he refuse? He would not take such a gift, and neither would Katrina. So with a firm shake of his head, Roran spoke in as polite a voice as he could. He would be honest and blunt with her as she had said she would be with him. Your generosity is overwhelming, but I cannot accept such a gift from you, lady. She raised her eyebrows. Why not? I offer it freely to you and your bride. With a wry smile, Roran shook his head. Nothing is free, and no gift is without its price. He met her gaze. I shall fight for the Varden, my lady, but not for gold or jewels. Katrina and I do not need such things. What need have farmers for rubies or necklaces of fine gold? None. As soon as I am able, I shall leave and do as you have asked of me. Naswada seemed surprised, totally shocked for a few brief seconds before she gathered herself together. Very well, she said, and her eyes lingered uncomfortably on his face, and he was relieved to hear her next words. You may go then, Roran Stronghammer. When he emerged back out into the sunlight, it was to find Brahm waiting for him. With a dark scowl, the young man snapped, You could have made yourself clearer. You've got to learn sooner or later, said the man with something that vaguely resembled a smirk. And the things we learn by ourselves often stay with us. Roran chose not to reply as he turned and walked off. Why, he wondered, did he have to be thrust into such a world? How did his cousin manage to make it all look so easy? All he knew was that he was happiest and most at home when his hands were busy, his words clear, and those around him saw the world not as a chess board upon which battles were waged, but as a simple place where all that mattered was the changing of seasons and finding love where one could. That was his world. It was a world he would die for. This was not. I stood very still beside Naswada. The sun was hot upon my back, and I felt a drop of sweat roll down my spine. I had just been with Murtagh, going over the lists of spies and taking over his duties and establishing myself in his position. Thorn, growing swiftly and becoming bored with the small tent, had grown quite impatient with us, and Murtagh had had to go and get him some food, while I played tug-of-war with the dragonling as if he were nothing more than a terrier. However, even though they were spent over business of the Varden, I treasure these moments with Murtagh, for I knew they were slowly running out, and despite my best efforts, I could not always keep a lid on my heartsickness, and I knew that he saw it in my eyes. I shook my head to clear those things away into the dark crevices where they belonged. The elven spellcasters were on their way, and I had to be there to greet them as ambassador along with Brahm and Naswada. I knew that to meet with elves, I had to maintain a cool facade that equaled theirs, and I double-checked my mental barriers until I was satisfied that they were as impenetrable as I could make them. Looking out at the landscape, I watched 12 long, lean figures make their way towards us, their outlines wavering in the morning heat. The elves ran in unison, light and fast upon the ground, and I found myself wishing they would slow down. For as soon as they could, they would no doubt want to go and see Thorn. My hand fingered the hilt of the dagger that Runnan had given me. I had used it during the Battle of the Burning Plains, but I wondered when it would save my life. Runnan, I was fairly certain, had to be gifted with a trace of foresight, and so I never let the dagger go far from my sight. It was always with me now, just as my bow, sword, and horn were. It was there until the moment when I needed it, and Runnan's reasoning became clear to my eyes. "You don't seem happy," came a voice from beside me. I just shrugged slightly, for I had expected her presence, and I did not bother with acting surprised. "Says who?" Angela snorted. "Just call it a guess." "Can anyone else tell?" My voice lowered so that Brahm, standing a few feet away, could not catch my words. "No," she said with a faint smile on her seemingly youthful face. "But I know you better than to take that perfect face of yours at face value." I openly smiled at her words and shook my head as Angela moved over to speak with Naswada. Trust her to say such things, and I had to restrain myself from asking her a question. I would only get a backwards answer that left my head spinning. Brahm stepped closer to me and murmured in a low voice, "You must feel quite well practiced in your dealings with the fair folk after your time in Du Weldenvarden." "You have no idea," I said with a faint smile as I watched the elves come even closer. "But I do not pretend to know them or to be like them. We came to that accord on the first day I was there." My mind automatically remembered the meeting between the Queen, Diether, Oramis, Arya, and I that day in the beautiful and enchanting garden that I found out later was Islanzardi's private work of art that she nurtured by her own hands. It was, apparently, the place that she first met Arya's father, and the place she went to when she heard the news of Arya's supposed death. In that protected sanctuary we had faced each other and come to as much of an accord as we could, considering who I was and who the elves were. "The same can be said for me," said the man, and his face looked weary to my eyes. He had clearly not been sleeping, and he had yet to give me my little stone back. Not that I minded. He needed the light when the darkness of the endless ways he could lose his son flooded his mind. At that moment, the 12 elves emerged from the dry stream bed, and I prepared myself mentally for the meeting. I already knew all the elves that had been sent by the Queen, and so did Brahm, which is why, out of the 3 commanders gathered, we were not at all surprised by the leading elf's strange appearance. His appearance was quite strange, and something to be wondered at, especially for the large crowd gathered a respectful distance away. Bladgram, son of Ildrid, the beautiful, had a rather cat-like appearance. He was covered with midnight blue fur that glistened with a healthy sheen under the glare of the sun. On average, the fur was a 1/4 inch long, a smooth, flexible armor that mirrored the shape and movement of the underlying muscles, but on his ankles and the undersides of his forearms, it extended a full 2 inches, and between his shoulder blades, there was a ruffled mane that stuck out a hand's breadth from his body and tapered down along his back to the base of his spine. Jagged bangs shadowed his brow, and cat-like tufts sprouted from the tips of his pointed ears. But otherwise the fur on his face was so short and flat, only its color betrayed its presence. His eyes were bright yellow. Instead of fingernails, there were claws. The rest of the elves were not as unusual in their appearance as he was. They were all fair, their bodies free of any imperfection, and their eyes as deep as whirlpools. In the clear light of day, they appeared radiant. I could name each and every one of them, and I wished, quite suddenly, that Arya was here. She was their princess, and her presence would have been welcome for this meeting. However, her presence was better put to use traveling with Eragon, and so I would have to do my best. I waited while Naswada exchanged greetings with Blardgram and the other elves, who then recognized Brahm with the deep respect I knew they had for him. I was glad to see that respect for the man deserved it more than even Naswada knew. Brahm was the one who informed them of Arya's departure to find Iragan, of whose absence they were already aware from a previous meeting between the Queen, Arya, and I. They carried some news for Naswada, and a few more pleasantries. Laughter and other such things were exchanged. But then it was my turn to play the welcoming ally and bridge that an ambassador was supposed to be. You see, reader, ambassadors don't usually argue with allies like I had. In fact, they most certainly do not do that at all. The spellweaver smiled at me in that elvish way which is decidedly chilly and far too perfect. "Lady Zoe," he said with one hand over his heart and graceful incline of his head, which I repeated. Behind him, the other elves, all well acquainted with me, followed his example. We had done away with the official phrase in the ancient language, but I still replied to him that tongue as a sign of welcome and respect. "Blardgram Elder," I said with smooth ease, "it is a pleasure to see you once more." "Yes," he said with that cool smile, "though we are far from Du Weldenvarden, my lady, and the darkness is falling across us." I could feel the weight of Naswada's gaze on my face as she watched the interaction between the elves and me. No doubt she was curious to see the familiarity with which I greeted these spell casters. Perhaps she was even curious enough to ask me later how I had come to know them during my stay in the fair elven city. She would have to keep wondering, however, for she did not need to know all the things that her ambassador had been involved in, from elegant dinner parties hosted by the Queen of Du Weldenvarden to nasty cat fight arguments over council tables. "But it has not taken hold, that darkness," I replied quietly, and without removing my gaze from his ancient eyes. "Nor will it. We have all come together to share our strength and fight it. Together we shall fight back against that darkness and seek the light at the end of this night, the peace at the end of the storm. Together that peace shall be found and that light restored." It may sound cheesy when one reads it on paper, cliched and overused, all this light and dark and fight till the end stuff. However, when one is speaking to an elf and one is at war in a world where there is magic and dragons, it just doesn't sound as bad, and of course it is fitting. There is something so noble and medieval about saying, "Fight back against the darkness," and all that. However, I could also not help but think that, despite all the darkness this world may know, it had never faced a shadow as suffocating, as devoid of light, as the one that nearly coated my world. If Blardgram had known that evil, that vicious evil that delighted in the death of everything good and sweet, if he had known that, then he might see Galbatorix as I saw him, nothing more than a madman drunk on his power. The elf smiled widely and lifted one of my hands with one of his cool, smooth ones in a gesture of simple unity, a symbolic one, I suppose, if you want to see it that way. "I am glad," said the elf, and then he adjusted his statement. "We are all glad to think that you are our ally and our friend, Lady Zoe. It is an honor to fight beside someone as skilled as you." I merely smiled graciously, not commenting on his words. We were not opponents, but neither could we ever be completely at ease with each other. Besides, I was just another ambassador, and he was a spell weaver, different duties and different expectations. My silence and quiet acceptance would be seen as gracious and an acknowledgment of the other. "We were informed by Queen Islanzardi," said Blargram, and I nodded my head, knowing exactly what he was talking of. I was suddenly quite grateful for the safety and security provided by the ancient language. We didn't need the whole Varden wondering about what informed meant. "Perhaps you would want to meet later," I asked. "Then you can all become acquainted. I do not think it wise for you to come with me now, lest we attract unwanted attention." The elves nodded, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the long train of nobles that Orin was leading. With no desire to be here for this endless parade of names and curious gazes, I made my excuses to Naswada and retreated to the safety of my tent to warn Murtagh of the upcoming trial. I knew, for I was not so blind as some might think, that Murtagh's parentage may very well become a topic of discussion in that upcoming meeting. These elves would have all known or met Morzan, and unfortunately, there was a resemblance between the young man and the father he tried to so hard to leave to the dark shadows of the history books. However, Saphira was also there, curled firmly around the tent and the dragonling, and so I would be able to enjoy her company as well even though she was depressed with Eragon being where he was. She would lend her own weighty opinion on the matter of Murtagh, and I knew that she was on his side. At any rate, a few hours of pleasant conversation and quiet work would not be amiss in my busy life, and it was far better than facing the torture of state greetings. There was spy code to be learned and memorized until I could rattle it off at the drop of a hat when it came time for me to turn to espionage in enemy territory. Oh, and those lists on. What? You would make your escape if you could to. He was getting so sick of running. He wasn't even breathing hard, but the relentless pounding of each step across the hard ground made his knees and ankles sore. Blisters continued to break out on his heels, no matter how tightly he bound them. Any spells he did to ease his pains only exacerbated his exhaustion. Eragon supposed that was the price for not flying back with Saphira, but he tried not to think too hard on that. He had been able to see her, speak in a stilted fashion through Naswada to her, but it was far from satisfactory. Saphira, his beautiful Saphira who knew him better than anything one in the world ever had. For her he would keep running until he found her once more and could lose himself in her warmth, her love, and her understanding which, he felt, he did not deserve after his actions these past few days. His eyes, always on the horizon, saw them just as his senses began to feel them too. A group of 15 soldiers coming towards them, and with no travelers around them or any place to hide, they would have to face them as they were. Two lonely, weary warriors masquerading as commoners. They could enchant themselves and blend into the environment, but that would take energy, and neither the elf nor rider had much to spare for such a complicated spell. As they continued on, neither he nor Arya voiced any of their concerns, but he could not force his worry away. His hand was not far from his sword, which he had concealed with a simple glamour, so that it appeared as nothing more than a short, worn dagger instead of a ruby-red rider sword. He felt like an actor, and a poor one at that. They kept running, and the patrol kept moving towards them for half an hour before Eragon was able to make out the shapes of the men and the horses. After a few more minutes of running, he and Arya wordlessly slowed their pace to a halt so that the elf could pull on her skirt. Eragon smeared dirt over his right palm and made sure the cloth band around his forehead was secure over his pointed ears. A few artful smudges of dirt across his high cheekbones and nose was the best he could do to minimize his refined, elf-like features. With a great deal of luck, the soldiers would assume they were just another pair of downtrodden, dirt-coated farmers fleeing the conflict for a chance of safety in Serda. Simple. A common story these days. Why was he so nervous? Because these soldiers might just force a fight on us. Because you really don't want anything to slow you down in this mad race to get back to Saphira. Oh yes, you are nervous, and you can't deny it. The two companions continued to move forward, only this time they did so with bowed heads, hunched shoulders, and dragging feet. Although Eragon could feel the rumble of approaching hoof beats and hear the cries of the men driving their steeds, it still took the better part of an hour for their two groups to meet on the vast plain. When they did, Eragon and Arya moved off the road and stood looking down between their feet. Eragon caught a glimpse of horse legs from under the edge of his brow as the first few riders pounded past, but then the choking dust billowed over him, obscuring the rest of the patrol. The dirt in the air was so thick that he had to close his eyes. Listening carefully, he counted until he was sure that more than half the patrol had gone by. For a brief, dazzling moment, he thought they would not stop and question them. His elation was short-lived. A moment later, someone in the swirling blizzard of dust shouted, "Company, halt!" A chorus of woe, "Steady there," and "Hey there, Nell," rang out as the 15 men coaxed their mounts to form a circle around Eragon and Arya. Before the soldiers completed their maneuver and the air cleared, Eragon pawed the ground for a large pebble, then stood back up. His shoulders hunched and his entire posture one of weary defeat. "Be still," hissed Arya. As he waited, his head bowed, Eragon forced his heart beat down and rehearsed the story that he and Arya had concocted to explain their presence so close to the border with Serda. He tried to reassure himself that, as an excellent warrior, he should not be worried, trained, and proven as he was. Around him, invisible, were his wards which protected him from any attack that these obviously non-magical men could throw at him with their spears and swords. But still he worried. His gut twisted hard, and he had to ruthlessly force the dark thoughts away and impose a rigid control upon himself, maintain the facade. Only Arya's steady presence made it at all bearable. The voice that had ordered the patrol to halt again issued forth. "Let me see your faces." Raising his head, Iragan saw a man sitting before them on a roan charger, his gloved hands folded over the pommel of his saddle. Upon his upper lip there sprouted an enormous curly mustache that, after descending to the corners of his mouth, extended a good 9 inches in either direction, and was in stark contrast to the straight hair that fell to his shoulders. How such a massive piece of sculpture supported its own weight puzzled Iragan, especially since it was dull and lustreless, and obviously had not been impregnated with warm beeswax. His mind seemed capable of thinking the most ridiculous things at moments like this. Iragan wasn't sure why. The other soldiers held spears pointed at Iragan and Arya. So much dirt covered them, it was impossible to see the flames stitched on their tunics. However, it was quite clear on whose side they were on, and from their undefended minds, Iragan could sense their irritation with their current situation at having to stop of another bunch of sorry-looking idiots. If only they could just keep riding like they so wanted to. "Now then," said the man, and his mustache wobbled like an unbalanced set of scales. His voice sounded bored, the voice of someone who has uttered these lines so many times they had lost any meaning. "Who are you? Where are you going? And what is your business in the king's lands?" The horses stamped and shifted where they stood. The sweaty animals were uneasy even as they obeyed the firm commands given by their riders. Iragan, knowing he had to be the one to speak for both of them, opened his mouth to reply as he purposely prepared to deepen his accent, but he never got the chance. The captain of the small troop waved a gloved hand, and a disgusted frown crossed his face. "No, don't bother answering. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters nowadays. The world is coming to an end, and we waste our days interrogating peasants. Whatever you want to tell me is lies. It always is." His calculating little grey eyes inspected them and took in Iragan's scuffed quiver and Arya's small pouch which she wore at her waist. Once more the rider was grateful that both his and Arya's elegant, deadly weapons were hidden by magic, which made them appear both worn and of poor make. If they sported such items in their bedraggled state, then who knows what would happen? In a bored voice the captain asked, "What have you got in that pouch of yours, girl? Maybe some secret letters for the Varden." His very attitude suggested that he doubted it, and with a shrug, Arya opened the small pouch to show its meager contents. A small throwing knife, some dried fruit, and a few coins which were immediately snatched from her hand by a soldier who had dismounted, and then passed to the captain, who regarded them with distaste, as if such meager offerings were somehow insulting to him. After a few moments, he turned once more to Iragan and Arya. A satisfied smirk grew on his face. It was the smirk of a man who knows he is in control of the situation and enjoys it more than he should. In his arrogantly bored voice, the captain said, "SOSO, what to do with you lot? It's a pity we have to accept such wretches, but that's what this blasted war has reduced us to, scrounging for leftovers." Knowing full well what he was saying, and knowing that this could only mean one thing, Iragan forced himself to respond in his fake accent with words that could only delay the inevitable. "Accept, sir." "Silence, you insolent rascal. No one gave you permission to speak. Whether you are a thief, a traitor, a mercenary, or merely a fool, your fate will be the same. Once you swear the oath of service, you will have no choice but to obey Galbatorix and those who speak for him. Are the first army in history to be free of dissent. No mindless blathering about what we should do. Only orders clear and direct. You too shall join our cause, and you shall have the privilege of helping to make real the glorious future our great king has foreseen. As for your lovely companion, there are other ways she can be of use to the Empire. Now tie them up." Iragan knew then what he had to do. Glancing over, he found Arya already looking at him, her eyes hard and bright. He blinked once. She blinked in return. His hand tightened around the pebble, his little weapon which no one would ever have thought could be a weapon. The stone was smooth and warm in his palm as he shifted his hold on it. They did not need words. They had long since both learned the silent code of fighting, and they wasted no more time. He did not bother with looking for wards or casting any spells. Instead, he just acted, and in a smooth motion that was so swift none of the men caught it, he cocked his arm, and with a flick of his wrist, threw the pebble at the man with the mustache. The pebble punctured the side of his helm. Then all hell broke loose. As the horse neighed and reared at the suddenly limp body upon its back, Eragon whipped his sword from its sheath and leaped forward. The red blade caught the sun as it suddenly was released from its glamour. The blade flashed dangerously and seemed to hum with the upcoming bloodshed. The horses neighed in fear while the men shouted in surprise, a cacophony of noise that was all too familiar after the roar of the last battle Eragon had fought in. One soldier hit the ground as his horse bolted in terror. With one slash of the ruby blade, Eragon killed the man, and springing backward, his body parallel with the ground, he passed underneath 7 spears that were flying his way. The lethal shaft seemed to float above him, and he came up in a tight fighter's crouch as he confronted 4 soldiers who had decided to take him on the ground. He did not bother with looking to Arya. She was more than capable of handling herself in this situation. Just as he was, he thought with a grim kind of sadness that was erased a moment later as he sprang forward, blade in hand. He was too fast for them. He was just too deadly, and only one man seemed to realize this fast enough to escape the deadly exchange of blows. The man, horseless, fled south along the road, and gathering his strength, Eragon pursued him. Arya was still engaged with 2 of the soldiers, for they were on horses, and she had to duel with them from the ground. As he narrowed the gap between them, the man began to plead for mercy, promising he would tell no one about the massacre and holding out his hands to show they were empty. When Eragon was within arm's reach, the man veered to the side and then a few steps later changed direction again, darting back and forth across the countryside like a frightened rabbit. All the while, the man continued to beg, tears streaming down his cheeks, saying that he was too young to die, that he had yet to marry and father a child, that his parents would miss him, and that he had been pressed into the army, and this was only his 5th mission, and why couldn't Eragon leave him alone? "What have you against me?" he sobbed. "I only did what I had to. I'm a good person." The man finally came to a stop and turned to meet Eragon's gaze. He knew, thought the rider, that his opponent was more than a simple human and far more than a simple refugee or fighter for hire. Perhaps he had even guessed that this was the rider they were supposed to be scoring the countryside for. His face was red and sweaty. His armor did not seem to fit him quite right, as if it had been made for a bigger man and then passed to this man. Eragon regarded him for a moment before saying, "You can't keep up with us and we can't leave you. You'll catch a horse and betray us." He stated the truth simply and quietly. "No, I won't. People will ask what happened here." The rider felt nothing. His entire world seemed to have gone cold, and he hated this. He hated this feeling and these words even as he said them with all the command that, without knowing it, he had unconsciously made a part of himself. "Your oath to Galbatorix, and the Empire won't let you lie. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to release you from your bond. There is way, though, man. I wish I could help you find it. Maybe if you picked up a sword and fought you could change it. I really do, but I cannot and I will not slow myself down and delay my journey back just to help you. I am sorry. By the gods, I am sorry because you are not the only person I wish I could have offered a hand to instead of death. If you and I could have met at any other time then maybe, but not this day and not this moment. Why are you doing this? You're a monster," screamed the man. "No," said Eragon with a shake of his head. "I am not. The monster in this world is Galbatorix." "Then why are you doing this?" he demanded again. "Because this is war," said Eragon with open sadness as he tried to simplify all the reasons for what he was about to do into as few words as possible. "And we are enemies. You can fight or you can die. The same can be said for me." Above them, the sun beat down. The smell of blood was heavy on the hot air, and there was no breeze to clear it away. Everything seemed to be hanging on these moments, the whole world slowing and stopping. Breathing suddenly seemed hard to the rider, and he longed to take flight and leave this ground for the upper climes like he did with Saphira. A kind of endlessness seemed to fall upon the rider. Everything was endless. The sky, the sun making its way across, the landscape and the road beneath his feet were all endless in that moment. He felt as if he could run and he would get nowhere. What was the point in moving? In acting if he went nowhere? The slow moments passed, and everything sped up once more as if nothing had changed. The man tried to run, but he did not get far, and Eragon made the deed quick. Shaking his head, he walked back to where the fight had begun. Arya was kneeling beside a body, washing her hands and arms with water from a tin flask one of the soldiers had been carrying. Her sword was back in its sheath, and Eragon, still feeling rather sick, washed his own blade, dried it, and removed some of the accumulated dirt from his face. The water felt good against his skin, but it could not wash away the memories. "I wasn't sure you would be able to kill him," said Arya without glancing at him. "Why? You didn't kill Sloane." "Sloane had no way to defend himself," said Eragon quietly. "That man did, and yet he chose not to. To kill a man unable to see the sword coming towards him is a far cry from killing a man who can and could defend himself." She regarded him for a long moment. Eragon felt the sun hot against the back of his neck, and he wished they could move on, but this had to be resolved between them, and he could think of no better place for it. "Some would argue differently," she said in a careful voice. "And they can argue their point," he said. "But if I am to go to war, then I must know the time and place in which I will kill. If a man is a threat to me, to Saphira, to those I care for, and those I stand for, then I will act." She regarded him with frank eyes, and then she sighed, rising from the dusty ground to stand, tall and straight, with an air that only an elf could have. It was one of quiet watchfulness, as if they were separate from time and place, able to look upon it with eyes well acquainted with all the sorrows and joys. He wondered if one day he would also have that air about him. "I think I understand," she said. "Perhaps, Eragon, you have the right of it, and I have been closed in my view, too quick to act, and too dismissive of other ways." He looked about at the blood slowly sinking into the sandy soil, the still bodies and the weapons cast about in disarray. The horses had bolted away and vanished in the shimmering line of the horizon. With any luck, they would find kinder masters, and what happened to their riders would be one of those never-solved mysteries that littered the land. "I feel as if this is all I am," he said louder than he intended. He had not meant to say it at all. The words had escaped him and fell heavy into the hot, still air. "No," said the elf. "You are more." She rested a hand on his shoulder and met his gaze. "Think of all the other things you have done, Eragon. There is more to you and your actions than dealing death to enemies." A wry grin touched her lips. "Think of what Zoe would say to you now if she could see us." "She would have something to say," he said, with a faint grin of his own despite the bloody scene around them. "And it would probably be spoken of from experience. Brahm would have something to say, and Murtagh too." Arya turned away then, and said in a voice tinged with an emotion Eragon could not place, "I feel as you do sometimes. I have fought many battles, and still they feel the same when they are over." He felt as if they had ventured into uncharted territory with this conversation, and he suddenly wanted to withdraw. He knew not how to carry out such a conversation. There was no compass to guide him and his thoughts about war. His place in the world and his feelings for the elf beside him were murky and too difficult to put the right words to. They frightened him, for slowly he was beginning to see that they were deeper than what they should have been. Forcing himself to look away from Arya, he wiped his palms on the edge of his tunic and surveyed the plain around them, counting the bodies without really thinking about it. "That's it then, isn't it? We're done." She looked over at him and nodded once. Her voice, when she spoke, resumed its usual rhythmic flow. "We had best avoid the roads from now on. We cannot risk another encounter with Galbatorix's men." As they began to make their way away from the scene of the fight, Eragon was suddenly able to place the note in Arya's voice. It had been regret. Regret, he suddenly realized, for lives she had not saved and battles that had gone ill. It was the same note he would hear in Zoe's voice or Brahms, and he realized suddenly that he could hear it in his own voice during the times when he told someone the truth behind his departure from Carvajal, namely when he told Roran. It was more than simple regret or grief. It was regret mixed with an acceptance of the truth of the past or the situation, a kind of weary regret that had lost its pain but could never be forgotten. He wondered as they angled away from the road and loped out across the uneven sea of dry grass, at which point he had finally grown up in the eyes of the elf princess. Perhaps it had been in Farthen Dur when he faced Durza, or during those long weeks with Oramis, when he would spend long hours with her wandering the city of Elismera. But he was beginning to think that it had happened rather more recently. Was beginning to think that it had occurred when he opened Sloane's cell and found himself confronting who he had been, who he was, and who he wanted to be. The moment he turned to her and stood before her, defending choices she did not agree with, and not because they were foolish or because someone had told him to, but because they were true to his heart. As the rhythm of the running took over his mind, he began to count the steps, imagining, as he did so, how many more lay between him and Sapphira. 1, 2, 3, and on, and on, and on. Each one matched errors, and he couldn't help but notice it. Revisions had been made to Chapter 7, Travel. Other author notes. Things are heating up romantically between E and A. Oh, and expect a conversation between Murtagh, the elves, Zoe, Sapphira, and a rapidly growing Thorn. That should be loads of fun. Well, not for Murtagh. Review replies. General the Dinkton. Thank you. Hope you like this one too. Nymthuriel missed you. It is great to hear from you. Yea, I am glad you like that I kept the name. Couldn't think of anything suitable for him, so I stuck with the original. As for Zoe's true name, I was thinking maybe I could use elements of her character and use them as chapter titles. Not sure. I don't think I know my character well enough to make her a true name, but maybe I could pull together some elements and give a general sense of what it might be. Readers could also add what they think to. Not sure, but I do agree with you that it was a bit anticlimactic. Ah, really? Is it Norse? This gets me thinking. Maybe I'll ask for a Norse dictionary for Christmas and start throwing words in. Thank you for your reviews and support. Live laugh play music. I will keep that scene. And I am glad you like that the name stayed the same. Gitarmauseknapfuller. I really wasn't sure how to make these early chapters original. I had to find my footing a bit in the story again, and I can assure you, following chapters will contain some plot twists. Murtagh will be leaving, Thorn is growing, Zoe will off too, and some other fun stuff. So thank you for reading and reviewing. It will be fun and exciting, I hope. Chris, oh, you are awesome. So glad you found it funny. And thank you for the very funny review. Oh, I am sure there will be some spark flying. The chest. Well, Brahm has it, and I would imagine he would send it on to Elismera and those who know how to deal with it best. Iragan and co may end up feeling like a postal service for out-of-the-ordinary objects and passengers. Ah, stay on your chair, please. And I hope you have a wonderful week with plenty of fun times. And reading. Happy, late. Thanksgiving to you too. I don't live in the States, but I have plenty of American friends, so I visited one of them and enjoyed the full-out craziness that it is. Ray, I posted a new chapter to that one about 10 days ago, and another is on its way. Hope you enjoy them both, and thank you for reviewing. Guest, I will try to watch that and take it into account. Thank you. Have a good one and happy reading. 70. Golden Moments. Delaying the inevitable does not always make things worse, but neither does it always make it better. That was true of this afternoon, unfortunately, and terribly true when it came time for the elven spellcasters to meet Thorn and his rider for the first time. I already knew this would be a tense meeting, and that it would not be easy either for Murtagh or for the elves. Haven't I already told you that, for all that Murtagh might have proven otherwise, elves have long memories, and Morzen's treachery ran deep and bitter in the minds of many. However, I was not fully prepared for what did happen or how I reacted. We met in a specially warded part of the army camp that kept people out, prevented them from seeing the swiftly growing red dragon or anything else that they most certainly did not need to see. Brahm was there, and so was Sapphira. To cut a bit of long dialogue short, the elves did know exactly who Murtagh was when they got over their joy at the sight of Thorn, and they didn't hold back any punches. They wore their fear, hate, and anger at the sight of the son of Morzen openly. I have no wish to remember those words, those poisonous looks, or any of it, for it makes me angry just to think of it. You shall have to imagine it, and remember all the things I have told you both of elves, the pain caused by the fall and simple fact that some things are never forgotten. I can be honest. In their place, I might have felt the same way and done the same things, but I was not in their shoes. I saw the stony expression take hold on Murtagh's face, and Thorn, sensing his rider's emotions, let out a cry and scrambled up to him. But I was fighting to control my anger, my fury, and even though Sapphira was making her opinion on the elves' words quite apparent, it did nothing to mollify me. She was telling them of his numerous achievements, the times he had saved both her and Iragan, all of it, but I was hardly listening to her. I was barely aware of Brahm lending his own words to the argument, or of anything but Murtagh's stony face as he rubbed Thorn's eye ridges. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream at them, and something took hold of me, an anger that was chilling and cold, deadly, and strong in its ferocity. I would not stand for this. I had not stood for this kind of thing when it was Vanya insulting Aragon on the practice field, or an elven advisor telling me I did not know what was best for a red dragon egg after I risked my life to save it. I had not stood for this kind of thing when I was Crown Princess Zoe, Lady of Houses Angard and Le, bearer of the Horn of Le, and second in line for the High King's throne. It goes on, my title at least, and it was quite an accomplishment for my childhood self to write it out in all of its pretentious glory. And I wanted to recall all of that glory, all of that imperious command that made you seem so regal and above everything. And do you want to know something? I can rattle off many more titles, deeds, command posts, and 1,000 other things that I was, but that didn't change some things. I would not stand for it. Ever. That is enough. My words were icy and clear. They rang through the air even though I had spoken them quietly. It was like snapping a whip, watching people flinch and being glad that they flinched, being glad that you had so effectively silenced them. The reaction was satisfying, but I was hardly finished. I straightened, my hair falling back and my chin rising as if I was dressed in fine silks and standing upon a white marble floor with a throne behind me. "Come with me," I said, with every little bit of imperious command I could summon which, at the time, was as heavy as a sledgehammer. I meant business, and it was like I had suddenly stepped back in time, back to the times when there had been a silver circlet woven in my hair and two brothers standing at each of my shoulders offering their support. But I didn't need any of that now. It was all there, inside of me, and it was time to act on my own despite my lack of a circlet or protective brothers. The elves stared at me, eyes widening as they took in my stance and heard my words. "Now," I said, and did not wait for them to reply. I might as well have been Islanzadi or my mother, or even the woman in white who occasionally visited me. I walked off, and they, knowing I would book no other response, followed. Good little things. It would have been terrible if I had had to enlist Saphira's help to move them along. I stopped on the very edge of camp, a completely deserted area where I hoped no one would intrude upon us. The elves before me were all gazing at me, and they were angry, frightened looks. But they did not intimidate me, and I felt like a queen seated upon a throne. I felt strong and in command as my anger raced through me like an intoxicating drug. "He is a son of Morzin," hissed an elf, and I forcibly grabbed his arm and forced him hard against the pole of the tent. It was a move so against my nature that, inwardly, I was just as stunned as the elf. "And he is a better man than most," I snarled so furiously that the gathered spellweavers winced. "Just because his father was a murdering traitor does not mean that Murtagh is." "But," began another elf from behind me. I spun and glared at him with such open anger that he flinched and almost seemed to cower beneath the force of my gaze. "You have heard Saphira's words on the matter. Do they matter not? You have heard of his numerous contributions from Brahm. Do our words count for nothing? What is more, Thorn chose him. He did not choose any of the elves who came to try their luck, did he? He chose Murtagh." "He will never be accepted," said one of the female elves. Her voice was haughty, and it only added fuel to my fire. "By who?" I demanded of her, and she flinched, cowed by my words and my fury. "By the elves. Is that who must accept him? Because I can assure you, he has been accepted by both the Varden and the dwarves. He has been cheered and honored by them. In this matter," I said so coldly that my words might as well have been ice, "it seems that despite all of your vast wisdom and power, you are all blinded." I looked at each and every one of them, meeting their gazes with my own, as they gazed at me in stunned amazement. Could you, if you were him, find the strength to refuse the role that others tried to force on you because of your parentage? Could you stand before Galbatorix and pretend to be loyal even as you plotted your escape? I continued on, and my words grew no less passionate even as my voice lowered. Could you look at a girl you loved and know that, because you were on one side and she on another, you had to kill her? Would you, in all your centuries of wisdom, be so desperate to escape from the empire that you would watch your mentor, someone so dear to you that they were like a father, lay down their life so you could have freedom? I turned back to Blardgam. Answer me. Answer me and tell me if he's still deserving of your hatred and scorn. Answer me and tell me that you are all so strong, so perfect, and so in control that none of this would ever have troubled you." They were all silent, completely and utterly silent, and I drew myself up, tall and straight. I stood before them, passionate and strong in my anger at their careless words and cold scorn. I continued on, my voice low. "I can stand many things, but I will not stand for such complete foolishness and blindness in the face of great courage and determination. If you will not be moved, then you might as well leave. Iragan and Murtagh are brothers. If you cannot accept one, then you should not try to protect the other." I left them with a clear message. I was disgusted. We were all disgusted. That night, Iragan sat staring at their meager fire, chewing on a dandelion leaf. Their dinner had consisted of an assortment of roots, seeds, and greens that Arya had gathered from the surrounding countryside. Eaten uncooked and unseasoned, they were hardly appetizing, but he had nothing to add to the dinner, and so he refrained from saying anything of it. What was the point? Wasting words on complaining about the lack of appealing food would earn him no points with the uncomplaining Arya. It was late, and they would have to get an early start the next morning, but he made no move to retire, nor did Arya. She was situated at right angles to him, her legs pulled up, with her arms wrapped around them and her chin resting on her knees. The skirt of her dress spread outward, like the wind-battered petals of a flower, her face lit by the flickering flames of the fire. His chin sunk low against his chest, and his thoughts far away. Iragan massaged his right hand with his left absently as he thought about what awaited him. There was, out of all the things he could worry about, something that was bothering him more than it should have been. Zarok. The red sword should have gone to Murtagh, and while they had never spoken about it, it had always niggled at Iragan. His half-brother would now need a rider sword, and the red blade now had even more reason to go to its rightful owner. So what could he do? He needed a sword, and so did Murtagh. Neither of them could afford not to have one that would hold up to the hammering of the coming battles. But what did he do? He was determined, one way or the other, to give the sword to Murtagh, but Iragan needed one too. Staring at his hands, he traced the scars that littered them. There weren't many, but there were a few that had not yet faded since the last battle he had been involved in. He rather liked them, wanted to be able to see some of his story and his struggle written out across them in such a way. He tightened his hands into fists and slowly turned them from side to side, watching the shadows deepen and fade between his knuckles. These hands needed their own sword, and he could hear, as if it were yesterday, Salimbum's telling him to search beneath the Menoa tree. It seemed that his chance to return to Do Weldenvarden was coming sooner than he had expected, and would, with any luck, provide a chance to discover what exactly the werecat had meant. "What are you thinking?" asked Arya, peering at him through a veil of her black hair. "Thinking that Zarok needs to be returned to its rightful owner, and I need a new sword." Arya studied him for a brief moment. "I agree. However, a sword such as it, well, it is hard to come by even among the smiths of my people." "I know, but the sword was never mine to wield. It has served me, but not truly." She nodded and returned to gazing at the fire. Her silence was one of agreement, and their small camp descended once more into quiet reflection. He was remarkably content. Stretched out upon the soft ground, with the first stars beginning to appear above like little lanterns flickering on, it was easy to think of what might await him in the immediate future. Beyond that, he dared not speculate, for if he did, he would begin to ask himself how he and Saphira could possibly defeat Galbatorix, and then panic would sink its icy claws into him. He knew that well by now. So he did not think on it. He just lived in the moment and tried to find peace where he could. He fixed his gaze on the flickering depths of the fire. There, in that writhing inferno, he sought to forget his cares and responsibilities. But the constant motion of the flames soon lulled him into a passive state where unrelated fragments of thoughts, sounds, images, and emotions drifted through him like snowflakes falling from a calm winter's sky. And amid that flurry, there appeared the face of the soldier who had begged for his life. Again, Iragan saw him crying, and again he heard his desperate pleas, and again he felt how easy it had been to slash downward with the ruby-red blade. He did not regret his actions, but the memories. Oh, the memories! They haunted him, taunted his thoughts, and made his senses tingle with the memories, sights, sounds, and smells of the battlefield. It made him grimace as he lost the battle to keep his face clear of any emotion, and her eyes flicking to him, Arya saw the expression on his face and the emotions shining in his eyes. Somewhere, far out in the darkness around them, a wolf howled. The sound of the howls made the rider think of the battle cry of a charging cull. He winced. "What's wrong?" asked Arya. "Is it the wolves? They shall not bother us, you know. They are teaching their pups how to hunt, and they won't allow their younglings near creatures who smell as strangely as we do." "It's not the wolves out there," said Iragan as he fingered a stone. "It's the wolves in here." He tapped the middle of his forehead and looked away. Why was it so hard to admit it? Why did he not want Arya to think him weak or affected by the horrors he had seen? The logical part of him told him to share it, but another argued fiercely against it. It was burden to bear, not hers. Arya nodded, a sharp, bird-like motion that betrayed the fact she was not human, even though she had assumed the shape of one. It is always thus. The monsters of the mind are far worse than those that actually exist. Fear, doubt, and hate have hamstrung more people than beasts ever have. "And love," he pointed out. "And love," she admitted. Also greed and jealousy and every other obsessive urge the sentient races are susceptible to. They were silent for a long moment, and then she asked quietly, "Have you ever cared for someone?" "No," said Iragan. "I love Saphira, but I have never known a love like Roran's. That is foreign to me and wondrous in its beauty, its fragility in the face of fate." He looked over at her. "What about you? Have you ever?" "Yes," she said, "but I did not know it until it was too late." Until the chance at it had long since ended. Her voice trailed off, and he knew who she spoke of. Phelan had been a topic of conversation they had barely engaged in during his time in Du Weldenvarden. The dead elf, not something either of them had either had reason to speak of nor the desire. She had shown him the flower, the beautiful blossom back in Du Weldenvarden. That encounter had been quite enough to tell him that Phelan had been more than a close comrade. He had never broached that subject with Arya, and she had only mentioned the elf casually once or twice. Perhaps he was feeling brave, a foolish bravery caused by his weariness, the starry sky, and his fear of the dreams that haunted him. Or was it because she was always so untouchable to him, and he was desperate to reach beyond her high walls? Regardless, he found the courage to ask, "Was it Phelan?" She looked at him with suddenly shuttered eyes. "Yes, yes it was." Her words did not falter, but she did look away and turned her face towards the sky. Even dusty, her hair pulled sharply back, and her clothes worn by the road, she was beautiful. The silvery moonlight illuminated her delicate frame, catching in her ebony hair, and in the faint breeze that touched the air, a few of those strands danced. A faint glow hung around, as it did around all elves, and it was most apparent at times like this. Despite her beauty and grace, he found himself looking beyond it and into her eyes. Zoe had taught him to look beyond the first impression, to see more than the beautiful face, the sweet smile, or the clever words. Now, in these quiet moments between him and Arya, he found himself trying to go deeper, to sink into her eyes and see the secrets, the memories and the feelings she kept locked away. He nodded and turned his gaze away, defeated by her walls and half wondering if he would ever know who Arya really was. "I wonder if I ever shall ever know it." His voice trailed off with an almost wistful note to it. Arya smiled slightly. "You are immortal now, Iragan. I am sure that at some point you shall experience such a thing." "Will you?" Her gaze flicked away from his, as if the question troubled her more than she wanted him to know. Perhaps, but there was a note of clear doubt in its lyrical tone, and he knew she did not truly believe it. But it would have to be the right person, someone who understood why I have done what I have and what it has shaped me into. She fingered the edge of her skirt. "I am not like other elves, as you already know." "No," he said with a faint smile, "and I am glad of it. You frightened me when I first met you. I did not know how to treat you. But then, in Elismera, I found that I could relate to you better than anyone else besides Saphira and Zoe. It was the same for me during my time at home," said the elf without looking at him. Her voice was as soft as a feather lightly touching down. "How have you found these past weeks, Iragan? I have not had a chance to ask you." He shrugged and thought of the time he had spent running alone, which had provided such an excellent chance to review everything. It had given him too much time to linger on things better left untouched when he was alone and far from those he loved. So in the end, how was he doing? He sighed heavily and spoke softly. I find myself asking myself how I should feel. How am I supposed to feel about this war and endless bloodshed? His eyes rested on the dancing flames, and he saw the faces and landscape of the burning plains, and in the inside of Farthen Dur. Around him was the ever-expansive night that cloaked the land around them in shadow. Am I supposed to be haunted by faces, by the places and the sounds and the memories of war that refuse to fade? His voice rose slightly, and he could not contain the note of desperation. Arya tightened her arms around her legs, her gaze pensive. A flame jetted upward as the fire incinerated one of the moths circling the camp. "Ganga," she murmured, and motioned with a finger. With a flutter of downy wings, the moths departed. Never lifting her eyes from the clump of burning branches, she said, "I know of what you speak. All who go to war do. I soon realized I would go mad if I continued to dwell upon it. I had to let it go and learn to see my reasons clearly. I found that they were good reasons, and the cause that I fought for was worth the sacrifices. Zoe told me that she just held onto the things she knew and loved, trusted in them and those around her. But I had little time to talk with her about it, and she seemed distracted by many other things. The rider flicked a tiny pebble away into the darkness. She had been distracted by a trunk filled with mysterious objects, worried for a dragon egg and wrapped up in the affairs of war. Arya sighed. I found what peace I could in the memory of the gardens of Tealdari Hall. Did it work? She shrugged. It worked for me. I had to find peace within myself before I could look beyond the corrosive poison of violence. She paused and then added, breathing helps too. And Saphira, he murmured, and his heart lurched slightly within his chest at the thought of her. Arya smiled slightly at him. You and Saphira have grown even closer in the time I have known the pair of you. She is my anchor, he said frankly. Are you frightened of losing her? Asked Arya, and he wondered at the question. Never before had he and the elf princess spoken so frankly, and without any regard to what was an appropriate question and what was not. He found that, despite the terror the question raised in him, he was willing to answer Arya in a way he doubted he could answer Zoe or Brahm or even Oramis. More terrified than anything else, he replied, and he looked out into the darkened shadows that stretched out around them. The wolves howled again in the distance, and despite an initial burst of trepidation, he found that he was able to listen to them without fear. Their baying had lost the power to unsettle him, and as the sound died away, he looked over at Arya. She was sitting very still and quiet in the way that only an elf can, for they knew not the meaning of passing time. How did you come to Gilead? He asked it without thinking, and the question clearly surprised Arya. She met his gaze, and he continued, neither you nor your companions would have been easy to capture, Arya. No, she said. We were not, but Durza was wily, and we did not think he would launch such an attack so close to the borders of Du Weldenvarden. His arrows were enchanted with dark magic, and her voice trailed off, and he needed to hear no more. He knew what happened afterwards. It was endless, she said in a low monotone. The sound of it startled Iragan, and he looked at her in surprise as she continued. Day in and day out, he tended to me as if I complicated puzzle he wished to disassemble. But puzzles do not scream. They do not curse, struggle, and throw up into their hair. And through it I had to think of Phaelin. I did not want him to accompany him, but Islanzadi did, and he wished to. He saw the world as I did, and wanted to go beyond the borders of Du Weldenvarden. You are here, said Iragan quietly, and Durza is gone from this world. By your hand, said Arya, meeting his gaze, and her eyes shone with unshed tears. You, a young and untested rider, were the one to avenge the crimes he committed. Zoe tried to tell me before, in her recount of her time traveling with you, that I was wrong to view you as I did. She shook her head. Zoe has told me many things. Oh. He asked with a faint smile, as remembered a few of his more memorable conversations with the young woman of another world. What does she tell you? Arya was studying the constellations above them, as if they told a story she could almost understand, but not quite, and it fascinated her. She told me I was foolish to be angry with you after you created the Feth of the Phaelin's flower. It was Zoe who reminded me that, over the time I had known you, we had become friends. Iragan regarded her and thought back to that time. The elf had been cold, almost confused, he realized, after that encounter, and it had been strangely upsetting for him. That Zoe had a hand in bringing them back together did not, on reflection, seem that strange. You know why I created it? No, she said. I never really asked. It reminded me of home, said Aragon, and he too turned his eyes to the stars and away from the princess. It spoke of the spine, the mountain streams, Carvajal, and the things I had left behind. But it was you who showed it to me, and you who led me through the world of Elismura. It made me think of you too. Arya regarded him for a few long minutes. Of me? She asked. He smiled a little at her. Of you, he confirmed. Arya reached up and dabbed at her shining eyes. Why do you ask such things? Because, said Aragon with a hopeless shrug, we are alone. Because I am tired of not asking and tired of not knowing how I feel about you. She laughed a little then, but not in amusement. Feel about me? Yes, he responded without looking at her. How I feel about you. He wasn't sure why he did it. Was it because he wished to lighten her burden, to ease the pain of her memories and her love that never had a chance to flourish because of one horrible night? Long ago, sometime after leaving Carvajal, Iragan had come to know he could not answer every question nor understand the reason behind every action or word. All he could do was muddle through and hope an answer came to him, that his road would become clear. Their Angela's prophecy and the reminder that, out of the women in his world, he would love one of noble birth. In a voice almost inaudible, he murmured, Lyvissa. Guided by the power of the true name, he sifted through the earth by his feet until his fingers closed upon what he sought. A thin, papery disc half the size of his smallest fingernail. Holding his breath, he deposited it in his right palm, centering it over his Jedway Ignatia with as much delicacy as he could muster. He reviewed what Oramis had taught him concerning the sort of spell he was about to cast to ensure he would not make a mistake, and then he began to sing after the fashion of the elves, smooth and flowing. Eldrimner Olivissa Nuinen, daughter Abba Deloy, Eldrimner nen ono wionatai med solus unthringa, Eldrimner unforther honor fern vara, wial alares John, Eldrimner Olivissa Nuinen. Again and again, Iragan repeated the same 4 lines, directing them toward the brown flake in his hand. The flake trembled and then swelled and bulged, becoming spherical. White tendrils an inch or 2 long sprouted from the bottom of the peeling globe, tickling Iragan, while a thin green stem poked its way out of the tip and, at his urging, shot nearly a foot in the air. A single leaf, broad and flat, grew from the side of the stem. Then the tip of the stem thickened, drooped, and after a moment of seeming inactivity, split into 5 segments that expanded outward to reveal the waxy petals of a deep-throated lily. The flower was pale blue and shaped like a bell. Examining his creation for a moment, he handed the lily to Arya. It is only lily, he said with a faint shrug. But I am only Iragan, and I have not the skill to create anything like the flower Phaelin gave you. You should not have, she said, but the smile upon her face told him that she did not mean his words. With one long, slim finger, she caressed the underside of the blossom and lifted it to smell. The lines on her face eased. For several minutes, she admired the lily. Then she scooped a hole in the soil next to her and planted the bulb, pressing down the soil with the flat of her hand. She touched the petals again and kept glancing at the lily as she said, Thank you. Giving flowers is a custom both our races share, but we elves attach greater importance to the practice than do humans. It signifies all that is good, life, beauty, rebirth, friendship, and more. I explain so you understand how much this means to me. You did not know, but I knew. Arya regarded him with a solemn countenance, as if to decide what he was about. Forgive me. He moved forward and closer to Arya. Gently touching the flower, he smiled slightly at the elf that suddenly seemed very close with nothing but the slim, faintly glowing flower between them. Iragan suddenly felt as if he had been journeying across a wide sea with no map or compass him, but without meaning to, had suddenly found that he was gazing upon a shoreline that had not been there a moment before. It was a ragged expanse of rock and sheltered coves where he could dock his ship and find safety from storms. He had not known that he was searching for that land or even that it could exist for him. I am glad to know you, he said softly. I do not think I could have come this far without you, Arya. She smiled slightly and shook her head. Her hair caught the starlight and glittered. I am sure you would have. You have Saphira, Brahm, Zoe, and many others. I have not been there for you all the time. How did happen? He wasn't sure. It was like a dream, a beautiful and wonderful dream. He would remember it clearly, those few moments when their lips gently brushed and the moon shone down on them as a gentle breeze caressed their faces. It was his first plunge into those mysterious feelings, his first attempt, and he would never forget. So far from all the things that both of them knew and the roles they were familiar with, they both did something they had never thought they would ever do. It wasn't intentional. When they pulled back, nearly nose to nose with each other, Iragan found he could not pull his gaze away from hers. They were both staring at each other, not sure how it had happened, but not able to say anything lest they break the still magic and wonder of it all. It was as if the world had suddenly stopped. Just the two of them in this darkened landscape. He suddenly wondered if this was how it was for his half-brother when he kissed Zoe. Did he also feel as if a whole new world had suddenly opened up beneath his feet? It was as if he suddenly found himself falling, not sure how he began to fall or why, but only that he was not frightened of it. The feeling was exhilarating, soothing in a way that made him feel wondrously light. He had nothing to say to her, and she had nothing to say to him. The moment had been so brief, their lips barely brushing, but it had happened, and it sent waves of wonder, of surprise, through him. The rider felt as if he was going to drown in her startling green eyes, and suddenly so reachable. There were so many words in that kiss, so many feelings and so many thoughts. The moment was broken a second later. Arya suddenly turned her head away, making as if to stand and then stopping in a half-crouch, arms outstretched for balance, her expression alert. Iragan felt it as well. The air prickled and hummed, as if a bolt of lightning were about to strike. He tensed, the magical moment broken. "What is it?" he asked. He could not suppress the wave of sadness washing over him at the sudden interruption. "We are being watched. Whatever happens, don't use magic or you may get us killed." "Who?" SHH. In the distance, a cluster of glowing, multicolored lights appeared. They darted toward the camp, flying low over the grass. As they drew near, he saw that the lights were constantly changing in size, ranging from an orb no larger than a pearl to one several feet in diameter, and that their colors also varied, cycling through every hue in the rainbow. A crackling nimbus surrounded each orb, a halo of liquid tendrils that whipped and lashed, as if hungry to entangle something in their grasp. The lights moved so fast, he could not determine exactly how many there were, but he guessed it was about 24. The lights hurtled into the camp and formed a whirling wall around him and Arya. The speed with which they spun, combined with the barrage of pulsing colors, made Iragan dizzy. He put a hand on the ground to steady himself. The humming was so loud now, his teeth vibrated against one another. He tasted metal, and his hair stood on end. Arya's did the same, despite its additional length, and when he glanced at her, he found the sight so amusing that he had to resist the urge to laugh. "What do they want?" asked Iragan, but she did not answer. A single orb detached itself from the wall and hung before Arya at eye level. It shrank and expanded like a throbbing heart, alternating between royal blue and emerald green with occasional flashes of red. One of its tendrils caught hold of a strand of Arya's hair. There was a sharp pop, and for an instant the strand shone like a fragment of the sun. Then it vanished. The smell of burnt hair drifted toward Iragan. Arya did not flinch or otherwise betray alarm. Her face calm, she lifted an arm, and before Iragan could leap forward and stop her, laid her hand upon the lambent orb. The orb turned gold and white, and it swelled until it was over 3 feet across. Arya closed her eyes and tilted her head back, radiant joy suffusing her features. Her lips moved, but whatever she said, Iragan could not hear. When she finished, the orb flushed blood-red, and then in quick succession shifted from red to green to purple to a ruddy orange to blue so bright he had to avert his gaze, and then to pure black fringed with a corona of twisting white tendrils, like the sun during an eclipse. Its appearance ceased to fluctuate then, as if only the absence of color could adequately convey its mood. Drifting away from Arya, it approached Iragan, a hole in the fabric of the world, encircled by a crown of flames. It hovered in front of him, humming with such intensity, his eyes watered. His tongue seemed plated with copper, his skin crawled, and short filaments of electricity danced on the tips of his fingers. Somewhat frightened, he wondered whether he should touch the orb as Arya had. He looked at her for advice. She nodded and gestured for him to proceed. He extended his right hand toward the void that was the orb. To his surprise, he encountered resistance. The orb was incorporeal, but it pushed against his hand the way a swift stream of water might. The closer he got, the harder it pushed. With an effort, he reached across the last few inches and came into contact with the center of the creature's being. Bluish rays shot out from between Iragan's palm and the surface of the orb, a dazzling, fan-like display that overwhelmed the light from the other orbs and bleached everything a pale blue-white. Iragan shouted with pain as the rays stabbed at his eyes, and he ducked his head, squinting. Then something moved inside the orb, like a sleeping dragon uncoiling, and a presence entered his mind, brushing aside his defenses as if they were dry leaves in an autumn storm. He gasped. Transcendent joy filled him. Whatever the orb was, it seemed to be composed of distilled happiness. It enjoyed being alive, and everything around it pleased it to a greater or lesser degree. Iragan would have wept with sheer gladness, but he no longer had control of his body. The creature held him in place, the shimmering rays still blazing from underneath his hand while it flitted through his bones and muscles, lingering at the sites where he had been injured, and then returned to his mind. Euphoric as Iragan was, the creature's presence was so strange and so unearthly, he wanted to flee from it, but inside his consciousness, there was nowhere to hide. He had to remain in intimate contact with the fiery soul of the creature while it scoured his memories, dashing from one to the next with the speed of an elvish arrow. He wondered how it could comprehend so much information so quickly. While it searched, he tried to probe the orb's mind in return, to learn what he could about its nature and its origins, but it defied his attempts to understand it. The few impressions he gleaned were so different from those he had found in the minds of other beings, they were incomprehensible. After a final, nearly instantaneous circuit through his body, the creature withdrew. The contact between them broke like a twisted cable under too much tension. The panoply of rays outlining Iragan's hand faded into oblivion, leaving behind lurid pink afterimages streaked across his field of vision. Again, changing colors, the orb in front of Iragan shrank to the size of an apple and rejoined its companions in the swirling vortex of light that encircled him and Arya. The humming increased to an almost unbearable pitch, and then the vortex exploded outward as the blazing orbs scattered in every direction. They regrouped 100 feet or so from the dim camp, tumbling over each other like wrestling kittens, then raced off to the south and disappeared, as if they had never existed in the first place. The wind subsided to a gentle breeze. Iragan fell to his knees, arm outstretched toward where the orbs had gone, feeling empty without the bliss they had given him. "What?" he asked, and then had to cough and start over again. His throat was so dry. "What are they?" "Spirits," said Arya, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with magic. "They didn't look like the ones that came out of Durza when I killed him. Spirits can assume many different guises, dictated by their whim." Cold, Iragan pulled his sleeves down over his hands and crossed his arms. "What was it you said to the spirit?" "It was curious why we had been using magic. That was what brought us to their attention," I explained, "and I also explained that you were the one who freed the spirits trapped inside of Durza. That seemed to please them a great deal." Silence crept between them, and then she sidled toward the lily and touched it again. "Oh," she said, "they were indeed grateful." Coming closer, he looked down, and in the glowing light of the fire, he saw that the leaf and stem of the lily was solid, living gold. It reminded him of the myth that Zoe had once told him of the king who asked a god to give him the power to transform anything he touched into gold. The gift had been more of a curse, but it came to mind now as he examined the flower before him. "It is perfect," he whispered. "And it is alive," she said with a faint smile. "I wonder if this flower will produce seeds that are fertile." "The golden lilies," he said as he examined the flower and gently stroked one of the soft petals. "I should place some sort of protection upon it," he said. "I would not want every fortune hunter in the land descending upon this place. I do not think they will be so easy to destroy, but only time will tell for sure." Iragan laughed a little, to gild the lily, and that is what the spirits actually did. They gilded the lily. Arya smiled slightly. "It is amusing," she said, "but the hour is late, and we have talked longer than we should have." He smiled at her and nodded. He did not, suddenly, mind that the moment between them had been broken, or that she did not seem willing to acknowledge it. They had time, both of them would have other times in which they could face this. Her wounds were raw and his feelings too complicated, his experience in such matters non-existent, and he did not want to make a mistake. With Arya, he already knew, the margin for error was slight. Time would be his friend in this matter. So, as he stretched himself out by the dying fire, he imagined not the battles before him or the training, but moments such as this. His dreams that night were not as troubled as they had been, and when he woke at the break of dawn, he could not remember them at all, except for a small bubble of happiness inside of him. Despite the hard ground, the prospect of more running and the dark things ahead, he could not forget that night. For some reason, the next morning, when they set out, he felt as if he was running on air. "Why did you do that?" asked Murtagh, as we stood together beside the river in a sheltered clearing. Thorn was with Saphira, and would be quite safe and content for the time that his rider needed to be absent, so that we could have this conversation away from the camp and any listening ears, either round or pointy. Isn't it obvious? I sank down onto a fallen trunk of an old poplar tree and watched the river move along. Part of me wanted to fall into it, let it sweep me away and out to see where I could be free of this world of politics, old blood and magic upon magic. What would I see if I let the water take me, rock me and slowly carry me away? The worlds of the river bank, the towns, the quiet stands of trees and deep valleys carved by the moving, shaping water. No. I stared at him shocked. Really, it isn't obvious. Should it be? Yes, I said with exasperation. Sometimes he could be so blind, so cruel to himself, and so demanding as if he was a person who deserved no sympathy or understanding. It should be. Why do you think I did it? Because I am a rider and need to go to do Weldenvarden. He said it as if the story was that simple, and while he might not like it, it was the unfortunate truth. He said it as if it had never occurred to him that there might be far more to it, as if the insult dealt to him by the elves did not affect more than just that, far more. "You are acting like Aragon when he was fresh-faced village boy," I said with a shake of my head as I looked back out over the river. "I can't believe you are being so blind to it all." I flicked my eyes to him and saw an expression of puzzlement and faint amusement cross its tired features. "Can you explain?" He sat down beside me and we faced each other, looking deeply into one another's eyes. I sighed wearily and in no mood for another argument asked quietly, "Will you promise not to argue? Just listen and accept what I am saying as true." He looked at me for a moment and then nodded. "Yes." Then, if for no other reason, I argued with them because of your actions are true and have taken us all one step closer to victory. I traced the bark beneath my fingers, wondering at its roughness and letting it ground me to the real world. Above me the sky was bright blue, an afternoon sky dotted with fluffy clouds. But there was another reason to. What reason? I raised my eyes and met his. I could no longer restrain a tear that tracked slowly down my cheek. Because I love you. Because such cruel and unjust actions hurt me just as they hurt you. "You love me?" he asked, and it made me roll my eyes. "Haven't we said it enough?" I asked with open amusement, and I was glad that only one tear found its way down my cheek and not the full flood I struggled to hold back. "I would have thought that you would understand that when someone loves you, they want to protect you and defend you. I've never had someone like you," he murmured, "and now it seems I am surrounded by those who would leap to defend me." I smiled sadly. "And what is wrong with that? There are times when we all need defending." "When did you get so wise?" he asked with a faint smirk. "Traveling from Drasleona to Gilead when I wasn't staring at you, or in Du Weldenvarden when I wasn't there?" I laughed. "I never got wise. I am not wise. I only seek to tell the truth, only the truth, for I am sick of the masks and the lies. If that is wisdom, then I did not mean it to be. They are only words that seek to explain what my heart says." Around us the trees whispered, the river gurgled on, and the sky stretched above us endless in its blue dome. I looked into Murtagh's face and tried to memorize it. His eyes, unguarded, looking into mine with open trust and love, while his hands firmly gripped mine as if to keep me grounded, to keep me from flying off into the blue sky. How deeply, terribly ironic. How ironic that he thinks to keep me grounded when it will be him launching off into the blue yonder on a red dragon so very soon. But I will remember these moments, these quiet moments when it was only us. I would remember them, treasure them, and hold on to them as he spread his wings and took off into the dark storm, away from me and the road I had been placed upon that he could not follow me down. Hadn't that been my choice? Hadn't that been what I knew would happen when I was in Farthen Dur and reciting to myself, over and over, that love only destroyed? When I was still so blind, falling head over heels in love, and in complete denial about what I had to do with Ajahad, I hoped Thorn would realize how fragile Murtagh was and give him strength. I hoped Thorn would see the cracks and shattered edges that were Murtagh's life, all those things that had slowly worn him down until he could not see how much he meant to so many people. Would Thorn tell him these things? Would that little dragonling that was still learning how to organize its floppy wings be able to do that? I suppose, in the end, that it would, and it would do far more than I ever could. What waits for me in Du Weldenvarden? He was nervous, for good reason, and he suddenly looked young, in need of comfort, and it made me feel even sadder than before. More elves, he asked silently, more rejection, hate, and hostility. Someone very wise and kind, I said with a faint smile as I thought back to that understand soul who had offered me friendship and trust freely. Someone who could not care less who your father is or where you come from, but only what you accomplish in your training and how true you are to this cause. Someone who made me feel welcome during my time in that enchanted place, a person who never cared about who I was or what I had done. They will be eager to meet you, to guide you, and give you the tools to be the rider you must be. In their sanctuary you will discover what it means to be the rider of Thorn, and I will see you again. Do you need to ask? I said with a sly smirk, as if we were playing a game of cat and mouse, as if we were young lovers in a city square on Erath, and no, in reality, only a few 100 meters from an army camp. Yes, he whispered and drew me close. I need to ask and hear it again and again and again until this is all over and I do not need to ask ever again. I would give anything for you to stay. Keep asking, I said as I gently kissed him and silenced him before he could speak of something I already knew was inevitable. And I will keep saying yes. I was enchanted, he whispered. I was enchanted from the moment I first saw you, but I didn't know. I didn't really know until. I am sorry, I whisper. The wind blows some of my hair across my face, and it strikes me then that everything is so quiet and peaceful around us despite the turmoil between this boy and I. Please, Murtagh said into my hair, refusing to let me go, his fingers holding mine tightly. Please don't leave me. One day I will have to, I remind him gently. Not now, but one day, and I have no choice in the matter. I look up at him, lifting a hand to stoke his cheek. Will you do something for me? Anything. Believe, I say, and my voice broke despite my best attempts to hold it steady. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope you all enjoy your winter break. Hope people don't mind the sudden speed up in the E in a romance, but I really couldn't resist. I suppose the holiday festive season has gotten to me, oh, and the mistletoe hanging in my school study hall, also. Look for more thorn and maybe some sapphira. Review replies. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Thank you. I am glad you like those edits. Hope you enjoy this one and happy holidays to you. Live, laugh, play music. I sort of skipped that. I guess I just assumed that because they had used swords I didn't need that bit. I guess that was a flub on my part, sorry about that. Glad you like the roaring bit. Happy holidays and thank you. General the Dinkton, thank you. Happy holidays. Nymthuriel, I promise more thorn. I really do. Hope you like my aria/Iragan scene. No, I didn't do an aria path because I really wasn't sure how to tackle that. I will probably do that next chapter. Haha, I wish Zoe could have popped into existence and done that too, but sadly no. I love the idea of the overnight Dragon Express better than Santa Claus. Lol, I have no idea what happens to my elvish name sometimes. I write all my rough drafts on an iPad and then post from a real computer. I will have to check into my problem, I think. Sorry about that, and thank you for pointing it out. Oh, and I am sure that is how Polini got the name. Happy holidays. Ray, you don't babble. Thank you for the review. Yes, there will be more Shadow Rider. Also, I don't think it is at all nerdy. It is very fun to read and write these things. Please share your ideas when we get closer to those events. I love to hear from readers and get some ideas going. I have some plans for the El Junari. And of course, once more, thank you for the review. And have a wonderful holiday. I hope to post before the new year. Guest, you got some E&A. Happy holiday. Spoiler. Yes, Roran is a bit weird to write. You aren't alone in that. I am glad you like the path changes. It is fun to write them. Yes, I can't wait for Thorn to hurry and grow too. I also am looking forward to the time Murtagh spends in Du Weldenvarden getting trained by the Golden Ones. Lots to look forward to, and of course, happy holidays and good luck with your story. It is awesome to hear from you. Chris, you write very funny reviews. I am not sure I could survive your Thanksgiving. It sounds like a crazy amount of fun, and far more exciting than any other celebration I have ever attended. Christmas is the best and probably my fav holiday. Keep hanging onto your seat, and I am glad you liked the last chapter. I didn't, so it is amusing to hear that other people did. Happy holidays, and I hope you get to have a pile of fun ripping up wrapping paper, my fav part of the entire day, and eating too much. Kaiki Roman 20 123, so glad you like the long chapters. Sometimes I think they get too long, never know what might happen in this story, or what direction it might go in. Ah yes, she has read, but over time, certain details have begun to slip her mind. It has been a while since she has read the story, and certain El Junari might not want her remembering and telling everyone. Suo, yes, she should know, but it has been one of those things that has been conveniently swept into the back, if you get what I am saying. Totally PM me if you have any other questions. Happy holidays. And I hope you like this chapter. 71. Chapter 73. Oramis had once told him that where dragons hunt, a dragon shall find. The words had never seemed more appropriate than at that particular moment. Saphira, her scales glittering like thousands of jewels, flared her wings and swooped down towards the two runners who had come to a stop to await her arrival, the mid-afternoon sun illuminating her and making her scales look like 1,000 glittering jewels. As she spread her wings, as he met her gaze with his own, he lost himself in her warm love and joy at his return. She trumpeted her joy to the sky and released a glowing tongue of flame that washed over her scales and made her seem even brighter than before. He could imagine her, right then, as a falling star, a great sparkling jewel tumbling from the heavens. As she came within reach of his thoughts, he was able to touch her mind again, and as he did so, he reveled in the feeling of relief that coursed through him at the welcoming feeling of her thoughts. The two of them smothering each other with memories, thoughts, and emotions, until Aragon was no longer aware of where he stood, only of Saphira and her presence. He had missed her. Without Saphira, he had felt cut off, adrift in the world with no anchor and no compass to guide him back. With her so close once more, everything seemed right again, and he could release his pain, his fear and anger. Without Saphira, he did not know how to let it go. Without her, he felt the weight of the world heavy across his shoulders, and he knew not how to rid himself of it. Only she seemed to know how to free him. "I missed you," he said, but the words were not enough, for, after all, how could mere words capture the depth of his emotions right then? "And I you, little one." Then she sent him an image of the soldiers he and Arya had fought and said, "Without fail, every time I leave you, you get yourself in trouble. Be fair. I've gotten into plenty of trouble when I am with you. It's not something that just happens when I'm alone. We seem to be lodestones for unexpected events." "No, you are a lodestone for unexpected events," she sniffed. "Nothing out of the ordinary ever occurs to me when I'm by myself. But you attract duels, ambushes, immortal enemies, obscure creatures such as the Razak, long-lost family members, and mysterious acts of magic as if they were starving weasels and you were a rabbit that wandered into their den. What about the time you spent as Galbatorix's possession? Was that an ordinary event?" "I had not hatched yet," she said. "You cannot count that. The difference between you and me is that things happen to you, whereas I cause things to happen." He laughed at her. "Oh, really? You cannot say I didn't seize the initiative with Sloane." He sensed her disgruntlement at that, and it made me smile slightly. "We will have to talk about that, little rider, and about Arya." He raised an eyebrow at her last words, but chose not comment on them. "How is the new hatchling?" "Growing," she replied. "There is much to speak of with Zoe, Murtagh, Brahm, and Naswada." Iragan merely nodded. Such a conversation could not be held now, and he would save his questions for later. Instead, he moved forward and rubbed her eye ridges as she hummed in happiness. He was aware of nothing else but Saphira for a few moments, oblivious to all around him. An amused voice came from behind him, and with a start, he suddenly remembered Arya with a start and jolt of emotion he could not quite place, but Saphira seemed to find amusing. "I had hoped we could enter the camp without attracting undue attention," Arya said. But I suppose I should have realized we could not be unobtrusive with Saphira around. A dragon is hard to ignore. I heard that, said Saphira as she turned her giant head to gaze at the elf. I can be stealthy if I want. Then she cocked her head and blinked, the tip of her tail whipping from side to side. But I don't want to be stealthy today. Today I am a dragon, not a frightened pigeon trying to avoid being seen by a hunting falcon. When are you not a dragon? Asked Eragon as he openly laughed at her words. Greetings, Saphira, said Arya, and twisted her hand over her chest in the elf's gesture of respect. I am glad to see you again. Crouching low and bending her long neck, Saphira touched Arya upon the brow with the tip of her snout and said, Greetings, Elfacona. Welcome, and may the wind rise under your wings. He spoke to Arya with the same tone of affection that, until then, she had reserved for Eragon, as if she now considered Arya part of their small family and worthy of the same regard and intimacy as they shared. Her gesture surprised Eragon, but he could not help but approve of her actions. Saphira continued speaking. I am grateful to you for helping Eragon to return without harm. If he had been captured, I do not know what I would have done. Your gratitude means much to me, said Arya, and bowed. As for what you would have done if Galbatorix had seized Eragon, why, you would have rescued him, and I would have accompanied you, even if it was to Urubine itself. Yes, I like to think I would have rescued you, Eragon, said Saphira, turning her neck to look at him, but I worry that I would have surrendered to the Empire in order to save you, no matter the consequences for Alagaesia. Then she shook her head and kneaded the soil with her claws. Ah, these are pointless meanderings. You are here and safe, and that is the true shape of the world. To while away the day contemplating evils that might have been is to poison the happiness we already have. Perhaps we should go, said Eragon, as he glanced towards the spread of grey Varden tents that lay a few short miles away. I shall carry you both. Arya looked ready to protest, but Eragon gave her no chance to voice any of her concerns. Grabbing her hand, he gently tugged her forward before letting go, and as light as a feather, he leaped from her left foreleg to her shoulder, and thence to the hollow at the base of her neck that was his usual seat. Arya, after another moment of hesitation, followed suit and settled in behind Eragon. Settling into place, he put his hands on either side of her warm neck, feeling the rise and fall of her banded muscles as she breathed. He smiled again, with a profound sense of contentment. This is where I belong, here with you. His legs vibrated as Saphira hummed with satisfaction, her deep rumbling following a strange, subtle melody he did not recognize. In a surge of power, the dragoness leaped into the air. Her flight was slow, for neither she nor Eragon was anxious to descend into the noise and chaos that was sure to assault them the second it became known that Eragon had returned. Behind him, her hands gripping his sword belt, was Arya. Her close proximity made the young rider feel different, light again, and he suddenly realized that he had felt that way for most of day. He felt light, like he did when Saphira rushed off the ground, and he was weightless, caught in the upward swing of movement. As Saphira slowly winged her way towards the mass of grey tents, Eragon asked her after his cousin, and then about the others, but Saphira had little to say about any of them. Her entire attention had been fixed on Thorn and Eragon's return. She knew Roran but a little and Katrina only through stories, a few words spoken on the flight back to the Varden, and because of this, she had not made any special effort to seek them out. Eragon did not blame her for not trying to find them. Even he was unsure how he would go about seeking out those from Carvahall after all the events that occurred between the present and that far distant past. The few meetings between them had been awkward and unsettling for Eragon. Spreading her wings, Saphira landed on an open bit of ground that had been set aside for her use. Already a large throng of men had congregated a safe distance away, and as soon as Saphira landed, a cacophony of high, excited voices rose in greeting. The sudden onslaught of unguarded thoughts and emotions, the confused motion of flailing arms and prancing horses, despite the distance that lay between them and Saphira, made Eragon wince. "Close your mind," murmured Arya in his ear. "You have been in the wild too long." "Apparently," he murmured back. He retreated deep within himself, where the discordant mental chorus was no louder than the distant thunder of crashing waves. Even through the layers of barriers, he sensed the approach of 12 elves, running in formation from the other side of the camp, swift and lean as yellow-eyed mountain cats. With a faint groan, Eragon combed his hair with his fingers and squared his shoulders. Why, he berated himself, couldn't he have done something about his appearance? He was quite aware that he was not only dusty, but bloody, and in sore need of a change of clothes. As he did his best to make himself even just a slight bit more presentable, he also tightened the armor around his consciousness, so that no one but Saphira could hear his thoughts. The elves had come to protect him and Saphira, but ultimately their allegiance belonged to Queen Islanzadi. While he was grateful for their presence, and he doubted their inherent politeness would allow them to eavesdrop on him, he did not want to provide the Queen of the Elves with any opportunity to learn the secrets of the Varden, nor to gain a hold over him. If she could wrest him away from Naswada, he knew she would. On the whole, the elves did not trust humans, not after Galbatorix's betrayal, and for that and other reasons, he was sure Islanzadi would prefer to have him and Saphira under her direct command. He had not let Naswada or Hrothgar take him under their wing. He would not let the calculating Queen of Du Weldenvarden do what they had been unable to accomplish. Dismounting in a quick flurry of motion, he and Arya, with Saphira behind them, approached the 12 elves. They halted in front of the rider, bowed and twisted their hands, and one by one introduced themselves to Eragon with the initial phrase of the elves' traditional greeting, to which he replied with the appropriate lines. Then the lead elf, a tall, handsome male with glossy blue-black fur covering his entire body, proclaimed the purpose of their mission to everyone within earshot, and formally asked Eragon and Saphira if the 12 might assume their duties. The rider noted, with curiosity, that Saphira seemed quite disgruntled with the gathered elves, and she made no effort to hide it in her response to their greetings. When he questioned her, she merely brushed it aside and told him she would leave it to others to explain. "You may," said Eragon, but he said it uneasily. It worried him that Saphira was angry with the spellweavers, and from Arya's expression, the dragon's coldness had not gone unnoticed by her, and she had no idea what had caused it. "You may," said Saphira so shortly that it sounded more like a low growl. Smoothly, unwilling to let the cold air linger between them, Eragon asked after the elves' journey and the state of Queen Islanzardi's army. He did it out of politeness, but with genuine curiosity, for he had felt cut off from the happenings of the world these last few days. After a few brief moments of conversation, Eragon and Saphira moved forwards and toward the crowd. Taking a steadying breath, the young rider set his face in an easy smile that hid anything he was really feeling and prepared himself for what lay ahead. When they arrived at the tents, the crowd swelled in size until half the Varden appeared to be gathered around Saphira. Eragon raised his hand in response as people shouted, "Argetlam!" and "Shadeslayer!" And he heard others say, "Where have you been, Shadeslayer? Tell us of your adventures." A fair number referred to him as the Bane of the Razak, which he found so immensely satisfying that he almost laughed out loud. People also shouted blessings upon his health and Saphira's too, and invitations to dine, and offers of gold and jewelry, and piteous requests for aid. Would he please heal a son who had been born blind, or would he remove a growth that was killing a man's wife, or would he fix a horse's broken leg, or repair a bent sword? For as the man bellowed, "It was my grandfather's." Twice a woman's voice cried out, "Shadeslayer, will you marry me?" And while he looked, he was unable to identify the source. Throughout the commotion, the 12 elves hovered close. However, despite being glad for their added protection, he was unwilling to put too much trust in them after Saphira's open anger and mistrust. He kept his own defenses up and watched as best he could as he always had. For he reasoned it would not be wise to rely too heavily on others when it came to Saphira and his safety. Then, to his delight, Roran shouldered his way out of the throng, Katrina beside him. He and Roran embraced, and Roran growled, "That was a fool thing to do, staying behind. I ought to knock your block off for abandoning us like that. Next time, give me advance warning before you traipse off on your own. It's getting to be a habit with you." Eragon put a hand on Saphira's left foreleg and said, "I'm sorry I could not tell you beforehand that I planned to stay, but I did not realize it was necessary until the very last moment. And why was it exactly you remained in those foul caverns?" "Because there was something I had to investigate." When he failed to expand upon his answer, Roran's broad face hardened, and for a moment Eragon feared he would insist upon a more satisfactory explanation. He could not, he knew quite well, offer anything more to the young man before him right then. But then Roran said, "Well, what hope has an ordinary man like myself of understanding the whys and wherefores of a dragon rider, even if he is my cousin? All that matters is that you helped free Katrina, and you are here now, safe and sound." "Roran," Katrina said to Roran, "leave him be for a moment." After a brief pause, she hugged Eragon. "He is really very glad to see you, you know." He just has difficulty finding the words to say it. With a sheepish grin, Roran shrugged. "She's right about me, as always." The two of them exchanged a loving glance that reminded Eragon sharply of the conversation between him and Arya the night before. "I shall speak with you and the other villagers later," said Eragon with a quick smile as he forced those thoughts away. "There is much to say, and this is not the place." The two nodded, and Eragon resumed walking toward Naswada's red pavilion in the center of the encampment. In due time, they and the host of cheering Varden arrived at its threshold, where Naswada stood waiting, King Orin to her left and scores of nobles and other notables gathered behind a double row of guards on either side. Zoe was there, clad in her familiar black and looking as regal as she always did these days. She was elegant and striking with Murtagh, looking seriously ahead beside her. Wore gloves, Eragon noted, and the rider could guess why. Bram was there, face fixed in its permanent scowl, but Eragon thought his father looked more relieved than annoyed. From the look on his father's face, he could already guess at the questioning that would come when Bram got him alone. Naswada was garbed in a green silk dress that shimmered in the sun, like the feathers on the breast of a hummingbird, in bright contrast to the sable shade of her skin. The sleeves of the dress ended in lace ruffs at her elbows. White linen bandages covered the rest of her arms to her narrow wrists, covering the deep gashes left by the trial of the long knives. She was gazing at him, her eyes heavy upon him, as if demanding answers right then and there. Taking one last steadying breath, Eragon prepared himself for what lay ahead. There was much to decide, little time to do it, and he was well aware of the fact that he had some explaining to do. Smoothing his face clear so that none of his apprehension showed, the rider pretended he was in complete control of the situation, which he supposed with a faint flare of amusement he was in a way. He was no one's puppet, and his actions were his alone, not dictated by any ruler. With that thought in mind, he moved forward with a more true sense of confidence. He would explain what he could explain, and they would have to accept. People think I don't mind crowds and attention. People used to think that I was a carbon copy of my mother, so close was I in looks to her, and I was an enchantress, a powerful one like all those who came from my mother's side of the family. However, unlike her, I was no lady, and the bearing of a queen did not come easily to me. It never would. I could never come close to mastering her easy grace, her regal bearing, her aura of peaceful control, and I gave up trying a long time ago. I had decided if those skills would not come to me naturally, then I would have to fake it until I made it. It was not because I could not do it, but because I did not like to be center stage. I prefer the darkened sides, the one who controlled the stage curtains, the lights and backgrounds. Fake it till you make it. It is, honestly, a good way to go. You will never ever been 100% ready no matter how many times you practice, take lessons, read informative books, or get yourself all ready mentally. You just never will, and so you have to fake it till you actually get to the end. It is like when I was a little girl and the ladies would coo over me and say, "How like a mother," as they smiled knowingly down at me. But they had been wrong. I was not my mother. I would never even come close to being anything like her. So I raised my hand and followed the carefully laid out directives I had memorized long ago. As the Varden cheered around us for us, and as they looked to me and to those of high command for strength and purpose, I raised my arm to acknowledge them. I smiled the glittering smile that fooled the world, and I looked to you. Yes, to you, reader, because you understand, you are privy to my deepest secrets and thoughts, know me quite well by now. Did they know? Did these cheering men and women and children know that I was so weak? I wonder, sometimes, at our ability to make those we hold high on pedestals seem fearless, perfect, graceful, and things worthy of admiration. You know, I hope that even those shining idols are not perfect golden statues. Naswada made her eloquent speech about pretenders and arms. Then it was Aragan who spoke well, if slightly tensely, but it made all the men cheer anyways. The sound of their voices washed around me, and I did my best to ignore it. I remained above it all, untouchable and unreachable, until, quietly, a hand gently brushed mine. A familiar hand, a warm one, and turned my head ever so slightly to see Murtagh, whose face was fixed forward in a serious frown. The small gesture made me feel a little better, and I relaxed slightly from my hard, tense stance. And then we were all ushered into the command tent, the men outside returning to their posts, while we were called in to do the dangerous business of plan-making and explaining. I hoped that Aragan had something to say for himself, and that, weary and dust-coated as he was, it would be a good explanation. Orin was in a foul temper, and Naswada weary of answers that did little to give a concrete explanation. Brahm and I had been doing that recently when it came to Thorn and the mysterious trunk. Aragan had done it in his brief meeting with the lady through a scrying mirror. Once we were all gathered in our various chairs, and Saphira had stuck her head through the back of the tent. The tent was quite barren after the destruction Saphira had caused when she crawled into the pavilion to see Aragan in Naswada's mirrors. 6 of Naswada's guards were present, 2 stationed by the entrance, and 4 behind Naswada. There were an alarmingly large number of nobles who had all come to be introduced to Aragan, offer congratulations, and try their best to find out exactly what he had been up to. When all of the guests had conversed with the slightly overwhelmed-looking rider, Naswada bade them take their leave. As they filed out of the pavilion, she clapped her hands, and the guards outside ushered in a second group. And then, when the second group had finished their visitation with him, a third. Meanwhile, those of us who had to wait until the end of this endless procession stood quietly by and tried not to show our utter boredom with the proceedings. I will admit, he handled it well. One glance at the rider told me he was not only footsore, but in no mood to exchange meaningless pleasantries or try to remember the plethora of names, titles and words that were thrown at him by the coiffed and smiling guests. I suppose I could take some credit for his handling of the situation. It had been me who taught him what to say, how to soothe the egos of those who came to honor him or tried to flatter their way into his goodwill. It had been me who showed him ways to contain his frustration, to turn it into comments that meant one thing but sounded a far cry different. While I could do it, and do it well, I was glad that, for once, I only had to stand quietly and blend into the tent. I was nothing more than another particularly skilled aide who could be easily ignored. He was a rider now, I suppose. Over time, he had developed more skills than just ones meant for war. Perhaps he could not see it right then, blinded by memories and his sense of guilt, but he was much more than just another hired sword. I had met those kinds of people many times before, and Aragan was not among their number. When Saphira grew tired of it, she swelled her chest and released a low, humming growl, so deep that it shook the mirror in its frame. The pavilion became as silent as a tomb. Her growl was not overtly threatening, but it captured everyone's attention and proclaimed her impatience with the proceedings. None of the guests were foolish enough to test her forbearance. With hurried excuses, they gathered their things and filed out of the pavilion, quickening their pace when Saphira tapped the tips of her claws against the ground. Naswada sighed as the entrance flap swung closed behind the last visitor. "Thank you, Saphira. I am sorry that I had to subject you to the misery of public presentation, Aragan, but as I am sure you are aware, you occupy an exalted position among the Varden, and I cannot keep you to myself any more. You belong to the people now. They demand that you recognize them and that you give them what they consider their rightful share of your time. Neither you nor Orin nor I can refuse the wishes of the crowd. Even Galbatorix in his dark seat of power at Urubin fears the fickle crowd, although he may deny it to everyone, including himself. Too right, little lady of the Varden, you get a pat on the head for that comment. But do you even know the real truth of power? Can you be like my mother, regal and comforting all at once? A queen in every sense of the word who smiles at the world as if she knows all its secrets. 'Cause, if you want to win this blasted war, then you still have a little ways to go if you want to convey that kind of strength. I may be young, but I feel old next to you." With the guests departed, King Orin abandoned the guise of royal decorum. His stern expression relaxed into one of more human relief, irritation, and ferocious curiosity. Rolling his shoulders beneath his stiff robes, he looked at Naswada and said, "I do not think we require your nighthawks to wait on us any longer." "Agreed," said Naswada with a quick clap of her hands, dismissing the 6 guards from the inside of the tent. And so it began. I did not let Orin get his nose out of joint. I did not even let him get a toe under the door. "Congratulations on your success," I said with a smile and such complete ease that the king of Suda had no choice but fall back in his chair with a huff. Iragan looked at me with a quick question in his eyes before he suddenly realized why we were speaking so. "Indeed," he said with a smile of his own. "I was very fortunate." He turned to Murtagh. "I was able to gather a little information for you. Perhaps I could share it with you later. It is in regards to some troop movements and placements that, while I am sure you are already aware of them, you may find interesting." "Any information is useful," said Murtagh. "I assume that is why you made a point of taking the long way around." Iragan smirked ever so slightly. "The long way around." "Enough of this," snapped Naswada with a quick glare at the group of us. "Lay bare the facts of your trip, Iragan." The young rider turned to her and raised a single eyebrow. "Lay bare the facts. Forgive me, my lady, but I see little reason for that. I was confronted with a situation of which the details are private, and it was no easy matter to resolve. I have to give him credit. He was brave." Naswada looked ready to cook him alive, and Orin was practically smoking. But Iragan just turned to me and Brahm and said casually, "I assume that Saphira and I must take flight once more." "Yes," I said simply, and then, before I could say any more, I was cut off by Naswada. "This speaks poorly on our friendship, Iragan, and even more poorly about our alliance." The lady was staring at the young rider who met her gaze evenly. "I feel differently," said Iragan with a faint shrug. "I have demonstrated my loyalty and respect for the Varden and its allies many times, my lady. What occurred in Helgrind is of such a deeply personal nature that I cannot and will not share it, for it has no meaning to the events around us. Did anything occur while I was gone that Saphira or Zoe or Brahm were unable to assist you with?" "No," said Orin. "But what if we had need of you? What if you become so used to doing whatever you please that we have no way of directing you? You are so dangerous, Ryder, that we must acknowledge that danger to your face and hope that you are one of the few people able to resist the intoxicating thrill of power." "This conversation gets us nowhere," said Brahm with a scowl. "And if there is nothing more important to discuss than possible destruction, then we all have better things to be doing." And then we were all quite effectively turned onto the most important matters of all. It was easy to decide that Murtagh would go with Iragan and Saphira to do Weldenvarden. Even Orin, wary of the plan, agreed it was necessary for Thorn to be far away from the spies of the Empire. The trunk would also go with them, though, of course. Neither Naswada nor Orin knew that, and only Brahm really had any idea of what was in said trunk. But there was one major sticking point: the coronation of the new Dwarven king. A representative needed to be there, and as Orin pointed out in that annoyingly long-winded way of his, it should be me. I was the ambassador after all, but there was the issue of getting me there in time. Iragan could drop me close to one of the main tunnels, and I could meet an escort there, but Saphira could not carry so many passengers. She might be able to carry 3 normally, but Thorn could not fly such a distance by himself, and the little dragonling was growing quickly. I could ride, but it would be a long ways. The matter remained undecided upon when we dispersed. Logistics are always tricky, and tempers were definitely short, which made deciding anything of that nature rather difficult. We may have supposedly dispersed to deal with our various duties or to ease the aches of travel, but that was not strictly accurate. At the rate things are going, we are playing so many backstage games that even those involved in them will get confused. For Brahm, Arya, Iragan, Murtagh, Saphira and I met again in my small tent where Thorn was waiting impatiently for his rider and under strict orders not to go looking for him. I ignored the elves that lingered close by. I had ignored them studiously since the confrontation between us, and they had not known quite how to take me since then. They knew how I felt about them, and they did not seem to know how to rectify the coldness that lingered. I knew. It wasn't rocket science. They just had to say sorry. But apologizing is hard, and I am the first to admit it. However, let me just say, it is nice to be the one waiting for the apology rather than the one or ones who have to screw up their courage, stuff their pride, and spit out the words. However, let us forget about that for now and focus on the meeting currently going on in my cramped little excuse for a tent. Sapphira is curled up around it, and Aragon is sitting on the ground with his eyes closed as he leans against the support pole. Murtagh is scratching his ruby-red companion, and his face is distant, as if considering something very complex. Arya is looking perfect as she leans back in the only chair in the space. Someone manages to look perfect despite the dust on her clothes and the blood. It just isn't fair. Brahm is scowling, of course, and sitting on my narrow camp bed. I am taking up the remaining square-inch space, and because everyone else has claimed the only spots to sit, I am left standing and feeling like doing something even though I can't. Now, said Brahm with a glare directed at his son who didn't see it because he was catching a few moments of rest. Explain exactly what happened to you. Aragon groaned but didn't open his eyes. Why? Brahm didn't say anything. No one said anything. Aragon groaned again and opened his eyes before doing as was ordered. He spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on the back wall of the tent. I listened quietly and wondered at the small changes in the weave of fate. Sloane's fate had not been the one I knew, but I suppose Aragon was not the same either, and his choices reflected that. When he got to the part when he met Arya after traveling alone from Helgrind, he stopped, and silence descended on the tent. Not even Thorn made a sound as he leaned into Murtagh's fingers. It was, in fact, Murtagh who spoke first, and his words were so completely Murtagh that they made me want to laugh. You bloody, honorable idiot, snapped the young man as he glared at his half-brother. Thorn was looking rather confused at the sharp tone and leaned into Murtagh as if trying to soothe him. What? Asked Aragon as he turned his shocked eyes on Murtagh. What did you call me? A bloody honorable idiot, said Murtagh. What were you thinking? Why didn't you just kill him and be done with it? My point exactly, said Arya in something could almost, not quite, be called a drawl. She was looking impossibly perfect, and poor me felt like a hopeless wannabe next to her. Oh, how lovely. It is done, I said with a quick glare around that no one seemed to take at all seriously. Can we please move on to other things, or must we linger over it all for another few hours and debate moral choices? Sapphira and Aragon agreed with me, but apparently no one else did. Of course we couldn't. Of course Brahm had to ask for the rest of the story, and from the faint color that rose in Aragon's cheeks, there were some things that he held back. I have told you before that I do not like to think of myself as a matchmaker, and I do not, most definitely, want to go prying into someone's love life. However, if the slight stiffening of Arya's shoulders and Aragon's brief we spent last night together, well, it told me all I needed to know. From the faint glitter of amusement I sensed from Sapphira, it also told her all she needed to know. Good for them. They needed each other. And I hoped, well, I hoped this would all start happening soon, and that I wouldn't have to keep seeing Thorn and Murtagh and worry about them. I hoped that we would start to pick up speed again and start careening down the road to whatever end awaited us. Because, guess what? I am getting sick of waiting for it. Night had fallen over the Vardens' camp like a black blanket. Stars, while they glimmered brightly, seemed unusually far away to the elf. She stood alone in a small clearing of young trees beside the river that, just a few days ago, had been running murky red with blood. Her posture was tense, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon that was nothing more than a deep blue-black line. The land she looked over was enemy land, and on it they would travel, sowing war wherever they went. She had come here to be alone, her thoughts too restless and unsettled for dreaming that night, and while she would have appreciated the rest physically, she could not settle her mind. The clearing was far enough away from the Vardens' camp that she did not fear being found, but close enough she could be easily back before anyone knew she had left. Not they would care. She was Arya, and the Varden had long ago resigned themselves to her seemingly eccentric habits. There were times when she had left very publicly and not returned for a day or more. Those had been the times when Phelan or Glenwing had laughed at her and her impatience with the dwarves or men they dealt with. Phelan. He was the reason her thoughts were so troubled, or at least he was a part of why she was troubled. She saw him in the stars, in the pattern of the swiftly flowing river, and she felt his presence in her heart. Why could she not leave him behind? She had before. He had been left behind when she left Du Weldenvarden for the first time, left behind when she was captured by Durza, and even temporarily left behind during the turmoil of Farthen Dur. But he was back again. Why had she kissed Iragan? Why had he kissed her? Since when did she allow herself such open expression of emotion? She had when it had been Phelan, but that had been a friendship, a love, cultivated by many years of knowing each other. In comparison, she barely knew Iragan, and in years he was nothing more than a child to her century of life. But that had been far from her mind when she kissed him the previous night. She hadn't been thinking of any of that when he leaned forward, and she had leaned forward too. The quick brush of their lips hadn't been a moment of conflict for her, but a sweet moment of total relaxation and understanding. It had felt right, and that troubled her. She had kissed Phelan before he had fallen in that small clearing to Urgle arrows, but that had been different from this. With Phelan, she had felt as if she had decades and decades of chances to get to know him, and all the time in the world to share things with him. With Iragan, it felt different. She felt as if they had only weeks to know each other, and their chances at such intimate moments were so few they needed to be treasured like precious jewels. It was as if they were heading towards a cliff, and nothing she did could slow their approach. All she could do was live so wildly that it almost frightened her. From the way Iragan had reacted the previous night, he also felt the same, and perhaps it was even more intense for him. She might bear many a responsibility, but she did not also bear the hopes and dreams of thousands who went to war for her. Arya sank down onto a fallen trunk and stared at the river before her with unseeing eyes. A slow tear tracked its way down her cheek. She felt as if the world was converging on her. Once she had bemoaned how slowly things seemed to pass and left Du Weldenvarden because she could not bear to sit idle any more. She had spread her wings and set her sights on the mortal world where she had done her best to represent her people and set things in motion. But now she felt as if everything was speeding forward and out of her control. She had realized when Phelan and Glenwing fell that nothing, no matter how powerful she was, could ever be in complete control, and in times like this, things were just as likely to go speeding towards disaster as they were to success. Arya raised her eyes and gazed up at the starlit sky as if searching for answers, but she couldn't see any. She never had. Some said that one could if one stared hard enough, but she had never been able to. A shadow crossed the sky, the shadow of a dragon, Saphira flying high. Arya gazed up at the flying dragon and felt a small smile grow upon her lips. No, things were never completely in control, and especially when one was dealing with a creature as wise and as powerful as Saphira, or even the swiftly growing thorn. The elf rose from the trunk and turned her feet towards the Varden's camp. She paused on the edge of the small stand of trees and whispered to the air, "Goodbye," and her words faded into the air like the notes of a long-forgotten tune that no one cared to play again. She had found a new song, and it thrummed inside of her, hot and quick like the fire of a dragon. This has taken longer to post than I had thought it would. Sorry about that. But my muse for this story has been severely lacking, and I have been struggling to get inspired and actually write. So this chapter isn't much, and it definitely isn't very exciting, but it is something, and will hopefully lead to more exciting things. I have lots of ideas for this story, I just need to get past this, and I am almost thinking of doing a time leap and one big summary. But Happy New Year. And I hope that 2014 brings plenty of fun and adventures and opportunities to you and yours. Review replies. Guitarmo Seknapfula. I am glad you liked the A and E scene. It was fun to write, and I hope that their romance will be a little smoother and a little more real than it was in the original. Hope you don't mind this filler. Hurry up and write something chapter. Thank you for reviewing. Crazy Eclingel. Oh, thank you. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and I hope you also have a wonderful new year. Thank you for reviewing Nymthuriel. Really, I am glad. Haha, my skill with romance. Well, it wasn't something I concentrated on. Definitely an accident. Lal and more thorn. But I am thinking more of him when he is actually past the early few weeks. I have no idea how to write a baby dragon. Saphira is tricky enough. But I am thinking there will be some scenes with him, Oramis, Glida, and Murtagh in Elismura. Thank you for reviewing, and while I know this chapter isn't very exciting, I hope you don't mind too much. Ray, you will have to wait and see. I will try to make it exciting, whatever does happen. I love hearing your thoughts and ideas. They give me inspiration, which I have been sorely lacking these past weeks when it comes to Zoe. Thank you for all your help and your support. Kaiki Roman 2123. I am glad you like the A and E. What is it with Alagaesia couples and sounding like M and M's? Z and M and R and E, and for some strange reason, I think of candy or alcoholic beverages. I am not sure how much T and S it happened again. There will be in this story. I actually liked S and F more than any of the other pairings in this series. We will see. I don't make promises when it comes to romance, as I wasn't even sure I would have any in this story. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you for reviewing. Chris. Haha, it is fun. Oh, haha, I think you have an amazing ability to make family holidays extremely fun and intense. Intense being the word. And I am so glad you liked the scene with E and a. Haha, and yes, that would be a very interesting conversation and have a very interesting result. Thank you for reviewing, and I hope you are enjoying your winter holidays. And happy reading writing to you. Live, laugh, play music. Haha, love fangirl moments. Thank you for reviewing. Spoiler. Seriously, did you have some very awesome pictures for your story? And I am glad Zoe managed to help you snag a Tootsie Roll. That is just awesome. Hope you are enjoying your holidays and have had a wonderful start to the new year. As always, thank you for the wonderful review. Elemental Dragon Slayer. I am so glad I didn't get flamed for doing that scene. And, well, Zoe has a bit of temper, especially when people get feeling above themselves. Thank you for the review and Happy New Year. 72. Shatter. Eamon turned on his heel and began another lap of the throne room. His face was set in a dark frown, and his hands were clasped behind him. My younger brother wore a set of formal, elegant dark blue robes with silver embroidery on them, and his sword, for once on a belt not worn until it cracked, was finely tooled. He looked the very picture of a brooding prince. The hair swept across his forehead, and the circlet glimmering silver in the bright sunlight that streamed through the tall windows. As I said, a brooding prince. I, meanwhile, nursing a broken arm and feeling very relaxed about the world, was sitting very unprincess-like across my own throne. My eyes tracked my brother's progress from one end to another and tried, unsuccessfully, to summon the strength to say something to him. Finally, with a shake of his head, Eamund said, "What were you thinking?" I rolled my eyes. "When Eamund, right now I am thinking about how irritating it is to watch you wear a track in the floor." "You know when I mean," snapped Eamund as he spun again and kept pacing with even more fury. "You know exactly what I am talking about." "Really?" I drawled. "Why must we revisit this point of contention? It is getting tedious." "You set me up," he said without even bothering to look at me. "You set me up, sister, and that was not fair." "Then," I said as I rose from my throne and swished the skirt of my dress out around me, "don't take so long about it." I wouldn't, and neither would others, have felt the need to interfere if the situation did not warrant it. "I feel nothing for her," said Eamund in a voice only a fraction less angry as he stopped before me. "I feel nothing, do you hear, Zoe? I feel nothing for her. Nothing," I asked innocently. "Our little brother, I think you feel a great deal more than nothing. That is a very vague statement, and not only do you know it is untrue, but so does she. Was it not a pleasant conversation?" He glared at me. "It was," I said with a faint, amused smile. It was a pleasant conversation, and she was practically glowing about it. Patting his cheek with my good arm, I smiled. "You'll thank me one day, brother." I could spend the next few months going over every single thing that happened in those few busy days before Murtagh and Eragon left. But I shall not. I shall give you the abridged version. It is not because I want to shortchange you, but because I just don't want to, and in the end, I can't go over them. I felt like a stone statue during those days, because stone statues can't feel anything unless they are in a Shakespeare play, and I did not want to feel anything at all. I was like a ship that was desperately trying to sail over turbulent waters and appear that nothing was wrong. I felt like an overstretched piece of rubber that was being pulled in too many ways. And so I shall try to keep myself together for the long haul. I shall try to give you the facts, and only the facts because they are real and they are trustworthy. This is a marathon, and I shall have to last it out. It began here. I was walking back from delivering reports to a captain when he cornered me. It was just after the meeting with Bram, Murtagh, Eragon, and Arya. The sun was slowly sinking towards the distant line of the horizon, and I was feeling weary. It had been a long day, and the next few promised to be a whirlwind that would even include some fighting. How depressing. And more meetings. How completely depressing. My life, it seemed, composed of depressing event after depressing event. But then a voice called my name, and I stopped to turn and see Roran walking towards me. He appeared rather nervous, as if he was unsure that calling to me was a wise course of action. The area around us seemed rather deserted, most of the Varden at the cook tent for dinner or at their various watch stations. "Roran," I greeted with a small smile. "Can I help you?" I was wondering if I could speak to you," said the young man, and his gaze quickly dropped from mine. "I have something I would like to ask you." I raised an eyebrow, and with a quick glance around, I focused on a command tent. It was one of 5 scattered around the camp that are used for meetings and as a basis for captains to discuss things with their men. At this time of day, it was empty and would, if nothing else, have at least 2 folding chairs in it. I could not fathom why Roran wanted to talk with me, but I would not do him the disservice of refusing or be so rude. "Come on," I said with a gesture. "Let's go in here." Holding the flap open for him, I followed Roran into the cramped but very serviceable space of the tent. A table was on one side, and a few chairs were scattered about. One chair was serving as a quiver holder with 2 fully stocked quivers hanging off of it, and a few forgotten daggers cast down and most likely temporarily forgotten on its seat. "Why did you want to see me?" I asked as we both sat down. Roran appeared even more tense and unsure to my eyes, and I'll admit, I was dying of curiosity to know what had him so wound up. It must be something if he came to me, a person he barely knew, and who had not exactly been very friendly with a matter. I had kept my distance from the cousin to my friend, and our paths did not exactly cross very often. No, I was more than stunned by this meeting. "Iragan spoke very fondly and highly of you," he said in a low voice. He also said that, if I found myself confused by the Varden's politics, that I should come to you for advice. I would ask him, but he has just returned, and I do not want to trouble him. "Ah," I said with a nod, and not letting on how deeply surprising I found it that Iragan would do such a thing. "So you have a question about the Varden. I hope I can be of assistance." Roran turned his face so that his gaze was focused on the large map of the empire that hung on one wall of the tent, and I merely watched him. The map was dotted with bright tacks that symbolized important cities or towns that would need to be secured, and many colored strings showed different paths that could be taken to those cities from our current position. "I had a meeting with Naswada," he began, and then he paused briefly as if searching for the words, "and she seemed wary of me." Why would she be frightened of my influence? Roran turned his questioning eyes to me. Why would she worry about what I can accomplish when I am nothing more than Roran of Carvahall? I met his gaze and was silent for a long moment as I considered the best way to respond. "You cannot think any reasons why?" I asked gently. "I can think of many reasons," he replied with a dark frown, "but none of them seem plausible. Brahm never answers me in anything but riddles, and you seem the last person who might know and might give me a straight answer. Roran was not Iragan. The rider was a sensitive and inquisitive soil, a scholar who had come to war not by choice, but because of duty. He was drawn to difficult, unanswerable questions. Roran, meanwhile, was the man of good sense in this play. He was almost like a Horatio to the Hamlet, if you will. But I had a question to answer, and I would try to go about it as straightforwardly as I could. I sighed. "Roran, Roran, it is what is in you that Naswada fears. It is something you don't even know you have, and that is how it should be. It's in your heat." I leaned forward and gently pressed one hand on the young man's strong chest, where his heart pounded strongly through his thin shirt and vest. I dropped my hand and met his intense stare that was like Iragan's, but also not. "You see what these men want, and why they go to war. You see it more clearly than many ever could because those reasons are your own. You see what lies beyond this battle, and it is more than politics that only kings have time for. You see a plot of land you can call your own, and a family you can watch grow in peace. It is a simple thing, but more powerful than anything else could ever be. It is what many of these men, whether they are from the Varden or from Serda, see and dream of." He looked ready to protest, but I gave him no time. It is who you are and what you are in all your clear honesty that makes you powerful and dangerous. I think that, if the need arose, you would make a very fine commander, and Naswada sees this. She sees how close you are to Aragon and how, if your cousin ever felt her leadership lacked, and yours would be preferable. I let my voice trail off suggestively. Of course, I said with a shrug. This is what I think and what I see. I have seen much, but I have not seen it all. I could be mistaken, but that is my reading of the situation. What should I do now? He asked. I do not want to lead, and I do not want, I sighed. Roran, whatever you do next must take into consideration your relationship to Aragon, your feelings toward the Varden, and your dedication to our cause. I am of the opinion that Naswada is being rather foolish with you, and I think that your loyalty and dedication will eventually win her over. I shrugged. Just be yourself and do what you can. In the end, that is all any of us can do. The games we play or that are played around us should not and cannot take away the most important things about us. He just nodded, and I rose. It was a pleasure to speak with you, I said with a smile. Please give my best to Katrina. I will, he said, and his entire posture spoke of his unease in the situation. And try to keep your head straight, I said with a faint smile. What? Asked Roran. Head straight, I said with a growing smile as I found myself seeing, despite the many differences, something of Aragon in those eyes. Don't get distracted by the little things or the petty games. You are meant for more Roran of Carvajal, and if I remember correctly, we are both required at a dinner I believe that is being hosted by your people. I would hate to miss it. I suppose. Thank you for this. And I left to go change into something more appropriate for the dinner that night. I was certain it would be, at least, entertaining to meet those I had heard about in Aragon's stories. However, beyond this night lay the great expanse of the future. I seemed to always be leaving to go deal with a world that had long ago spun out of my control. Remember that spy? That spy Murtagh mentioned so casually, and his warning about, be ready for anything. You see, at the time, we didn't know what to make of it, but it became quite apparent what he was trying to warn us about, and it was cruel, vicious, and utterly impossible for me to comprehend. And then the next day rolled around, and with it came a battle that would haunt my nightmares for a good long while. Perhaps you already know of it. The battle with the dead soldiers that had been animated by magic that sounded so terribly fascinating when you were sitting on that bed in that nice dorm room. Yes, that is the one I am talking about. The one that was meant to distract and dishearten the Varden more than actually defeat. Of course, because that is apparently what I do these days. I was swept up in the fight. I was swept up in it, and I was there, on the front line, fighting even though Murtagh hated it and wanted to be there even though he couldn't be. I was there by some fluke because I had been speaking sentry rotations with two captains when the group of laughing dead was spotted. I was the one who sent orders out, had a runner go to Naswada and another to Orin. I was the one at the heart of the sudden vortex of motion. It felt utterly wrong. Killing these men who laughed as they died was so completely wrong that I wanted to be sick even as I fought. They laughed even as I cut them down, and I wondered if they would rise again. Pity rose within me, and so did fear. I knew death. I had seen many fall and killed enough to know when death will come, what it means to see death. It could be a friend, a promise that awaited all of us, and not always a bad thing. To see it so cruelly twisted about was not only revolting but deeply upsetting. These men had already died and already lived, but they were summoned back to fight again. Had they not already sacrificed? This was not truly them, but magic, and it was magic that gave them strength. It was magic that made them smile those twisted smiles, gaze with unseeing and emotionless eyes, and it was, in the end, Galbatorix's fault. It was the worst kind of magic, and magic put to the wrong use. I thought I hated the king. I thought I knew what it meant to have a mortal enemy from past experiences. However, as I faced these resurrected warriors and twirled my blade in complicated arcs, I came to know what that meant even better than I had before. It is one thing when the atrocity was committed 100 years before you arrive on the scene, and while you sympathize with those involved, it is never really your fight. You might hate the person responsible, but you do not really hate them until you come face to face, nose to nose, and heart to heart with something they have done. Something so wrong and horrible and destructive that you are left gasping with rage, pain, and fear that make you, when finally the red clears from your gaze, hate the one responsible with a passion cold and clear. That was how I felt now. You see, reader, I am a very capable warrior. I can duel with the best of them, and I am not the kind to cower when the arrows streak across the sky, the cannon fire starts, and the spears get thrown. These zombies, or whatever you want to call them, were not hard to defeat. I matched them blow for blow, strike for strike, and they did not last long before me. It is just that fighting them, raising my sword to duel them as if they were living and breathing men, like they had once been, was horribly unsettling. When the fight was over, the injured helped away, and I stood, surrounded by this unnatural carnage. I felt that hatred burn cold and fierce within me. Again, as I stood before Orin and Naswada, arguing over the best precautions to take against such creatures, I felt that rage and hatred. It ran through me and made my arguments even fiercer, my feelings about all of this boiling over. Orin, for once in his life, was of the same feelings I was, and both he and the other captains who participated in the meeting were for once completely on my side. When directly after the meeting, Brahm asked me if I was all right, I replied in a cold voice that I was just fine. Fine, I was just fine. Why do we lie? Why the hell do we say things like fine, when we aren't fine? I know why I must do it. I am a princess, and if I burst into tears or showed any of that kind of weakness, then others will see it, and it makes them disheartened. So we must say we are fine, and we must never show those cracks in our facade until we are alone. Sometimes it feels like one line on top of another and another. It is our duty and our responsibility. I pretended to be fine right through everything that occurred later that day, including Roran's wedding. You wouldn't have known how deeply troubled I was as I listened to Aragon administer over his cousin's wedding. I congratulated Katrina with a warm smile, and the only highlight of the day was when I got to dance a few songs with Murtagh, one with Brahm and another with Aragon. I loved to dance, and I was very good at it, after hours spent with books stacked on my head, and a dancing teacher firmly correcting me until I could twirl across the floor as gracefully as a butterfly. For a few brief hours I was able to temporarily leave it behind, and the pretending grew easier. For a few hours I donned a dress I borrowed from Naswada, and with it I donned a smile, a laugh, and a carefree step that made me appear as light and happy as any one of the women in attendance. My mask, while firmly in place, did not seem so heavy then, but the heaviness returned. Later that night, when I sat with Murtagh and Thorn, I dropped the pretense and cried into Murtagh's shoulder, and he held me as he listened to my words. Because, for some reason, with Murtagh I did not need to lie or put on a mask, for with him I could be myself, and it was a relief. I could tell him the truth. How could he? I demanded furiously, even as tears streaked down my face, and Thorn, mewling anxiously, butted his head against my hand. How could he do that? He is Galbatorix, replied Murtagh, and he pulled me closer. His hand gently stroked my hair. The movement was soothing, but not nearly soothing enough. He does whatever he wants. Does he have a heart? I cried as I pushed my face into Murtagh's shoulder and struggled to breathe against the lump in my throat. Does he even care? You know the answer, said Murtagh gently. He didn't care when it was dragons at the end of his sword or innocent children. That is why we are here. I hate this, I sobbed into his shoulder. I was completely derailed, unable to see past the carnage that day, and while I needed to let it all go, the most important thing is not the telling but the pulling together afterwards. Why? He pulled back and gently gripped my face between his calloused, scarred hands. His face was soft, his eyes gentle as he regarded me with complete understanding. It made me feel better. It made me feel safe, and most importantly of all, that I had been right to tell him. He understood. He knew who I was and knew what I had to do the next day. Pretend this had not affected me at all. Zoe, he said gently, you know all of this. Murtagh gently began to stroke my hair, and somehow, whether it was the repetitive action or his steady presence, I felt the knot inside me slowly start to loosen, and I felt myself relax into his arms until, somehow, I fell asleep. My dreams were dark, and I woke in the early hours of the morning, unable to find any more rest. Instead, I spent the last few hours of darkness staring at the wall of my tent and watching battles play out across its rough surface. My heart was heavy, and I thought many things that do not bear repeating even to someone as trustworthy as you. The next day was not any easier than the previous one had been. Because guess who showed up? That blasted shadow dragon and his even more blasted shadow rider. And this time, I did not get any help. This time I was on my own, and even worse, I had to work together with a bunch of elves who still didn't know how to talk to me. I was tied to them by an invisible web of mental links that would allow any one of us to contact another member of this web without having to search and waste previous moments. The dragon and its rider were spotted by sentries at 10 a.m. that morning. I was with Aragon at the time, assisting him in readying supplies for the planned travel the next day. The rider was set to leave with Murtagh, Thorn, and Saphira at the dawn the next day. Murtagh would be dropped at the border of Du Weldenvarden, where they would then continue on with an escort, cough. You know who I mean, who would be alerted to the presence of the new rider, and hatchling by Aragon once they were far enough inside the forest. Then the rider and dragon would quickly turn about, make the relatively short flight back to the Bear Mountains, deal with the dwarves, and then go back to Du Weldenvarden. I know, it is complicated. I, meanwhile, have espionage plans I shall inform you of later. I shall inform you of them after we deal with this creation of the king's. It was a familiar situation, and this time I did not have a helpful voice telling me what to do nor any apparent way of dealing with the creature. It came with, of course, more of the laughing dead, though not as many as the previous day. While Aragon and Saphira, surrounded by their elven watchers, prepared to leap into the air to fight the shadow rider and dragon, I turned my attention to fight before me. Murtagh and Thorn were safely tucked away, and Brahm was with them just in case Murtagh required magical assistance. I can tell you that Murtagh was quite upset to be missing another fight, one that I was fighting in, and I half expected him to come running around a corner, despite Brahm's strict reminders. He could not fight with Thorn so young and so badly in need of protection should things go ill. Above me and the men I fought with came the sounds of dragon roars as Saphira and the grey dragon clashed against each other. I caught sight of the elves, standing very still in the shadow of a tent, as they waited for the opportune moment to lend Aragon or Saphira some of their strength. Well, I suppose I should be glad that they had the sense to hide from the gaze of the shadow dragon and its rider. I just found it very hard to appreciate them in the slightest. I am working on it, I promise, but I just do. As I crossed blades with the first laughing dead soldier to break through the line of warriors before me, I sent my magic out. The laughing dead themselves were protected by wards and other such nonsense, but their weapons were not. Their weapons were quite ordinary. I had discovered this yesterday when I had fought them for the first time, and while it could not stop them, it did slow them down. You see, reader, I play nasty right back when people are nasty with me. I turned the metal of their swords into glass that, upon impact, shattered. The spell was not particularly hard for me, or even that taxing. My magic is different from the magic wielded by the elves and riders. I do not know how to explain it. Something about it, something about the language I use to give it shape and direction, or maybe that I am an enchantress by birth. I do not know. Regardless, I was able to turn solid metal into glass without great difficulty, and without adequate weapons with which to kill us all, the laughing dead were at a distinct disadvantage. What was most troubling of all, they did not care whether their weapons shattered or not. And then, just as things on the ground were starting to look up and we began to push the dead soldiers back, my world went upside down and around the other way. Literally. Some warning, some instinct made me spin at the last possible second, and I realized what was going to happen, and it terrified me. But I had no time. I had no time to do anything but close my eyes and hope that it would all work out. A giant claw plucked me off the ground and soared up with me, still clutching my sword in a death grip, into the air. It didn't make sound like a normal creature would, because it wasn't normal, and so, preoccupied with the fight before me, I had not realized what was coming down upon me. I had not heard nor had I sensed it with my mind like I would have in any other more normal situation. The shadow dragon, why it did this I still do not know, had swooped down in a brief pause between its furious fight with Saphira, decided I looked like the best possible pickings, and plucked me off the ground. Did it know that I was someone of some importance to the blue dragon and rider? Did it know that Saphira and Iragan would do anything to rescue me? I do not think it can think, but whatever creates it, feeds it, makes it react like a living creature must be able to think and think clearly enough to engage in normal battle tactics. Whatever the case, it did not keep carrying me, however, and before I had time to do anything or contact anyone with my mind, it let go. It let go of me. It let go of me. To all those crazy idiots who like to skydive, I don't know why you do it. I was tumbling through the air, spinning towards the ground as gravity took hold and began to speed me towards the ground at a velocity of 981 msi was a couple hundred feet, maybe 200, off the ground, and for those of you who do physics, you can figure out the amount of time I have left before I hit that solid ground. My scream was lost somewhere in the fall, and there was no time for anything. I was going to hit that ground and there wouldn't be much left of me when that happened. And then, like steel vice closing around my plummeting body, a giant claw plucked me out my downward freefall. Saphira, the dragoness, soared upward with me clutched firmly in her claw. Suddenly, I was going against gravity, and it was all so sudden that I didn't fully realize it for a few seconds. One moment, plummeting to death. Next moment, soaring upwards in the claw of a dragon. It was a confused whirring of sky, ground, army tents, horrified faces, swords and clouds. I closed my eyes and gripped the hard scales of Saphira's claw and tried to ignore the rapidly forming bruises from where I had been so rudely tossed into the air and then caught again like softball. They hurt, and quite a bit at that. Are you all right? Saphira's dragon voice rumbled through me, and I responded as best I could. Thanks to you. How do we get rid of it? I don't know. I opened my eyes for a brief moment and then shut them again as Saphira rolled to the side to evade the shadow dragon. I don't know how it is created, if it is the same as last time. There isn't any trunk to close that I know of this time. At least it cannot attack mentally, came Iragan's voice, and then we did another spiraling turn that made my stomach lurch unpleasantly. I forced myself to open my eyes and take in sight of the grey dragon and its hooded rider. I didn't get much of a chance to look at him, but I did get a brief glimpse, and I realized two things at that exact moment. The rider was wearing armor, and from what I could tell in that brief glimpse, it would be bulky enough to cover one of those round objects from the trunk. The second thing I realized was this dragon and rider was neither as clear nor as detailed an illusion as the one before. This meant that there wasn't as much power being directed at creating, and even more importantly, at maintaining the illusion. Saphira. I felt a rising sense of excitement as I closed my eyes against the sight of the rapidly swinging blue sky and focused instead on my mental link to the dragon and by extension her rider. What? Can you get above the dragon? Then let me go and I will finish this business. Let you go. Saphira sounded incredulous, and I could sense Iragan quickly mounting an argument. Let me go, I told her again, and then catch me when the time is right. This isn't wise, said the dragon in a voice that would have, in any other situation, booked no argument. It is the only way. The dragon growled in my mind, and I knew that she would not let me go no matter what argument I raised or what I said. I was left with very few options, and despite the fear coursing through me, I was determined to act. So, as Saphira swapped upwards and the shadow dragon followed suit, at the moment when it was directly beneath me, I wriggled out of Saphira's claws and let go. Of course, my actions made her furious, and she tried to hold on to me, but she was just a little too late. I was already gone. Once more I was tumbling through the air, and with another bruising thump, hit the back of the shadow dragon. Luck was with me, and I landed between the very large, very pointy spikes that ran along the dragon's back, and not on one. Trying to secure myself, I desperately clutched at the spike in front of me to keep myself from falling off as the dragon soared. It was, without doubt, one of the most terrifying experiences that I had endured in Alagaesia. For of course, the dragon was real enough to know I shouldn't be on its back, and the complex array of acrobatics it launched itself into nearly shook me off at multiple points. But slowly, inch by inch, I crawled myself forward from spike to spike, and then, determination the only thing keeping me going, I drew my blood-stained sword. The rider, of course, wasn't quite quick enough to realize what was going on. It was a creation of magic, and there is only so much magic can do sometimes, and this creation was not nearly as powerful as it had been last time. The scales beneath my hands were cold, and there was something insubstantial about them that made me incredibly nervous, as if I was climbing thin ice. I raised my sword and slashed the rider across the back just as he turned his hooded, dark mask of a head to look at me. It was like looking into a blank void, nothing but shadow where there should have been, if nothing else, eyes. For a second I could do nothing but stare. My sword cut through the armor that he wore as if it were butter, and I nearly screamed as the shadow dragon lurched sideways as Sapphira struck its side. My free hand closed tightly around the spike before me, and I raised my sword again to meet the first strike of the rider. It was not a particularly heavy blow at all, and I blocked it easily enough despite the irregular movement of the dragon that threatened to shake me off. I struck again, this time slicing through the oddly thin armor as if it were nothing more than paper. Perhaps it was really nothing more than paper, for it was created by magic, and the illusion of solid steel was clearly not real. But those thoughts were hardly troubling me then, for there it was. A heavy, padded bag that had to contain one or more of the round objects that I had seen in the trunk the day of the Battle of the Burning Plains. I slashed my sword once more, very quickly, and severed the cord that kept the bag hanging securely around the rider's neck. The bag slid down the rider's neck, and blocking another strike from the rider's sword, I leaned forward, grabbed it, and flung it towards the ground. I was stretched completely out, in the most vulnerable position, and with one hand holding my sword in a block, which prevented the rider from decapitating me, and the other not holding onto anything at all. Well, I was not secured, and could be thrown off as easily as a dog shakes water from its coat. Someone catch! I screamed through the mental web that bound me with Arya, Iragan, Sapphira, and the elven spellcasters. And then I found myself falling towards the ground with a sword in one hand. This would be the third time that day, and this time was because I had been too slow to grab anything with the dragon beneath me lurched sideways. Before, like the first time, a claw plucked me out of the air. The tight grip around my body only served to worsen the many bruises that were rapidly forming across my body and making themselves known, but adrenaline kept the pain at bay, and I was more grateful to be caught than annoyed at the bruises. Never do that again. Sapphira snarled through my mind, and I found myself quite glad I was not face to face with her and her many teeth. I had to. My defensive three-syllable line was hardly placating to the dragoness, and she merely growled in response. However, as angry as Sapphira might be with me, she could not deny that my foolhardy plan had worked. It took a little while and little more wild flying, but it did work. Because the elven spellcaster who did catch the plummeting package was clever. They did not directly touch the package, but slowed its descent until it stopped a good 100 feet off the ground and directly above their head. Then, moving quickly and going unnoticed by the majority of the Varden, the spellcaster had gone to Brahm, dropped the package from its place in the sky, and slipped it in with the rest of the carefully wrapped bundles. There was, apparently, a very hairy moment when the trunk was open, and all that power had threatened to burst out, but it had worked out in the end. The second the bundle was locked away, the shadow rider and dragon vanished like mist in the morning sunlight. Sapphira was able to land then, setting me gently on the ground first before landing with Iragan. What followed next I shall tell you after a break. I need to get myself together for this next recount because it wasn't easy on me at all, and the price of appearing in control and at ease was heavier than normal. I'll tell the rest soon. I promise. Just not right now. Soon. Yes, soon. But not now. Like Zoe said, she will be back, and soon because I am not going to stop writing this story. I keep telling myself that. It doesn't help that, while I am struggling to motivate my muse, I am also studying and writing departmental exams. To those who notice the faint touch on Hamlet, that is because I have been memorizing soliloquies and reading Harold Bloom for the last few weeks to prepare. Also physics. Another exam reference, but I managed to keep calculus out of the story. All of this taken into consideration. Story writing has been taking a backseat in favor of concentrating on school, but in my study breaks, I write. No path changes in this one, but it is sort of just trying to get me out of a rut, and the next one should be a bit more interesting with my first attempt at Thorn. Hope you guys don't mind, and enjoy the return of action fighting and all the rest. Can I do a little bit of author jumping up and down? We are over 500 reviews, and it is all thanks to you guys. Wow. Couldn't have brought this story so far without all the amazing support, comments, and advice people have given me. Thank you so much. No, really, thank you very, very much. Getting your reviews makes me smile. Even in the midst of physics, calculus, Hamlet, and death on toast teachers. Life-saving, I assure you. Review replies, Elemental Dragon Slayer, yes. Well, I was trying to get at that with Aria. I may need to rewrite that bit one day. I agree it wasn't my best piece for her, but I was trying to convey how starting to accept Aragon means leaving a great deal behind. She has to say goodbye and do something risky, especially if you consider the fact that elves must make decisions they can live with for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It isn't accepting a new, faster-paced lifestyle exactly, but she's taking a deep breath, waving goodbye and taking a plunge that she may regret for the rest of her immortal life. Thank you for reviewing, and I hope you have a lovely weekend. Lihamberly, oh thank you. I hope you like this chapter too. Chris, haha you poor thing. Hope your bruise is feeling okay. Not a lot of talking, more a lot of action in this chapter. Keep sitting on your chair, no bruising. And thank you for being so understanding of the lack of inspiration. This might be another, finally. And I am so glad to get it posted. Happy reading and happy writing. Hope your inspiration comes back from holidays. Live laugh, play music. Haha, yes, Aragon is getting a little rebellious. Oh, and yes, Murtagh is going. Hope you don't mind the abridged chapter that is this one, and thank you so much for reviewing. Angel Slaw, thank you. Hope you like this as well. Nymthuriel, you are so nice to me. This is the action that is required so that this story doesn't get labeled as total fluff and cotton candy. I know. I loved the bloody honorable idiot too. Murtagh is just so much fun. And yes, well, Zoe can be a bit reluctant, shall we say, to embrace certain aspects of her character, matchmaking being one of them. I love that, by the way. Giving love shape. Oh, wow, that is awesome. Haha, I will think about that pairing. I promise. And there shall be Fluff next chapter, and some Thorn trying out his wings with Saphira watching. Fluffy, lol, thank you so much for this wonderful review. Awesome 707, awesome. I am glad you love this story that much. Enjoy this chapter too. Spoiler, how is your story going? So sorry I haven't had time to drop by. I hope to sometime tomorrow, and a laptop. So much fun. Tablets are hard to write on. I am excited to see what happens next. Crazy Eclingel. I updated, and while it took me a while, at least it wasn't ages. Thank you. You might just get a PM from me one of these days asking for inspiration or just running an idea past. Oh, and there will be E and A, never fear. I think I'm going soft with all this romance. I'll have an awesome one, and thank you so much. Ray, Fainster is coming. And espionage. Zoe and espionage, I should say. And I'm working on Galby. It will be different, I think, because I agree it was rather anticlimactic after all the build-up. And I agree about her and E as for Aragon going to the dwarves. He has to because I want Zoe somewhere more exciting, and I found the dwarf coronation as boring as dry toast. She's going to be fighting. Underhand style, and not looking pretty. Chain myself to the desk. Been that way for the last 3 weeks, although, sadly, not writing for pleasure by reading and making endless amounts of notes. Studying such topics actually made it feel fun to write when I found the moment. So I wrote when I had the chance, and that was often when I was chained to my desk. Lol, thank you so much, and have an awesome weekend. Kaiki Roman 20 123. Haha, I know. It drives me crazy every time I say R and E or M and Z. And you are so lovely to say that, and I hope to have more Earmund too. I like him quite a bit, and I think people would like to know more about Zoe's past than I have had a chance to include. Thank you for the review, and I hope you like this chapter too. Booklover 19. Not sure if you read the latest chapter post, but if you do, I would love to PM you somehow. Any chance you have an FF account so that could happen? If not, then no worries. Thank you for all the comments on my chapters. My many chapters. Have an awesome one and happy reading, writing, creating.